My brother expected a $1,500 gift from me. Even if I wasn't invited to his wedding, but before I could react, karma served itself. My name is Samuel, and I am 29 years old. If you ask anyone in my family who the quiet one is, they will point to me. I'm not the sort to shout at dinner or compete for attention. I do not stir the soup. I listen more than I talk. I don't throw tantrums, even though I probably should. That's simply never been my style. But if I've learnt anything, it's that quiet individuals are often misjudged. Sometimes, we are the ones who remember everything. My brother Jacob is 2 years younger than me, and as children, our relationship was typical of two boys of similar ages. Chaotic but close. We shared a room until I left for college, had our fair share of backyard brawls, and looked out for each other when things went wrong with our parents. However, things changed after college. Jacob went into sales and leaned heavily on his appearance, with tailored outfits, a rented BMW, and a social media account full of gym selfies and encouraging slogans he didn't believe in. I kept a low profile, earned my engineering degree, relocated to a quieter city, and developed a stable life that I didn't feel compelled to share. We kept talking, but something was always awry. Like, I was just kept around out of responsibility, not love. When he got engaged to Brianna, a woman I had only met twice, I was overjoyed for him. Even if she seemed like the type of person who said things like, "We're just very curated as a couple," and acted as if my job designing structural components for wind turbines was somehow less impressive than Jacob selling luxury mattresses. I tried. I actually did. I RSVP'd the same day I received the invitation, offered to assist with any tech or venue setup, was politely declined, and even Venmo'd $200 toward the combined bachelor-bachelorette weekend, to which I was not invited. The wedding was held in a vineyard about an hour outside of the city. Rustic, yet pricey, extremely on brand. I had leased a suite, booked a nearby hotel room, and provided a thoughtful gift. A card with a $1,500 check. It was more than just generous. It was significant. That money was not pocket change for me. I had been saving it steadily, hoping to give something meaningful, because I truly believed this was supposed to be a huge time for my brother. I was apprehensive driving up, not because of the event, but because something in my gut told me that this day would not go well. When I arrived at the venue, I noticed the seating map printed on a tiny easel near the door. I scanned it for my name. Nothing happened the first time though. I checked again, and my name wasn't on there. Assuming it was an oversight, I went inside and addressed one of the wedding coordinators, a younger woman with clipboards and a walkie-talkie. "Hi, I'm sorry," I said gently. "I don't think I see my name on the chart, Samuel Reynolds." She looked at me, evidently fatigued, before flipping through her guest list. "Oh, Samuel, you're Jacob's brother, correct?" Her tone altered, as if she realized something awkward. "Yes, there were some last-minute shifts. I think you're supposed to be over by the west wall. There's a few open seats near the photo booth." The west wall. I blinked. That wasn't even at a table. It was near the speakers, where the extra folding chairs had been stacked like an afterthought. Still thinking it had to be a mistake, I made my way over, and that's when I noticed it. The sole designated seat that should have been mine had a place card, but it didn't have my name on it. It stated Tiffany, cousins +1. I had no idea who Tiffany was, but she was already sipping champagne in the seat I assumed was mine, laughing with a bunch of individuals I scarcely recognized. Trying to remain cool, I approached my mother, who was fixing the boutonniere ear on my father's jacket. "Hey," I replied, trying to sound casual. "Do you know what's going on with the seating?" She didn't even look up. "Oh yeah. Brianna's family had more people than expected, and since they were all traveling in from such a long distance, we didn't want to move them. Simply hang near the wall during the ceremony. You'll still see everything." The wall. I echoed a little too loudly. My dad gave me a look like I was making a scene. "It's not a big issue," my mom replied, waving me off with a wave. "Just don't ruin the pictures by pouting." I wasn't sulking. I was stunned. And then came the ultimate surprise. Brianna's voice behind me was clear and sharp. "Oh, good. We're just trying to keep the family photos looking clean," she replied, not even waiting for a response. I'm not sure what my face looked like, but it must have told everything I was trying not to say because she swiftly answered, "It's nothing personal." I swear you'll be in the reception photographs. I nodded tightly. She walked away with her bridal posy in tow. There is a type of humiliation that does not include yelling or tears. Just a deep, hollow ache in your chest as you realize you are not welcome where you should be. I remained there for a minute, trying to swallow it all in, before my gaze shifted to the gift table across the room. A white linen-covered surface near the cake, filled with pastel-wrapped boxes and beautiful envelopes. Mine was simple to spot: matte silver, handrest, and neatly tucked under a tiny ribbon. I had carefully wrapped that envelope, including a note about how pleased I was of Jacob, and how I hoped the money would help him begin his next chapter. I did not even think. I strolled right over, reached down, and calmly took it back. Nobody stopped me. No one noticed at first until I went toward the door and someone, possibly one of the groomsmen, cried out, "Hey Samuel, where are you going?" I didn't stop. I simply looked over my shoulder, held up the package and said, "Do not worry. I'll stay out of the picture indefinitely." I was almost to the exit when I heard Jacob's voice behind me. "Samuel, please wait." I stopped walking but did not turn around. I stood directly by the enormous double doors that led out to the gravel parking area. One hand on the polished brass handle, the other holding the envelope as if it were the only thing keeping me grounded. Samuel Jacob spoke again, this time closer, his sneakers crunching softly on the floor behind me. "Come on, guy, do not do this. It's not very profound." I cautiously turned around and, for the first time in years, looked him in the eyes. He stood there in his fancy tux, head slightly bowed, champagne still fizzing in a glass in his left hand. He appeared perplexed, as if I were the one making a fuss, as if he hadn't just relegated his own brother to a folding chair near the photo booth, because Brianna's cousin had brought an extra guest. "Not that deep," I said gently. "Yeah," he responded, shrugging and lowering his voice as if he didn't want the other guests to hear. "It's just the seats, man. It isn't like we kicked you out. And Brianna's family. Man, they flew in from Portugal. We needed to make room." I let out a quick laugh, but it was not humorous. "So I get to sit in a corner and hope no one questions if I am the DJ. Dude, don't be too emotional. It's just one day. Are you really going to make this about yourself?" That was a hit. Make it about myself. I'd spent years attending birthdays, holidays, and family cookouts. Always the one to give cards, remember anniversaries, stay late and assist cleanup while Jacob went to take a call. I never created anything about myself. And perhaps that was the problem. Maybe they were so used to my not taking up space that the thought of me needing a chair, a single physical chair, became too much. "I flew out," I replied softly. "I rented a hotel. I bought a suit. I gave you $1,500. "We're giving," he amended, pointing to the envelope. "Right. I said it was. But then I realized something. I'm not truly your brother today. I'm merely in the background." His jaw clenched. "You are exaggerating this situation." "No, I said you already had. You just assumed I wouldn't notice." He moaned and rubbed his temples. "Look, it was Brianna's call." "Okay. She wanted the images to capture her entire closed circle. Clean lines, colors that complement and so on. So I did not match." I said, "Did she run a background check on who had photogenic bone structure?" He didn't respond. Perhaps he knew better than to attempt. "You know," I murmured, finally walking back to him. I wasn't expecting a spotlight. I did not expect a toast, a dance, or a shout-out. I just wanted a seat, somewhere that said, "You matter enough to be here like everyone else." "You do matter," he mumbled, almost as if it was painful to say. "Then why didn't you act like it?" His gaze shifted to the rest of the room. The visitors were now watching more openly. The photographer was halting in the middle of a shoot, and the DJ was slightly lowering the level. He despised this type of attention. I could see it across his face. He expected the day to be ideal, curated, and Instagrammable, but it wasn't. Not because I had a tantrum, but because I refused to go quietly. "Look," he said with gritted teeth. "If this is about money, it isn't." I cut in. "It's about respect. Today taught me how little I have from you." He opened his mouth to complain, but nothing came out. just one frustrated exhalation. "I'm leaving," I explained, adjusting the package in my palm. "Don't worry. I'll make sure the images are great. There's no awkward older brother in the backdrop to throw off the symmetry." I went away before he could answer. The dirt crunched under my shoes as I walked to my car. I did not cry. I did not toss anything. I sat behind the wheel for a time, watching the vineyard disappear into the horizon in the rearview mirror. It seemed odd, as if I had just stepped out of a film in which I was not cast as a key character, not even a supporting one, but rather as an extra who ventured too close to the camera. Back at the hotel, I changed out of my suit, packed my suitcase, and examined the envelope I had retrieved. I took out the note I'd written, about being proud of him, and hoping the money would help them start a new chapter. I read it once, and then tore it in half. Then I shut off the phone. It did not stay off for long. When I turned it back on about an hour later, there were 6 missed calls from Jacob to my mother, as well as a succession of increasingly concerned texts. Brianna sent the last one. All it said was, "You really ruined everything today." That's when the guilt disappeared. That line, the way she said it, as if I had ruined their carefully curated little fantasy, made something in me click into place. I had not ruined anything, I'd revealed it. But it was not the end. Definitely not. The following morning I checked out of the motel before sunrise. When I dropped off my keycard, the front desk worker hardly looked up, which was great with me because I didn't want to make small talk. I grabbed a stale croissant from the breakfast bar, flung it into my passenger seat, and drove out of the Grapetown, as if it owed me money. By the time I returned to my apartment, I had 11 more missed calls and 2 voicemails that I didn't want to hear. My mother's text had completely changed tone from, "You shouldn't have walked out to please call your brother, he's devastated," to one that made me giggle. "Samuel, family requires you to make sacrifices from time to time." Sacrifices. I sat down on my couch, still wearing my trousers from the night before, and reread that statement. It sounded like it came from a refrigerator magnet in a petrol station gift shop. What had Jacob sacrificed? His wedding photos would still be on brand. His spouse was still planning to share them with captions like, "Blessed and our fairy tale begins." He'd still get the tailored experience he desired, minus one sibling who allegedly clashed with the color scheme. And here's the thing. I had already made the sacrifices. They simply never noticed. For the past year and a half I'd been quietly assisting Jacob with his startup, a mattress import firm that was, honestly, losing money. It wasn't well known, but when he initially started it, he contacted me in a hurry because he needed someone to co-sign a loan, not for a house or a car but for warehouse space and an inventory contract. I did not ask for anything in return. I figured he was my brother. If he succeeds, everyone wins. If he fails, he has at least tried. And, yes, a part of me hoped that supporting him now would be perceived as more than Samuel's dependability. I never informed our parents about it. I didn't even tell my friends. It was just something I quietly accomplished. I made sure the payments were completed on time, took a few calls from the bank when things became tight, and even transferred an emergency $3,000 last fall when his supplier almost pulled out. All without a thank you note longer than a single line. "I appreciate it, bro." That check I had retrieved from the gift table wasn't just a wedding gift. I eventually drew the line. But today, sitting in my apartment, surrounded by unopened mail and half-wilted plants, I recognized something deeper. They did not simply forget my place at the wedding. They'd completely forgotten my position. So I started to work. First, I opened my files, including every email thread, signed document, and bank statement related to the loan. I was still the co-signer, thus I still had administrative access. The loan was not completely paid off, not even close. And while I hadn't made any formal claims against the company, I did have leverage. I did not want to destroy him. I actually didn't. But something about Brianna's reply, "You really ruined everything today," rang in my ears like a challenge. As if their immaculate little world couldn't take 1 ounce of reality. As if my quiet support over the last 18 months was less essential than how I appear in the background of their Instagram carousel. I wrote an email that was short, concise, and legally sound. It told the bank that, for personal and financial reasons, I was formally withdrawing as a co-signer, and no longer authorized the use of my credit or identity in company operations. I attached the appropriate forms, copied Jacob's email address, and pressed submit. Then, just for good measure, I sent a few critical documents to a lawyer friend of mine from college in case things got sticky. I wasn't expecting a fight, but Jacob was impulsive, and Brianna, well, let's just say I didn't trust someone who referred to wedding centerpieces as branding assets. About an hour later, my phone vibrated. A number I did not recognize. I let it go to voicemail. Then it buzzed again. This time it was Jacob and I responded. His voice had been clipped. Tense. Did you recently get out of the loan? Yes. Why? Now you're getting married, I stated plainly. It's time to stand on your own. There was a pause. Samuel, come on. Now is not the time to be petty. I could hear it. He was trying to keep his frustration under control. The tone of someone who still thought he was the sensible one in the conversation. That I was simply overreacting. Thinking it would all pass like one of his many past due invoices. This isn't petty, I explained. It's overdue. You're seriously doing this because of a chair? No, I responded, reclining back. Because of a pattern. And a chair was the last straw. He breathed sharply. Okay, let's chat. Come over. We'll figure something out. You mean like how you figured out where to seat me, how to tell everyone I didn't matter enough for the photos, or how to let your new wife treat me like an inconvenience? Silence. You didn't even ask if I was okay when I left. I added, you didn't check on me. You called because you now want something from me. Silence. So is this permanent? You're just done. I don't know yet, I said honestly. That depends on you. And then I hung up. I didn't feel triumphant or smug. I felt tired, as if I had just finished cleaning up a mess that wasn't mine but had been left for me all the same. A mess that had been accumulating for years. Brianna's father, a quiet investor in Jacob's business, had questions, and my mother was now organizing a family mediation dinner, and my inbox was about to fill up with messages from cousins who, it turned out, had also been snubbed by Brianna's guess. But I'll get to that soon, because the moment that truly shifted everything, the one when things went from awkward family drama to full-blown fracture, came 3 days later. I received a Facebook message from my cousin Melissa. We weren't particularly close, but we'd grown up around the same chaotic holiday dinners and shared more than a few eye rolls over the years. Brianna had apparently sent an updated guest flow to the wedding coordinator 2 nights before the event, reshuffling seating to optimize the aesthetic. Melissa had been seated at the farthest table near the portable heaters, and her husband had not even received a place card. Melissa had already spoken with 2 other cousins, one who had driven 6 hours and was not even offered a drink, and another who had brought a $400 espresso machine from their registry, only to be seated behind a hedge. Melissa ended the call with, I don't think I'm being dramatic, but this really feels like they used us as fillers. Later that night, I got curious and went to Brianna's Instagram. Sure enough, the photos had started rolling in perfectly filtered snapshots of rustic charm and candid laughs, and Jacob looked like a cologne ad. I told her she wasn't being dramatic at all. Brianna looked like a bridal influencer on a sponsored post, and the captions were as hollow as I expected on the day our forever began. I scrolled and scrolled, and not a single photo featured a member of our family, not even our parents, not even Jacob's best man, who I later discovered was one of his old co-workers and not his actual best friend because he didn't fit the look. It dawned on me that this wasn't just about me being disrespected. It was about the entire family being repackaged to fit a brand, and they assumed none of us would say anything. The next morning, I called my parents. Mom answered on speaker, implying that Dad was hovering nearby, and I kept it civil. I asked how they were doing, if they had returned, okay, and how the rest of the reception went. They were guarded, courteous, but careful, and I could sense they didn't know where I stood. Mom finally sighed and said, Samuel, I wish you hadn't left like that. You have embarrassed your brother. I waited for the beat. Did he tell you where I sat? There was a pause. I believe there was a mix-up. You should have spoken quietly so that it would appear better on camera. I asked, not hiding the bite. She didn't respond. I'm not angry, I said calmly. I'm just done pretending I wasn't treated like an afterthought, and apparently I wasn't the only one. That piqued their interest, so I told them about Melissa, the cousins, and the people who were quietly simmering behind the scenes. All of them were too polite to cause a scene, but not too blind to see what had happened. Dad finally spoke, saying Brianna organized the majority of it. I nodded even though he couldn't see me. And Jacob's letter? That's what no one's saying. Mom tried to defend him, saying weddings are stressful, couples make mistakes, and maybe they'd make it up to me later. They won't, I said flatly, because they don't believe they did anything wrong. When I told them about the loan, the silence on the other end was immediate and total. I gave it a second to sink in. You what? Dad finally asked. I co-signed the loan for Jacob's warehouse lease 18 months ago, and I've been covering the payments he couldn't make. No one knew because I didn't make it a thing. I just did it quietly like I always do. Mom's voice cracked. Why didn't you say anything? Because I thought I was helping, I said. Because that's what my family did. I let the silence hang again. Anyway, I continued. I pulled out. I notified the bank. Mate is now on his own. Dad cleared his throat and said, "You're trying to sabotage him." No, I said. I just stopped protecting him. Later that day, I received a call from an unfamiliar number. It was Brianna's father, Mr. Galen. His tone was icy but polite, and he asked if I could clarify some recent changes in loan agreements that had come to his attention. I explained the situation, my previous involvement, my formal withdrawal, and the fact that I was under no legal obligation to continue supporting a business that had excluded me financially and personally from the start. I understand, he said after a long pause. I just wish you'd spoken to me first. The next 48 hours were a blur. The fallout spread fast. Jacob called 3 more times and left voicemails, none of which I answered. One was furious, the next was apologetic, and the third was a jumble of half excuses and forced chuckles. He said Brianna was upset, and everyone was being dramatic, and couldn't we just hit reset? But I didn't want to reset. I wanted closure. That Friday, I received an invitation to a brunch organized by Melissa, where a group of cousins and second cousins were planning a low-key get-together to decompress and quietly acknowledge that something had broken between us and Jacob. There were no staged photos, no filters, no hierarchy of who looked good on camera, just coffee, waffles, and people who wanted to see each other. We were engrossed in stories, laughed at the absurdity, and even cried a little, especially the cousin who had paid for her flight on a credit card to support family. And near the end, Melissa looked at me and said, "Thank you for walking out. We were all thinking about it. You just had the guts to do it." That stuck with me. It would have been easier to stay quiet, to sit in my little folding chair near the wall and smile politely for the camera. But instead, I stood up. Not for drama, not for revenge, but because I finally knew my worth, and I wasn't going to let them cut me out of it. 3 weeks later, Jacob sent a handwritten letter, which I still have tucked in the drawer, with the ripped-up note I once included with that $1,500 check. The letter was a mix of regret, frustration, and vague attempts at reconciliation, and he never actually said the words, "I'm sorry." I used to believe that keeping the peace meant avoiding conflict, but now I realize that it really meant ignoring you. I haven't responded, and I may or may not do so in the future, but I know this. I'm no longer the background brother, no longer a placeholder, no longer a fallback, no longer a chair by the wall. My name is Samuel and I finally chose myself, and this time I stayed in the frame. Thanks for watching and sticking around till the end. If you enjoyed these stories, make sure to subscribe and hit the bell so you don't miss the next drama-filled episode. I got revenge on my husband for ruining Mother's Day. Now he's leaving me and doesn't want custody of our kids. What should I do? Original post. Me and my husband have been together for the past 9 years. We have 2 kids, an 8-year-old and a 6-year-old. For Mother's Day, all I wanted was a free day. I wanted my husband to take the kids out somewhere for the day so I could be home alone and relax. Instead, he got me and the kids tickets to have a fun day out. And it was fun, and me and the kids had a good time, but it irked me that he gave me the exact opposite of what I'd asked for. For Father's Day, my husband also wanted a free day, so he could stay home and play games all day. He plays games all the time with his friends. He'll get home from work, Maybe spend the time between then and dinner with the kids before going up to his office to game for a few hours with friends. Instead, I got him and the kids cards for an arcade an hour away, with a ton of tokens. I gave him the cards during dinner on Saturday so he and the kids could leave early and spend all day playing with them. I got my free day and he and the kids got to make a lot of memories together. He and I got into a fight when the kids went to bed. He was angry that I ignored what he wanted for Father's Day. I was angry he didn't see that he'd done the same thing to me on Mother's Day. He's been ignoring me since, and won't accept my apologies. Too long didn't read. I ignored my husband's wish to have a free day of Father's Day, and got him and the kids a day out, because he did the same thing to me on Mother's Day, and now he won't stop ignoring me, or accept my apologies. Edit. Some people are thinking that me, my husband and our kids went out for Mother's Day. We didn't. I took the kids for a day out while he played video games all day with his friends. Edit. I can't believe I have to say this. I do not hate, resent, or in any other way dislike my children. My point was not that going on a day out with them is terrible and I hate it. My point was that it really sucks asking for on thing and being given the opposite relevant comments. Comment 1. That's hilarious. I wouldn't apologize at all. Tell him to come talk to you when he's done being a piss baby. Oop. I really don't feel sorry and I feel like I was justified. I just want him to stop ignoring me. Comment 2. There is no way he didn't know what he was doing when he set up a day with you and the kids on Mother's Day without him around. Or, I guess maybe he's legitimately insane. I feel crazy reading these comments accusing you of resenting your kids or being a bad wife for getting petty. Like, yeah. It was petty. People get petty when they're mistreated and taken advantage of. And now he's lying to you and saying it's not the same and not what he was trying to do? Please. Any husband with half a brain knows that Mother's Day is a holiday the father-husband participates in actively. Not just planning, or buying. But it is present. With you. With the kids. Trying to give you time off. It's what he wanted for Father's Day. He knew it's what you wanted for Mother's Day. Yeah, it was petty. I would be petty too, if my partner got me an obligation and got themselves a day of rest. You two need to talk it out, but he needs to own up to what he did. Oop. I don't understand how people think that I resent my own kids. On both days the kids had so much fun. When they came back from the arcade they wouldn't stop telling me how much fun they had, and showing me the prizes they'd helped win. When we had our fight, it was after they were in bed. They picked up on him ignoring me. But I've not told them why. Just that he's busy with work, and is cranky because of it. Comment 3. Some of the people responding to this are teenagers. There's no age limit. I'm not surprised you're getting dumb responses like accusations of hating your kids. Oop. There are many accusations of me hating my kids, and calling me selfish for wanting to have a day to myself, instead of spending it with my kids, as if I have an infinite amount of energy and time in the day to cook, clean, take care of the kids, and have time for myself when I don't. Update 1. Too long didn't read my last post. My husband didn't get me what I asked for Mother's Day, a day to myself to relax. So on Father's Day when he also asked for a day to relax I gave him what he'd given me for Mother's Day. We had a big fight over it which ended with him ignoring me for days. People keep asking me for an update so here you go. We're in the process of getting a divorce. Now please stop asking for an update. I didn't know that my post would get so popular, and people would decide to repost it to other platforms, and if I had known that I wouldn't have made that post at all. Relevant comments. Comment 1. Thank you for updating us, and I'm sorry you have to go through this. Did he ever see reason about the Mother's equals Father's Day gift, or did he remain willfully obtuse to the end? Oopie. He hasn't, and still says that when he did it to me was different when I did the same thing to him. Comment 2. I'm sorry. I hope you're able to heal and find someone you won't have to, an eye for an eye, in order to get them to understand what you need. Oop. I'm just hoping to find someone with basic empathy. I did all that and he still doesn't understand why I was upset with my gift. Comment 3. At least now you can relax when he has the kiddos. Oop. I'll relax when they're at my parents' house since he doesn't want custody of them. Comment 4. I would eat my own tongue before I apologize to him. You make nothing up to him. Did he make Mother's Day up to you? Please, these are all grown-ass men who manage their lives in every other aspect. This is just laziness. Oop. No. He never apologized for Mother's Day. Comment 5. Throw the whole husband away. My ex forgot Christmases, Mother's Days, birthdays. He actually said he was planning. It doesn't get better, it only gets worse. I promise you there's freedom on the other side. Opa. That's the plan. Why don't they get marriage counseling? Opa. He refused to go, many times. Until he told me he wanted a divorce, and all of a sudden it was, we don't have to go that far. What happened to till death do us part? Why don't we go talk to someone for the kids? That ship sailed long ago. Mother's Day is infinitely better now that I'm single than it was when I was married. May 14, 2024. I didn't wake up to a messy kitchen that I was expected to clean after eating a subpar breakfast. I didn't have to fight with anyone over what gift I was given. I didn't have to cook dinner after an exhausting day where I got no help or thanks from my ex. I didn't have to do anything else that I came to expect with Mother's Day. I didn't feel the stress I have felt every other Mother's Day. I got to have a lazy morning in bed with my kids. We made pancakes for brunch. They gave me cards they'd made in school. And we watched movies on the couch all day, and ordered pizza for dinner, and it was wonderful. Story 2. Dad hates my house and apparently expects me to take in my brother's children at some point. Original post. I don't know if this is the right sub for this. But at this moment, as the only blood-related woman on my father's side of the family, it feels gendered. IDK. Maybe I'm wrong. A few days ago my dad came over to my house for the first time in quite a while. I've had a lot of renovations done since he last saw the place when we first moved in. I have a nervous system condition which, while very fortunate to be able to manage it in such a way that it usually doesn't impact my life most days out of any given month, can render certain simple tasks very difficult for me when I'm having a flare. It's also important, as part of managing my condition and maintaining my high level of function, to limit certain activities which can bring about a crash or a flare. My husband is also disabled. He has hypermobile EDS, so together we made a list of things we'd love to have as accommodations in the home we share, and we either DIY'd those things or found contractors to do them for us. I'm really happy with the results. I find that these accommodating renovations make my life a lot easier. I have fewer crashes, and overall more energy. My husband is elated with how much more functional he can be after we made these changes. My father isn't a fan. He thinks it all makes the house too weird. He's worried about the resale value, not that we're planning to sell anytime soon. He had a lot of comments when he came over. In fact, it was almost all he talked about. I kept trying to gently tell him that this is just what works for us, and then divert the subject, but he was getting a bit worked up, which isn't really like him in those types of situations. The plan for his visit was he'd come over, meet my foster dog that he might adopt, and take the dogs for a walk, then get lunch. When I left him alone for a minute to go use the bathroom after we'd walked the dogs, I came back out and found that he'd attempted to pull one of our accommodating mechanisms out of the kitchen wall. He hadn't caused any functional damage, but he did cause aesthetic damage in that it will now need to be repainted over. I was shocked and kind of hysterical in my reaction, and I raised my voice at him when I saw what he was doing. I think I yelled, "What the fuck are you doing, Dad? What's your problem?" And he responded, "I just wanted to see if it was removable. Sorry, it's just too weird. It's too weird, it's just not going to work when Billy and Bobby move in with you." Billy and Bobby are my nephews, my brother's kids. I have never invited them to stay with me, let alone move in for any amount of time, and I've never been asked to do so. Even in the event that my brother and sister-in-law passed away in some tragic manner. To my knowledge, I should be very far down a very long list of people who could be asked to take those kids in before I would be asked. So, I was pretty shocked my dad would say something like that out of the blue, and with so much frustrated emotion, about Billy and Bobby moving in. Because there's no reason, to my knowledge, for anyone to think that would possibly be happening. I asked him to clarify repeatedly, but he just waved it off and told me to forget he said anything, and he didn't want to talk about it. I pressed him, and all he said was, "Well, honey, it's a massive house, you have room for 2 boys. When I asked him why he would even bring it up though, and clarified that not only did I have absolutely no desire to host my nephews for a visit, let alone to move them in, he clammed up again and just said, "Forget I ever said anything." He apologized for damaging my home, immediately transferred a larger sum than necessary to me via Zelle to fix the scratch he'd made, and then took me out to lunch as we planned prior. The rest of the day with him was pretty normal. And I guess I was just a little shocked or something because I didn't bring it up again. But now that it's been a few days, I can't get it out of my head, and I'm so annoyed. First of all, my dad hasn't ever been and would never be that aggressive about any decoration or renovation in my brother's homes. He just wouldn't. And I can't help but feel that he is less respectful of my home because I'm a woman. Which sucks. But more upsetting, confusing. What the fuck was he talking about in terms of my nephews? Like, is my family conspiring in some way to move those kids in with me? It wouldn't be the first time that my family assumed I'd take care of those kids without asking me first, but in the past it was just babysitting, and I have directly told everyone that even that is unacceptable. So I would be really shocked if my brother Sil thought that was acceptable. I guess I'm just spinning out and don't really know what to do about it. I'm stuck between asking my father about it again first, or just reaching out to my brother directly. Some of UP's comments. Commenter. Is there something wrong with your brother that he can't raise his own kids? Oop. No, nothing wrong. To my knowledge, my brother isn't looking to move his kids out of his own home either. They are sometimes difficult kids. A little delayed and a lot entitled, enabled. In the past they've leaned heavily on family for childcare since my brother has a demanding job and my Sil has a hard time being alone with her kids. When I lived with my dad, I was a big part of that equation, and ended up being more responsible for those kids than I'd have agreed to, because I wasn't in control of telling them if they could bring the kids over as it was my father's house. But even when I still lived with my dad, I was able to establish some boundaries, and assert that I wouldn't agree to care for them on demand. And that was generally respected after I put my foot down a few times. Commenter. I'd definitely try to get more info from your dad, but failing that it wouldn't be bad to talk to your brother. It seems like a really out-of-pocket thing to say unless he has some serious information you don't. Ope. It's incredibly out of pocket. Not only do I not want those kids to live with me, but I also would assume that my brother wouldn't want his kids to live with me. There are a million reasons why, but chiefly it wouldn't be a good idea safety-wise for those kids. I've been dealing with a stalker for years who has already threatened me that she would harm my nephews, at which point I distanced myself from Billy and Bobby, stopped picking them up from school, etc. And the threats directed at them stopped. Currently I'm working on taking legal action, but nothing is set in stone, and even the idea of those kids, who are difficult but who I also love very much, being in my home makes me worried that they would be directly targeted, or that there would be some escalation. I actually can't imagine that my family would think it's a good idea to move those kids in with me. Like, I can't imagine circumstances where that would seem appropriate. Commenter. Yeah. Particularly given that information, but even without it, it's hard to imagine your brother or Sil would want or expect you to take in their kids short of some kind of serious health or relationship emergency. And even then, that wouldn't be something for your dad to be concerned about unless he's a particularly worrying person. Ope. Even if there's an emergency, I simply cannot be the first person on their list to take those kids in. I'm the only younger female blood relative, I guess, but there are so many other relatives and family friends who need to come before me on that list. My brother and Sil have a massive village, so I'm talking dozens. It's baffling to me that it would come down to me to take those kids in under any circumstances. Commenter. The fact that he was actively trying to tear your house apart is a huge red flag. My bet is your brother is getting a divorce, and they were just going to dump then on you since his job is so demanding. Ope. Honestly, I feel like a fucking idiot that the two of them getting divorced hadn't even crossed my mind. Not that they have an actively bad marriage or anything, but I think their dynamic is weird and I guess I wouldn't be shocked. Thank you for this insight. I mean, either way it's a no from me for various reasons. Commenter. Better yet. Group text to them. Guys, I'm worried about Dad. He came over the other day and kinda flipped out about our disability accommodations and tried to rip one off the wall. Then he thought Billy and Bobby were coming to live here, but couldn't explain why. I'm worried. Has anyone else noticed strange, aggressive behavior? Oop. I think I'll go with this, but on a call. I want to hear a response in real time. My dad has normalized triangulation a bit too much in this family for my comfort. Commenter. How old is your dad? Could he be having a sort of mental episode that he thinks your nephews are supposed to move in with you? Barring that, I'd ask your brother, hey, do you have any idea why Dad would say this? Is something going on? Oop. He's in his 70s, but he's still sharp enough to be working. I asked my other brother, nebulously without mentioning the reason why, who works with my dad every day, if he'd noticed any decline. And he said Dad seems sharp as ever in their work environment. It's pretty mentally demanding work, so I think it would be evident there. I'll also note though, my dad rejected an OCD diagnosis when he was in therapy after my parents' divorce. So he's not without any history of mental illness. Not sure if that would cause this behavior though. Commenter. If this is a new development, it may be a UTI. The symptoms of an undiagnosed UTI can mimic early-stage dementia. And UTIs can have no physical symptoms, like burning or pain during urination, in the early stages. Look up silent UTIs. Oh shit. Dad has gotten several UTIs before. Just Googled it and I had no clue that they could be silent, or that they could impact cognition. Commenter. Is your dad okay with your and your husband's disabilities? It sounds ableist, like he was trying to remove the reminder of your disability, and then came up with a nonsensical excuse after the fact. My dad is in utter denial that I'm disabled. He only briefly accepted when my symptoms were severe and I couldn't work, but after I started my own business, he's basically just been totally averse to the idea that I need to manage my symptoms, and thinks I'm being dramatic. People ask several questions about the stalker OOP mentioned in one of the comments. It's okay. She's someone I used to be friends with, and honestly it's my bad because I hung in there even when I realized she was becoming mentally unstable. She became fixated on my husband when he and I began dating, and I became the enemy in her eyes. On if Dad takes the stalking seriously. No, he does actually take her seriously. This woman has stalked him too, and done property damage to his house. Update 1. I talked to my brother on the phone about the situation, and he expressed that he had absolutely no idea why our father would imply that Billy and Bobby would need to move in with me at any point. He seemed genuinely surprised and had no clue what the hell Dad was talking about. He claims to have absolutely never expressed anything like that to our dad. I believe him. I asked him if there was any possible reason at all that Dad would think that I'd need to take in my nephews. Like, is there some problem Dad thinks he is pre-solving without consulting either of us? Is there an illness or impending divorce or anything I don't know about? My brother assured me that there's nothing like that going on, and that, as I assumed, I of course, wouldn't even be near the top of the list of permanent caregivers, even if something was going on, because he knows I run 2 businesses out of my house, and also just am not up for taking his kids in, unless I am the absolute last safe resort. Both of us are in agreement, as is our other oldest brother, that Dad generally doesn't seem to have any other signs that we've noticed of declining cognitive function. Like at all. But since this was such a strange outburst, we're still concerned that this is just the earliest sign. My brother, Billy and Bobby's dad, is going to talk to our dad about it ASAP and see what he says or what explanation he can give. Then we'll go from there. The issue that we're both aware of is that my dad, while a loving father and good man to many, is a bit of a liar and a lot of a manipulator. He has a lot of signs of OCD, and gets fixated on things, then tries to manipulate to get his way with his fixation. He means well, but he has been known to be full of shit, and to have his own strange agendas that don't have much to do with anyone else's wants or needs. So unfortunately, my brother and my brother has volunteered to go first LOL, are going to have to confront him by essentially saying, Dad, it's really important that you're honest about whether you are confused, or intentionally lying, triangulating, manipulating. Because that's the difference between us freaking out about your health versus us just understanding that sometimes you lie to push your agenda but your brain is fine. Thank you to everyone who gave me feedback here. You've all been so sweet and supportive except that one guy who for some reason was dead convinced that I didn't pay for my own home and commented several times and DM'd me about it. I did pay for my home, and it's solely in my name. You weirdo. I'll keep y'all updated on what my brother and I figure out going forward. Thanks for watching and being part of the drama. Don't forget to subscribe and hit the bell so you never miss a wild news story. My wife defended her friend who seduced me. I punched her for crossing the line, divorced, and now they're begging for forgiveness. Hi everyone, this is a lurker. I hope this works because I tried posting this from a different account and it didn't work. I am a 35-year-old man who has spent almost a decade with my lovely 34-year-old wife. We don't currently have any children. For over 15 years, my wife and her best friend Amy, have been friends since my time in college, where I first met my wife. Although Amy and I have never been the best of friends, we have been friendly for my wife's benefit. She's noisy, annoying, and entitled, the type that interrupts every discussion. I've always thought that about her. She constantly finds a way to get in the way, whether it's during a private chat or a night out with friends. For instance, over dinner with our long-standing friends, my best friend and I were discussing infertility problems in his marriage. Amy managed to be nosy even though we were talking softly enough that no one could hear us over the noise. She remarked that she would slaughter herself if she were unable to perform the one task that women were intended to perform. My best friend Max and his wife were so enraged by this that they excused themselves and departed early to return home. Amy's obnoxious demeanor caused her boyfriend, Khalid, to break up with her. What triggered him, in my opinion, was when Amy deliberately neglected to feed their dog while he was out on business. Why? While she was intoxicated and calling him to come get her, the dog was dozing off. And that's only the beginning. Amy has always treated me strangely. She has been DMing me on Instagram all the time, trying to start a conversation about rumors circulating in our friend circle or just plain unrelated topics. She has always been disregarded by me. Her odd behavior has always been overlooked by my wife, who has never accepted that her closest friend might be malicious. Amy visited my wife at our home following their breakup. Because she wasn't feeling well that day, my wife took some sleeping pills and was asleep in an hour. I recommended that Amy sleep in the guest bedroom for the sake of my wife because I couldn't ask her to leave in her current state. After agreeing, she retired to her bed. She waltzed in wearing only her underwear later that evening when I was cleaning up in the kitchen after dinner. She pretended to be surprised and said she was unaware that I was still in the kitchen. I chose to end the evening because I was so uncomfortable. She began stripping though, and came up to me, telling me that my wife didn't need to know and that she had noticed my gaze on her. I told her that she had a bad idea and should feel guilty for hurting her best friend because I couldn't understand her at all. She nearly jumped in front of me and made unwanted physical contact with me as I attempted to exit the kitchen. Without a second thought, I panicked and punched her in the face. She had a bruised eye. She began to scream so loudly that my wife was startled and staggered into the kitchen to discover her closest friend battered and naked. Amy went on to call me a vile person, accuse me of attempting to abuse her, and order my wife to file for divorce. I retaliated by saying that I punched Amy because she came to me nude and wouldn't leave even after I turned her down. Without a word, my wife passed out right away. I took her to the hospital right away. Although she is now fine, my wife won't discuss what happened with me. Amy, meanwhile, claims that I tried to attack her in our buddy group. While most people don't think she's real, some people still hold on to the idea that you should always believe an accusation. Others claim that by hitting her, I made a mistake and inflamed her rage. My life has been ruined by Amy. My wife is divorcing me and I'm scared this will end up in court. I've already considered harming myself several times. From here, I have no idea where to go. What ought I to do? What should I do next? I would appreciate any advice. I've been considering sending a text to Amy's ex-boyfriend Khalid, who broke up with her, to inquire if she has done something comparable to what he knows. By demonstrating a factual pattern of action rather than a word-against-word scenario, he may contribute to the plausibility of my story. However, I'm not sure if this is a smart idea. If I chose to sue her for defamation, it might be best to first consult with an attorney to see what kind of proof I would want. It may be essential to work with a lawyer who has experience in these kinds of cases to develop an action plan. In this manner, I'll be ready and have someone to help me if things take an unforeseen turn. Amy might renounce her unfounded charges in public if she faces legal pressure. People are making me feel awful about punching her, but that doesn't mean I'm going to be kind to her. After assaulting me, Amy is now making grave, untrue accusations that have the potential to ruin my life. These are illegal acts. This is not a mere drama. Amy says she didn't realize I was still there when she walked to the kitchen to grab a glass of water. Then she accused me of using her. The incident happened about 3 in the morning. The time now is 8 a.m. Amy shared her made-up story in our group chat after she left our house. Due to the early obligations of the majority of our friend group, the false information disseminated swiftly. I've started getting private messages with thoughts and suggestions. While the majority support me, some individuals believe her account of events, while some criticize me for punching her. My wife won't talk to me and has been up all night. I'm allowing her time to take it all in. Update. I want to start by expressing my gratitude to everyone for their guidance and support as I've been navigating this circumstance. However, I've also gotten a lot of negative feedback, with some people saying that the story is a grotesque fiction or a hoax, which is untrue. I haven't been able to eat or sleep since I'm still dealing with the fallout. I hope you find peace in your lives, everyone who messaged me saying I should have slept with Amy or calling me a sicko. I hope the males who labeled me a fool treat the ladies in their lives with equality and respect. I made the decision to follow advice and get in touch with Amy's ex-boyfriend Khalid within the last 9 hours. He admitted that this wasn't the first time Amy had made similar accusations and was just as upset as I was. He acknowledged that she had manipulated him into continuing the relationship in the past by threatening to accuse him of abuse. In order to avoid carrying out her threats, Khalid installed covert cameras and sought legal advice, which allowed her to flee. This insight benefited me since he was understanding and encouraging. I pointed out all the flaws in Amy's story and brought up the proof that Khalid still had. I informed her that I was prepared to move forward if she wanted to take her accusations to court. After her breakup, she confessed she wasn't in her right mind, apologized, and was terrified. In our group chat, I was able to persuade her to acknowledge this since I didn't want untrue allegations about me to continue to circulate. Her admission made everything clear to anyone who might still be confused. She left the group chat shortly after and has since stopped communicating with everyone. She is practically inaccessible today. I filled my wife in on everything that had transpired. All of the texts, including Amy's confession, had previously been viewed by her. But she admitted to me that she had been thinking about getting a divorce and honestly didn't know who to trust. It was a devastating time. I informed her that I needed time to take in everything that had transpired over the last 14 hours. That night, I chose to spend the night in the guest bedroom. It bothers me that it required Amy's confession for her to support me, even though I'm glad she now believes me. After 10 years of marriage, I would have thought my wife would know me better. However, I see that after 15 years of friendship, she didn't believe Amy was capable of such a thing. My marriage has suffered greatly, and even though I adore my wife, I can't get over this problem quickly. My wife owes Amy a debt of gratitude for assisting her in leaving an abusive home throughout their adolescence. This complicates things by establishing a power dynamic. She has, however, downplayed how traumatic this experience has been for me. She doesn't believe Amy is the bad guy, and she attributes Amy's actions to the emotional pain of her separation. More than 2 months have passed since the tragedy and it has been a busy period. In summary, Amy pushed herself on me, I struck her and she accused me of assault. My wife accepted her claims until Amy eventually confessed. Then my wife dismissed it as a miscommunication. I tried to keep the marriage going for 2 months. Nevertheless, my wife and Amy continued to get out frequently, and she talked eagerly about them as though her best friend hadn't just tried to destroy our marriage. A few days ago, my wife informed me that she and Amy were organizing a summer vacation to Greece, which was the final straw. I remained silent and turned away as she informed me about the trip. She followed me and inquired about my well-being. I expressed my disbelief that she would ignore the reality that Amy had accused me of abuse, pushed herself on me and almost ended our marriage. I told her how terrible it was that she had been prepared to file for divorce right away, but she laughed it off and kept up her friendship with Amy. "Why can't you just get over it?" she asked, breaking down in tears. I'd had enough at that point. After telling her that we were divorcing, I turned to go and began packing my bags. She alternated between calling me derogatory names and pleading with me to stay, pulling my shirt, punching me, and hurling objects in an attempt to stop me. I departed and made my hotel reservation. Her friends and family are now bombarding my phone. After a while, my wife came upon this post and connected the dots. I'm proceeding with the divorce in spite of her entreaties. I went back home to formally request that she leave the residence. I warned her that I would call the police if she didn't leave. She even made an attempt to have sex with me in an effort to stop me. In addition, I challenged her regarding a purported Reddit account in which she purportedly sought out sugar daddies. I don't believe her, even if she denies everything. A few of you mentioned that this might have been a test or setup from the beginning. My wife never wakes up quickly after taking sleeping drugs, so it's conceivable. My wife probably dismissed the incident out of guilt. However, it only gets worse because she even brought up divorce in response to a fabricated claim that she knew was untrue. I want to start by expressing my gratitude to everyone for their support and kindness. I doubt I could have progressed this far without it. Since many of you have requested updates, here is the current situation. My wife is currently staying with Amy after being expelled. She vowed to complicate the divorce, as was to be expected, but my attorney assured me that since we don't have children or joint property, there isn't much she can do. Before we were married, I owned my house. My wife texted me the other day, which surprised me. Since I want to preserve any messages as proof, I haven't blocked her. She informed me that she would sign the divorce papers since she no longer wanted to make it difficult. She revealed to me the shocking reason for the abrupt change. She wanted to be able to spend her days with the person she had been seeing. My heart ached once more, but she didn't say who this person was. How could she have met someone so fast? She probably has been having an affair because it is quite unlikely that she met them after we split up. I can't deny that I loved her very much and did everything in my power to keep her happy, even though our marriage is no longer together. It feels like everything is falling apart, even though I know I'm still young and have my entire life ahead of me. About the Reddit account that purported to be her, I'm positive it was either Amy or her. Too many intimate details about my life were known by the account for it to be someone else. They were teasing me, whomever they were. After learning of the divorce, Hannah, a friend of mine, got in touch. She thinks that both Amy and my wife have been seeing her husband, Alex. The situation feels completely absurd right now, but I wouldn't be shocked if there were yet more to discover. I told Hannah to keep an eye out and collect as much proof as she could. That's the current situation, but I'll provide another update if anything new becomes available. I want to express my gratitude to everyone who has been following my tale. Your remarks have given me courage. I've heard from a lot of you that I'm acting morally. You're young and have your entire life ahead of you, one reader reminded me. Even though it may feel difficult right now, you will overcome it. Put yourself first and avoid expressing remorse or unhappiness in front of your ex. It will make her crazy, regardless of who she is currently seeing. Help Hannah expose her husband, said another. Cheaters should not be allowed to get away with their actions. Additionally, kindly update us on the status of the divorce. Lastly, there was a suggestion that the Amy event might have been a setup. The entire situation with Amy was probably staged, either to get you to cheat and cover up her own adultery or to remove you from the situation so she could play around unhindered. I appreciate your support, everyone. Your support makes it a little bit easier for me to persevere through this. Am I the asshole for refusing to change my makeup and style because my friend thinks her husband has a crush on me? Original post. My 29F friend, 31F, has told me that her husband, 35M, has a crush on me and has recently told her that he fantasizes over me. This already makes me feel very awkward, but now she has asked if I can stop wearing makeup and wear baggy clothes around him. We went out for dinner last night at a reasonably expensive restaurant with a few others, 7 of us in total, and she texted me when I got home saying she was angry at me for looking hot, after she asked me to not wear makeup. She's my friend and I want to do the right thing, but there's nothing I could wear that is baggy that would have suited the restaurant we were in, Michelin star. My style is very conservative and I was wearing a very average dress with heels. I've written out several responses ranging from an apology to being quite rude, but wanted to check my thoughts here before I go back to her. I don't want to make life difficult for her, but what she's asking for feels unreasonable. Aida. Edit 1. Thank you so much for all of your responses. It's 4:21 a.m. here in the UK, so I will write out and send a response tomorrow and will update you all on here. Sorry I can't respond to everyone. I didn't expect so many responses. Edit 2. While I was reading your responses, he just liked an old Instagram pic from way back. Bikini pic. He is now blocked. OOP's commenter. Top. Anyway, total NTA. For one thing, I don't think it's possible to dress appropriately for a nice restaurant without looking hot to someone who already finds you attractive. And more generally, as long as you're not hitting on the husband, or intentionally dressing provocatively to catch his attention, which it sounds like you're not, then this is a her problem, not a you problem. Here's another point. Why on earth did she tell you that her husband has the hots for you? Completely inappropriate. This is something to be handled within the marriage. OOP. I'm not sure why she told me either. The first time she said it was cute, that he had a crush on me, then she started getting a bit more detailed about it. OOP is voted NTA update. Same post. Final update. Edit 3. I responded with the following. Sorry it's taken me a while to reply, but I wanted to consider this properly and not react emotively. I'm sorry you feel that way, but I don't think it's fair or reasonable to ask me to change how I look because of your husband. My advice is to speak to a husband's name and work on your relationship, because projecting your issues onto me isn't going to help you, but it will damage our friendship. You have nothing to be insecure about. You're the most beautiful person inside and out I've ever met. I'm here for you if you want to talk through it, but ultimately I can't help it if I'm smoking hot. Just kidding. Xex. 5 minutes after I pressed send, she knocked on my door. She was already on her way, with a bunch of flowers, and cried and gave me a hug while apologizing. She told me they were having problems and it was wrong of her to take it out on me. We've had a long chat and I'm going to be there to support my friend. Thank you all for your input, you all helped so much. Additional info. I've had a lot of people message me asking if they can post my story elsewhere and a couple of reporters etc. I really don't want to exploit my friend's marriage, so I don't mind if you use it, but please keep me anonymous. Also, WTF. I can't believe so many people care or have an opinion about my boring issue. Comments. Comment 1. Love that the friend was already on her way to apologize. With flowers. She knew she messed up, probably in a moment of emotion. Sounds like she has a husband problem. Bit of a boring update, but that's how you know it's real. Hope their friendship stays strong and the friend and the nasty husband either get counseling or call it quits. Gross that he's creeping on his wife's friend's ancient bikini pics. Comment 2. I hope the friend gets a divorce and finds a partner who only has eyes for her. I hope she and OOP remain close friends with a healthy friendship. I hope the husband stubs his toe on every corner in his living space. Comment 3. I hope this really is the end. Seems like the root issue is still far from resolved. Father called me worthless, praised my brother as his golden child. Now my revenge is about to begin. Since the narrative finally came to an end and retribution was meted out cold, I, 25M, feel compelled to tell it. While I was treated as though I had no value, my 20-meter brother was always our father's golden child. This isn't just your average family partiality. It was systematic, harsh, and had a lasting impact on my entire youth. From the outside, my life appeared to be ideal as I grew up in a California suburban home that was apparently upper middle class. We appeared to be the perfect American family. Mom was a loving presence, Dad worked in finance, and we lived in a wonderful house. However, things were quite different behind closed doors. My father was hardly there in my life from the time I can remember. On weekends, he would occasionally be there in person, but he was never there for me emotionally. He always used work as an excuse, citing late-night calls, crucial clients, and interminable meetings. However, Dad suddenly had all the time in the world 5 years later when my brother was born. He went from being an absent parent to the most dedicated father in the world, not to me though, like someone flipping a switch. At the age of 8 I became aware of computers. Mom thought I might like learning about the old PC she brought home from her office. It was love at first sight, and she was correct. As other children engaged in sports or video games, I found the workings of computers to be fascinating. After spending hours attempting to comprehend code and write simple programs, I began learning basic programming from library books. My mother recognized my enthusiasm. Although she wasn't tech-savvy herself, she could see how my eyes brightened when I discussed my most recent endeavors. She would spend hours sitting with me, asking me questions and pushing me to give straightforward explanations. "You're teaching me too," she would smile and remark. Some of my most treasured recollections are of the times when we shared my passion for technology. My fascination with computers, however, was viewed by my father as a personal failure, his inability to raise a normal son. "Real men play sports," he would say, his dissatisfaction evident in his voice. "Stop wasting time with those computer games." He never bothered to learn the difference between Python and JavaScript, which I was educating myself, and they weren't games. When I tried to explain what I was really doing, I was received with waves of disdain or eye rolls. He handled my brother in a glaringly painful contrast. Dad instantly became super dad when my brother, who was 6 years old at the time, expressed an interest in football. He attended every practice, coached his team, and purchased the greatest gear. Dad spent hours instructing my brother in perfect throwing technique, turning our backyard into a training ground. I would sit by myself with my computer in my room, listening to their bonding and laughter. My mom did her utmost to maintain equilibrium. She was aware of the situation and made every effort to compensate for Dad's partiality. She helped me set up for scientific fairs, attended my computer club meetings, and always made sure to acknowledge my accomplishments, even if Dad didn't. When she said, "You're special in your own way. Don't let anyone make you feel less than you are." I recall a specific night when I was 12 years old. I had just completed my first actual program, a straightforward game that I had written myself. I couldn't wait to share it with someone. I went to find Dad because Mom was working late. As usual, he and my brother were practicing football in the backyard. Before attempting to grab his attention, I patiently waited for about an hour. "May I show you something, Dad? I created a game." He didn't give me a glance. "Not right now. We're busy, don't you see? This is significant. This weekend, your brother has a game." Everything became crystal clear in that moment. He would never value my accomplishments enough. That night I returned to my room and sobbed. However, I also decided that I would succeed for Mom and myself, not for him. Then my life's darkest day arrived. My mother unexpectedly died of an aneurysm when I was 13. She was there one day to make breakfast and inquire about my most recent coding project, and then she left. Although the loss was terrible, the aftermath was even worse. Dad's partiality grew obvious and unfettered in the absence of Mom's balanced influence. I realized my place in the family in the days after Mom's passing. Dad used athletics as a way to cope with his loss and threw himself fully into my brother's life. He was present at every school function, practice, and football game. In the meantime, I worked through my grief by myself in my room, seeking comfort in writing increasingly intricate programs in an effort to produce something that would please Mom. I can still clearly recall my first significant accomplishment following Mom's passing. I took first place in the state computer science fair when I was 14 years old. According to the teacher, I had developed a program that could assist in organizing the school library system. I had put a note on Dad's refrigerator 3 weeks before the fair, which was on a Saturday. I spent the entire day at the fair waiting, taking pictures, congratulating and watching the parents of other children arrive and depart. I gazed up in hope each time the door opened, but he never appeared. I learned later that night that he had attended my brother's football practice, which was simply a regular session and not even a game. He hardly looked at my blue ribbon when I brought it home. After saying, "That's nice," he returned to his task of assisting my brother with his homework. All the way through high school, the trend persisted. Dad's pride and delight was my brother, who was the best quarterback. His most recent game or his chances of receiving a college sports scholarship were the topic of every dinner talk. As I pushed food around my plate, I would sit there listening to Dad talk about how my brother will one day succeed as a businessman and follow in his footsteps. I got snide murmurs or outright interruptions whenever I tried to discuss my accomplishments in programming contests or the websites I was creating for nearby companies. Dad would respond, "That's enough about computers," and then return the focus to my brother's most recent touchdown. I developed the ability to keep my head down, concentrate on my task, and make plans for the future. I was aware that I would need to set my own terms for success. At 16, I began working as a freelance programmer, creating websites for local small businesses. Since I knew I would need the money for college, I saved every penny. With its assortment of computer components and coding books, my room became a haven. I was wasting my talent, Dad would murmur as he passed, shaking his head. I learned more than simply programming via my freelance business. I gained knowledge of project management, client relations, and business. I had a strong portfolio and a developing reputation in our local business community by my junior year of high school. I was earning a respectable income for a youngster, and some customers even began recommending me to others. I was reminded of Mom by a local bookshop owner who was one of my regular customers. She truly wanted to know what I was doing, therefore she would constantly inquire about my most recent efforts. She said she had never seen someone so young with such a good work ethic and even offered to write me a letter of recommendation for college. My senior year of high school was the true turning moment. A number of renowned computer science schools, including one at a Silicon Valley tech school, had accepted me. Because of my stellar marks, I was even awarded a partial scholarship. However, I still required tuition assistance. I made a thorough presentation for Dad, showcasing my scholarship offers, admission letters, and business strategy outlining how I will continue to support my school through freelancing. I even supplied data regarding possible return on investment and employment opportunities in technology. I prepared for weeks in the hopes that he would eventually be persuaded by a rational, practical approach. Less than 5 minutes passed throughout the meeting. He remarked, "I'm not wasting money on your computer hobby," without even glancing at my meticulously crafted pages. "Your brother has a lot of promise. That money is necessary for his upcoming business degree." My brother didn't care that he was having academic difficulties. Dad believed that I could do no right and my brother could do no wrong. I was unable to contain myself any longer. My voice trembled as I added, "Mom would have supported me. She believed in me." His expression stiffened. "She isn't present, is she? We also do things my way while you're living with me. Instead of wasting time playing with computers, your brother will pursue a legitimate career." I gave my aunt, Mom's sister, a call that evening. After Mom passed away, she continued to stay in touch, occasionally checking in and sending me birthday cards. She remained silent for a while after I explained what had happened. "Your mother would be very proud of you," she continued. "I'll see what I can accomplish." My aunt didn't have much money. Although she was a high school teacher, she ended up being my savior. She offered to contribute as much of her savings as she could. She informed other friends and family members about my circumstances and my potential. With the combined assistance of several of Mom's old acquaintances and my own freelancing earnings, I was able to accumulate enough money for my first year of college. I was determined to make it work, even if it meant taking out loans and working part-time. Dad hardly lifted his eyes from his newspaper on the day I departed for college. My brother didn't say goodbye since he was too preoccupied with football practice. The only person who came to say goodbye was my aunt, who gave me a big hug and gave me an envelope containing some additional cash she had saved. College was enlightening. I was surrounded by people who recognized and valued my love of technology for the first time in my life. My aptitude for programming, which had been disregarded at home, was appreciated. My work ethic and inventiveness were commended by my professors. I poured myself into my education, continuing to work as a freelancer and keep my scholarships. I began creating what would eventually be my key to success during my junior year. It was more than just another software. It was a fix for a prevalent issue I had observed while working as an intern at a number of IT firms. During a late-night coding session, I conceived the concept and felt it had promise right away. I spent every free moment I had working on it, including weekends, evenings, and in between classes. I could sense that this was different from my roommate, who thought I was crazy because I was continuously coding and not sleeping. This was my future, not simply another project. In the midst of all of this, I would occasionally hear Dad say, "Your computer hobby will never amount to anything." The words that had once caused me such pain now strengthened my resolve. I was getting closer to disproving his shadow with each line of code I produced. During my time in college, I maintained contact with my aunt. Like Mom, she was my biggest supporter and always had faith in me. She understood my passion even though she didn't grasp the technical aspects of my app idea when I told her about it. The statement, "You sound just like your mother when she got excited about something," brought tears to my eyes. Dad and my brother did not attend the ceremony, but I graduated with honors. But there was my aunt looking proud. Like Mom, she had seen my ability early on. There was no more obvious contrast between her sincere encouragement and my father's rejection. If Dad had cared to find out, I would have caused him a heart attack for the risk I took after graduation. In order to concentrate on creating my software, I declined multiple lucrative employment offers. I worked 18-hour days, ate ramen, and lived in a small studio apartment. My aunt still had faith in me and she would sometimes send encouraging comments and care packages. In the meantime, I was informed of my brother's difficulties in his business program through family rumors spread by my aunt. To prevent him from dropping out, Dad had to pay tutors and make large payments. Nevertheless, Dad believed that my brother had genuine potential and that my tech job was merely a passing phase that would ultimately fail. They had no idea how drastically things will alter throughout my time. But with the release of my app and the beginning of my company's explosive growth, that's where the next update starts. The events that followed would serve as the ideal pretext for the most fulfilling form of retaliation against their years of contempt and rejection. I'll reserve those specifics for updates, but I'm still in awe of how everything worked out. Karma, let's say, has a way of coming full circle, and sometimes the best form of retaliation is enormous success, particularly if you can use that success to impart some very specific lessons to those who questioned you. The upcoming update will describe how Dad's golden child's true potential resulted in a completely different outcome and how my useless computer pastime became a multi-million-dollar business. Keep an eye out. I continue to smile at the satisfaction of what transpired afterward. Update 1. Since my last post, it's been quite the journey. Many of you requested information about how my app really took off, so here is the whole tale of how my useless pastime became a multi-million-dollar business. I found the cheapest apartment in Silicon Valley after graduating, which was just a cupboard with a bathroom. The location was important, but the rent still consumed the majority of my savings. I needed to be in the center of things, where possible partners and investors might meet for coffee. It was a harsh first 3 months. I spent 18 to 20 hours a day coding while subsisting on energy drinks and quick noodles. I began my app in college as a way to streamline corporate communication systems, which I found to be a major hassle when working as an intern. However, it was a very different task to transform a functional prototype into a product that was ready for the market. The root of my breakthrough was unexpected. One morning, as I was taking a break from my part-time job as a barista to pay my rent, a man in a suit saw me coding. When he inquired what I was working on, I chose to give him my elevator pitch rather than my typical evasive response. As it happens, he was working as a project manager for a large tech business, handling the very type of communication problems that my program was intended to address. He offered to use his team to beta test my app for 6 weeks. I received practical input from real users. Although there were bugs, UI problems, and features that needed to be adjusted, the app's fundamental operation was sound. Above all, the team adored it. Even after the beta test was over, they began utilizing it for all of their projects. As soon as word got out, other teams in the organization wanted to use it as well. Their head of innovation, who was considering investing, was introduced to me by the project manager. However, they were hoping for more. More features, more refinement, more evidence that this was scalable. For 2 weeks straight, I worked nonstop to create new features and integrate all of the comments. My aunt, who is usually supportive yet concerned about my health, gave me care packages with coffee and snacks. When she said, "Your mother would tell you to take better care of yourself," I could sense the pride in her voice. It was a weird meeting with the investors. Wearing a suit I borrowed from a friend, I entered a room full of executives. As I displayed the program, my voice remained firm despite my trembling palms. There was silence when I was done. I will never forget what the chief of innovation stated next. "This isn't just a solution. It's the future of corporate communication." In exchange for a 15% share in my business, they promised to invest $2 million. Although the valuation exceeded my expectations, they also had other goals in mind. They aspired to be my first significant customer, deploying the software throughout their whole company. After that, things happened quickly. My initial hires were outstanding coders I knew in college who immediately supported my idea. I continued to live in my modest flat, but we moved into a proper workplace. Every dollar invested was used to grow the business. More interest was sparked by the app's success with our first significant customer. Other businesses began contacting them. We negotiated agreements with 3 Fortune 500 firms in less than 6 months. Our staff expanded from 4 to 20 members. Not only was revenue consistent, it was booming. We conducted a second funding round a year following the initial investment. At a $100 million valuation, we raised $15 million this time. The app my father had rejected was now a major force in business software. When I informed my aunt the numbers, she started crying. She then revealed to me something I was unaware of. 6 months prior, she had visited my father in an attempt to persuade him to make amends. "He just got lucky," was his reply. "It won't endure." However, it did endure. Indeed, it continued to expand. We continued to solve larger challenges, develop new products, and innovate. Prominent tech journals began to write about us. I received invitations to give talks at conferences. My name was well known in the industry. The finest aspect: I never once contacted my brother or father despite all of this prosperity. I kept my distance from them, concentrating on creating something worthwhile rather than disproving them, even if they could see my accomplishment in the news, on tech websites, and in trade publications. That tactic proved to be ideal as the subsequent events, which I will discuss in the upcoming update, demonstrate the precise nature of karma. Let's just say that my father's confidence in his business sense and the golden child's true ability were going to be put to the test in a way they never anticipated. You'll want to know how my brother's promised economic success worked out and what transpired when they finally had to confront the truth about how they had treated me in the past. Update 2. Since my last update, things have drastically changed. Do you recall my father's constant insistence that my brother had genuine commercial potential? That story simply blew up in a big way, and I was right there in the thick of it. I found out through business contacts that my brother, with Dad's support, had launched a chain of upscale sports bars. The idea was straightforward: upscale locations where business leaders could enjoy elegant game viewing. In order to finance this sure thing, Dad had to liquidate a sizable amount of his retirement fund. He was confident that my brother's innate financial acumen would ensure its success. My brother's total inexperience in restaurant management, he had never even had a service position, should have been the first warning sign. That was beneath him, Dad had always claimed. Rather, he appointed managers who were none of his former football friends and had no relevant experience. All flash, no substance, their business plan was essentially a joke. They utterly neglected fundamentals like inventory control and employee training while spending outrageous sums on ostentatious settings and extravagant decorations. My brother's conviction that wealthy people would pay anything served as justification for the exorbitant charges. After observing their operation, one of my developers, who was formerly employed in restaurant technology, declared it to be a disaster waiting to happen. Their inventory management was essentially non-existent. Their point-of-sale system was antiquated, and their staff turnover was skyrocketing as a result of poor management. From day one, the first location lost money. My brother persuaded Dad to create a second location, claiming that they only needed to scale up to be profitable, rather than tackling the underlying problems. Dad took out loans to make it happen because he still had faith in his golden child's unfailing business acumen. The violations of the health code followed. It turns out that things go awry when you assign inexperienced friends to handle the meal service. Both sites received numerous citations. A critical article published by the local restaurant review blog went viral in the business world, which is precisely the audience they were aiming for. The actual kicker, my brother had been manipulating the figures to keep Dad from knowing how much they had lost. They discovered that each store was losing more than $50,000 a month. Due to subpar service and negative evaluations, their upscale clientele had vanished. My business, meantime, was doing very well. We had recently signed an agreement with a large chain of restaurants to use our management software throughout all of their locations. This software may have avoided many of my brother's business blunders. I didn't miss the irony. Dad had invested almost all of his retirement money in my brother's failing business. When the second location failed even more quickly than the first, he had to take out loans. They had enormous debt and no means of repaying it. My aunt informed me that Dad had to list his house for sale. After his reputation in the local business community was ruined, my brother returned home. He was unable to escape the fact that he was incompetent after all those years of being the golden child with innate commercial acumen. This is where things become fascinating though. Guess who had the chance to purchase the debt bundle that was sold to a collection agency? My company, that is correct. The universe can be funny sometimes, but this isn't how I had planned it. I haven't taken any action yet. I'm reserving that for later. My aunt recently told me that they're going to swallow their pride and seek my assistance, which is something they have never done before. You won't want to miss the story's conclusion, which will be revealed in the upcoming update. All those years of being the worthless son had, let's say, prepared the final scene. You don't always need to aggressively seek retribution. Sometimes the best course of action is to just stand back and let others deal with the fallout from their own choices. In Update 3, everything will come full circle in the most fulfilling way imaginable. Update 3. It's better than I could have ever scripted, and this is the last update. My brother and father finally arrived at my workplace yesterday without any prior notice or appointment. They simply showed up, seeming totally out of place in our contemporary computer environment. At first, they didn't recognize me. Since they last saw me, I've changed. Being successful has a way of altering your personality. My assistant messaged me while I was in the middle of a virtual meeting, saying, "2 men are demanding to see you. They say they're family." As I concluded my meeting, I made them wait in the foyer for 45 minutes. With screens showing our company's most recent accomplishments and press attention, I could see people becoming more and more uneasy through the glass walls. My brother continued to fumble with his collar. Dad appeared to have aged by 10 years. The expressions on their faces were amazing when I eventually got my assistant to let them in. Taking in the vista of Silicon Valley, the awards on the walls, and the proof of the success he never thought imaginable, Dad's gaze flew across my corner office. My brother and I could hardly look at each other. Dad said, "Son," without the normal authority in his voice. "You've done well for yourself." The compelled acknowledgement nearly made me chuckle. Even today, classic Dad was unable to offer a direct compliment. After a period of silent wriggling, I said, "What brings you here?" Initially, they attempted to dance around it. Dad made an effort to strike up a conversation about my computer business. He still couldn't bring himself to refer to it as a tech firm. My sibling gazed at his footwear. My mother admitted to hating me simply because I was an unplanned child. At my wedding, my parents chose his party over mine. This is about how my family relationship totally collapsed once I married Emily, who is 25F. I am 26M and in my last year of medical school. My mother has consistently given preference to my older brother, Marcus, who is 27 years old, over me. She has loved Marcus since we were kids and she has never concealed it from me. I'm not sure what it is about him that makes him her favorite. My parents chose to give me to my grandparents to raise for 8 years after I was born, only a year after Marcus. Taking care of Marcus and me simultaneously was too much for my mother to handle. My mother struggled to care for us both because she was suffering from postpartum depression, according to my grandparents. My mother intended to give me up to my grandparents, George and Eleanor Cooper, who saw the seriousness of her illness and didn't fight too hard. Robert, my 52-meter-tall father, was unable to care for me by himself while working. I grew up in my grandparents' loving and contented home, feeling safe and content because I was unaware as a newborn that they were not my own parents. But things started to change when I was able to walk and comprehend speech. Occasionally, my parents would pay me a visit and explain that they were my biological parents and that I was only temporarily staying with my grandparents. For me, these visits were always perplexing and bittersweet. I was thrilled to see my folks, on the one hand. Conversely, I experienced a feeling of bewilderment and desolation. After playing and chatting with me for 2 to 3 hours, my parents would say farewell and head back home, taking Marcus with them. I realized that Marcus was always their top focus as this trend persisted. My parents' few visits made me feel unwelcome, even though my grandparents gave me all the love and attention they could. My parents finally took me back home when I turned 8 years old. I was initially thrilled to see my family again and be reunited with them. But as I realized how much better my life had been with my grandparents, the excitement gradually subsided. Living in the same room as Marcus was one of the first adjustments I had to make. My parents had the option of giving me a spare bedroom, but Marcus had always had his own. In order for Marcus and I to become brothers, they insisted that we share a room. Marcus made it quite evident to me that he detested this new arrangement. Marcus would label me a brat and a stranger if I read comic books my grandparents had bought me or played too loudly. Marcus would scoff and call me childish if I attempted to adorn my side of the room with posters or sketches of my favorite superheroes. Marcus would roll his eyes and mockingly refer to me as the teacher's pet if I proudly showed my parents my good grades when I brought them home. Marcus would tell me that I sounded terrible and that I should give up when I practiced playing the keyboard that my grandparents had given me. Marcus would make fun of me for even the smallest things, such as the way I arranged my toys or the way I described my day. The term dork or nerd would be used to describe me whenever I expressed an interest in reading or learning something new. I eventually came to the realization that the activities I liked turned into points of friction. There was a persistent sense of tension and conflict in place of the warmth and welcome I had experienced at my grandparents' house. Everything I did was problematic for Marcus, which made me feel self-conscious. Imagine being teased for every little thing by your older brother, someone you admire. It causes you to begin questioning yourself. I was too young to realize that he was really bullying me. I wanted to blend in with my family because I felt like I might be the issue. I only read my comic books in the school library after I stopped doing so at home. I completely quit using my keyboard. I did all of this in the hopes that if I changed, my brother would accept me. Unfortunately, Marcus's attitude toward me didn't change despite my best efforts to fit in and adapt. I felt like I was losing a piece of myself the more I attempted to win his approval. Marcus would still find ways to make fun of me even after I stopped doing all the things that irritated him. Due to a skin problem that has since been treated, I recall having a lot of pimples as a child. Marcus would continuously comment on how awful my face was and how ugly I looked. I would cry and go to my parents since hearing this was so painful. My mother, Linda, 50F, would encourage me to stop sobbing and be a man instead of standing by me and reprimanding Marcus. Dad was also of little assistance. He would want to avoid the situation. Instead of coming to Mom, she would advise me that I should confront my brother. I felt lost and alone as a result of Marcus's bullying and my parents' incapacity to provide me with a sense of security and love. I missed the supportive atmosphere I shared with my grandparents, where I always felt appreciated and understood. Whenever they could, my grandparents would come see me, and they would attempt to speak to Marcus politely and warn him not to bother me. However, he never gave them any attention. I gradually turned into a very irate teenager as I grew older. Marcus did not like it at all when I became taller than him, despite the fact that he was older than me. To annoy me, he would label me a slender man or a giant because of my height. But this time, I began returning the favor by calling him a shrimp rather than requesting assistance from my parents. In order to prevent him from reaching his books without a chair, I would purposefully place them on the highest shelf or above the cabinet. This would give me an excuse to tease him. Even though I occasionally received reprimands for retaliating against him when he complained to our parents, I still felt a mixture of delight and remorse. It was satisfying to defend myself, but it also meant that our house was growing more antagonistic. We fought each other more often and fiercely, none of us prepared to give up. The annual awards ceremony at my school was the final straw that made it clear to me how much my parents preferred my brother above me. I was on the verge of winning the top prize in my class since I had put my all into my academics. I hoped for my parents' pride and encouragement, so I wanted their support and attendance at the event. However, my mother told me a few days prior to the ceremony that Marcus had a swimming competition on the same day. Even though his competition and my ceremony were hours apart, Marcus wanted to concentrate on his preparation because, in my mother's opinion, he needed her more. My dad would be there to support me, she told me. I accepted the fact that at least one parent would support me, despite my disappointment. I was taken aback when my dad unexpectedly failed to show up on the day of the wedding. Marcus was having a panic attack before his competition, and my mom apparently contacted him immediately to tell him that she needed him there to help him relax. Dad decided not to attend my awards ceremony and instead hurried to Marcus's side. I recall that there were no recognized faces in the audience supporting me when I approached to accept my medal. All I could feel was a deep sense of abandonment and loneliness. Marcus and my dad weren't there when I got home later. When I contacted them, I found out that they were still with Marcus. It took them many hours to return, ecstatic and celebrating Marcus's triumph in his contest. They informed me how wonderfully he had done and he was holding an award. As though it were the most important thing of the year, they gave him a tight hug and congratulated him on his achievements. They didn't even offer me an apology for being absent from my ceremony. It was obviously a sobering reminder of my place in my parents' priorities. In contrast to Marcus, I was often overlooked and undervalued despite my efforts and accomplishments. Throughout my time in college, this trend persisted. My parents had a great celebration when Marcus was accepted to a nearby public institution, but they hardly noticed my acceptance to medical school. My mother continued to disparage Emily, a talented medical researcher, even after I began dating her. She would say that Emily was too focused on her profession and not enough on her family, and that I should look for someone more conventional, like Marcus's girlfriend. Let's move on to the primary motivation behind this writing. I asked Emily to marry me 6 months ago and she accepted. I had conflicting responses when I told my parents about the engagement out of courtesy and because I wanted them to hear the news from me rather than from someone else. My mom said nothing, but my dad thanked me and appeared really delighted for me. She then texted me to let me know how disappointed she was that I hadn't given her voice regarding Emily. I invited Marcus and everyone else to the wedding 2 months ago. Even though he didn't congratulate me after we got engaged, I still didn't feel bad about this and invited him to the wedding. I was a little let down when Marcus unexpectedly denied the invitation without providing an explanation. What really surprised me though, was when my dad called to let me know that my mom had chosen not to attend my wedding, even though he would be there. I was surprised and inquired as to why. My mom was going to my wedding, but my dad clarified that Marcus had allegedly scheduled an anniversary party for his girlfriend on the same day. I followed Marcus on social media and knew they had recently celebrated their anniversary, so this news was strange. I chose to speak with Marcus directly to get clarification rather than initially going up against my mother. Even though we didn't talk much, I wanted to treat the matter with dignity and respect. I gave Marcus a call and asked him directly if he was truly not intending to attend my wedding because of the anniversary party. Marcus surprised me by confirming that this was true. He clarified that at first, he and his girlfriend had intended to have a party to honor their anniversary, but they lacked the necessary funds. Marcus acknowledged that he had worked hard to find a unique location for their celebration that was within their means in order to make up for it to his fiancée. Unfortunately, he stated that my wedding day coincided with the venue's only available date. I apologized and politely pointed out that he could have picked a different day, highlighting how much I would have valued his attendance at my wedding. Marcus, however, responded that his girlfriend's pleasure was more important than anything else and made it plain that he wouldn't move their anniversary celebration date to fit my wedding schedule. His remarks were hurtful, and he ended the phone before I could respond. My mother provided the same old justification she frequently gave me when I phoned her to discuss the matter. She stressed that my dad was already going to attend my wedding, so I shouldn't be selfish and ask her to go too. And that Marcus would be upset if she didn't go to his anniversary celebration. My voice nearly broke as I told her how hurtful it was for me to always feel like she treated me less than my brother. I told her that although she was free to do as she pleased, I would no longer recognize her as a parent. My mother then laughed at what I had said and advised me not to get so worked up over my wedding. I decided to stop talking to my mother completely after the argument we had over her decision to not come to my wedding. My attention turned to making sure Emily had the most exquisite wedding and that our celebration was full of love and happiness. Even though I was disappointed with my parents, I was thankful that my dad kept his word and supported me on my special day. My grandparents, who had previously expected my mom's absence despite their encouragement, were naturally saddened and disappointed when Emily and I ultimately were married. They had even forewarned my mother in advance, stressing how crucial her attendance was. They were deeply affected by the fact that she still decided not to go. The situation worsened when Marcus posted photos from his anniversary celebration, in which my mother was seen drinking and dancing uncontrollably. The way they both appeared to show off their indifference to my feelings regarding their absence from my wedding was the problem, not what she was doing. That's the current situation. Throughout the day, my mother never once phoned Emily or me to say hello or to offer congratulations. Though I'm not sure how to move on, I do know that I can't allow them to continue to harm me in this way. Emily is understandably upset with their treatment of us, particularly with reference to our wedding, but she supports any choice I make. Is my desire to sever all contact with my mother and brother an overreaction? Is it time to accept that they will never change and move on with my life without them, or should I give them another chance to make things right? First update. My wedding was a month ago, and since then things have taken an unexpected turn. I got a ton of encouraging notes after I last posted about my mom picking my brother's anniversary party over my wedding. I appreciate all of your nice remarks and guidance. What has transpired since then is as follows. Although my grandparents, George and Eleanor, have always been my staunchest allies. I never thought they would act in such an extreme manner. They told my mother last week that they might take her out of their inheritance and leave me as the only heir. They said that their choice was the result of years of witnessing her ignore me and favor Marcus, not just the fact that she missed my wedding. According to my grandmother, she and my mother had a furious discussion during which she detailed all of the instances of favoritism she had seen over the years. She cited specific instances, such as my mother's unrelenting criticism of Emily, the disregard for my academic accomplishments, and her decision to go to Marcus's hurriedly organized anniversary party rather than my wedding. The way my mother reacted to this news was what truly surprised me. She called me nonstop within hours of finding out she might not be able to inherit. She was crying about the inheritance, not our tense relationship or the harm she had caused, when I eventually answered one of her calls. In fact, she asked, "How could you have allowed your grandparents to harm me like this? I am their daughter." Then she made a startling suggestion. In order for her to attend, she recommended that Emily and I conduct another wedding ceremony, this time with only close family members. She said she wanted to put things right after giving her actions a lot of thought. But when she promptly followed up with, "Once we do this, you can tell your grandparents everything is fine between us," her comments seemed false. Her attempt to explain her prior absence by stating, "You have to understand, Marcus needed me that day," was the most bizarre aspect. They had already paid for the location, and his partner was going through a difficult moment. What should I have done? She was still unable to recognize how her decisions had harmed me. Marcus also became involved and texted me in a furious manner. He said that I was manipulating our grandparents and making them hostile to the family. He wrote, "You've always been their favorite, and now you're using that to steal mom's inheritance." He didn't appear to see the irony of his criticism of favoritism. Emily was also contacted on social media by his girlfriend, who said that they were being unkind to Marcus by interfering with their anniversary celebration with all of this family drama. Emily replied, "Interesting how you're concerned about your anniversary celebration being ruined when you deliberately scheduled it on our wedding day," before blocking her right away. "My father is now stuck in the middle, even though he was at least there during our wedding. He tried to be a mediator when he called me yesterday. He remarked, 'Your mother truly regrets missing the wedding. Is it not possible for you to perform this minor ceremony for her? It would mean so much.' He was silent for a while before acknowledging, 'She's not handling this well, but she does love you.' After I brought up the fact that mom appeared more focused on the inheritance than our relationship. Emily and I spoke about holding another ceremony, but we both felt that it would not feel genuine. A wedding isn't just a photo opportunity, Emily said. It's about sharing love with those who truly care about us. Your mother had the opportunity to attend but declined. The fact that my mother has begun to alter history is especially upsetting. She is explaining to her family that she was forced to miss the wedding since Marcus needed her assistance during a trying moment. Conveniently, she is omitting the fact that it was an anniversary celebration that was purposefully planned on the day of our wedding. Mom's sister, my aunt, called me lately to tell me about something fascinating. It seems that before the wedding, my mother had informed her that she was teaching me a lesson by not going. She assumed that I would abruptly give in and move our appointment to accommodate Marcus's party. She was truly surprised that I had planned the wedding without her when that didn't occur. Last week's phone conversation with Marcus was the most illuminating. Perhaps driven by resentment over the inheritance issue, he revealed in a rare moment of candor that there were other dates open for the anniversary celebration. His fiancée thought it would be lovely to celebrate on the same day as a family wedding, so they decided on our wedding date out of a number of alternatives. "You've always had everything handed to you by our grandparents," he said chillingly when I questioned why he would intentionally harm me in that way. "It's time you experienced what it's like to be disappointed." Through it all, Emily has been my pillar of support. She made a point that I hadn't thought of. My mother's sudden desire for a fresh ceremony isn't motivated by a want to commemorate our marriage, but rather by her wish to be a caring mother for our grandparents. Emily claimed that if she truly wanted to make amends, she would be expressing regret for years of favoritism rather than only attempting to set up a picture op. I am steadfast in my resolve to forego another ceremony. This is about upholding boundaries and self-respect, not about retaliation or retribution. My mother had the chance to be present on one of the most significant days of my life, but she declined. That fact cannot be altered by any number of contrived pictures or theatrical rituals. I'm currently not in communication with Marcus and only have sporadic contact with my parents. My grandparents have been quite supportive of this choice, telling me that sometimes the best course of action is to avoid harmful people. I'm resolutely pursuing my medical education while Emily and I concentrate on creating our future together. Sincerely, I feel lighter after standing my ground, even though I realize this update may come across as resentful. Yes, it is difficult to know that my brother purposefully attempted to overshadow my wedding day, and it is painful that my mother is more concerned with her inheritance than with our relationship. However, I'm not questioning myself or attempting to win their approval for the first time in my life. Perhaps learning to accept the family we have while forming the family we require is what it truly means to grow up. Update 2. 2 weeks have passed since my last update, and the matter is now resolved. My grandfather, George, called me yesterday to let me know that he and Grandma Eleanor had formally created new wills that excluded my mother entirely and named me as their only heir. Even though I had expected this to happen following my previous post, it still surprised me to hear it formally. My grandfather clarified that my mother's treatment of me wasn't the only factor in their choice. They think that I would be able to care for them in their later years more effectively than my mother could. He said that they had faith in my abilities to handle their money sensibly as a future doctor and that, "We trust you won't abandon us to a care facility unless absolutely necessary." As you might imagine, my mother, Linda, has not been pleased with this news. She has been phoning me nonstop and messaging me, saying I have no right to inherit anything from her parents and that I have deceived her. Despite the fact that I haven't gotten anything yet, it seems as though she believes I am stealing from her. She reacted with charges that I had swayed her in their favor when I adamantly advised her to speak with my grandparents directly about her concerns. I reminded her that any modifications to their will were a direct result of the things she had done over the years that had caused friction between us and affected their choice. As our disagreement heated up, she revealed something extremely upsetting in a moment of unadulterated honesty, or maybe resentment. She expressed her wish that I had never been created. She accused me of creating her postpartum depression and disclosed that I was an unplanned pregnancy. The most startling aspect was when she acknowledged that she had originally thought about placing me for adoption in order to get rid of me, but she changed her mind due to her parents' conservative beliefs and chose to have them take care of me instead. "With Marcus, things were always easier," she remarked. "He never required the same level of care that you did. I never felt inadequate as a mother because of him." At last, her comments clarified everything. She was partial to Marcus because she felt guilty and resentful of me, not because she wanted to love him more. For the first time since the wedding, I contacted my father, Robert, following that chat. He told me that he never regretted having me, even though he admitted that some of Mom's statements regarding my unplanned pregnancy and her battles with postpartum depression were accurate. He genuinely apologized for the first time after I told him how their years of favoritism toward Marcus had terribly wounded me. My dad has acknowledged my decision to give me some space, even though I'm not sure how we will continue to be friends. He now appears to realize how his passive part in my upbringing fueled the dysfunction in the family. Given how much I admired Marcus when we were younger, I sent him one last text telling him how he could have been a better and more encouraging brother. When I moved home with our parents, I talked openly about how lonely I felt growing up with our grandparents and how much I desired his approval. I made it plain that I had no grudges toward him for being Mom's favorite. He didn't, but I informed him that he had the option to be a supportive part of my life rather than compete with me. As an elder brother, I also expressed my disappointment in him and said I was ending our connection. His number is blocked, and I don't currently have any plans to unlock it anytime soon. Throughout it all, Emily has been my staunchest ally. Every day she reminds me that family is about individuals who choose to love and support you without conditions, not just genetic ties. Together, we're concentrating on creating our future, and I know that I can handle any obstacles that may arise because she is at my side. Although hearing my mother's admission of my birth and her animosity toward me was upsetting, it was also somewhat freeing. At last, it clarified the pattern of conduct I had encountered throughout my life. Even though it doesn't always make the hurt go away, realizing why someone injured you might help you realize that their behavior was never motivated by your value as a person. I appreciate all of your help along the way, Reddit. When I was doubting myself, your messages and remarks kept me going. It really helped to know that I wasn't the only one who had to deal with familial favoritism. I would especially like to thank individuals who had similar experiences. Through this process, I may have lost some family members, but I have also acquired self-respect, clarity, and the bravery to put my own health first. That can occasionally be the best bequest we can have. I had to play this ruthless game to save my sister from our terrible family after being mistreated and kicked out at 17. Since every choice I make now will affect not just my life but also my sister's future, I, a 25F, feel compelled to relate my tale. This time has been planned for years, and now that it has arrived, I need advice to ensure that I don't make a mistake. Living in Pine Grove as a child was like being in a separate reality than what you see on television. It's the sort of area where children learn to count by counting the empty bottles of their parents, and ambulance sirens are your nightly lullaby. When my parents gave birth to me, they were hardly teenagers. Both parents had no business parenting a child, and mom was 16 and dad was 18. We lived in a dilapidated 2-room apartment in the Riverside complex, which ought to have been demolished decades ago. Because the walls were so thin, you could hear everything, including drug sales, domestic arguments, and the cries of infants at 3 in the morning. Due to unpaid expenses, we frequently lost heat over the winter. Early on, I discovered that it was best to sleep in layers, starting with my school clothes, followed by my weekend attire, and finally, any outerwear I could locate at the nearby donation center. Although the journey to school was an experience in and of itself, school was my haven. In order to tidy up any mess from the previous evening, I would get up at 5 in the morning. Sometimes it was vomit from mom's awful night, and other times it was broken glass from dad's most recent outburst. When permission sheets needed to be signed and both parents were unconscious, I had to learn how to precisely forge their signatures, which I did by the time I was 7 years old. My elementary school teachers made subtle attempts to assist. Every day, Mrs. Martinez would inadvertently pack an extra lunch. When my shirt got too soiled, the janitor, Mr. Wilson, would leave his closet open so I could get a fresh one. Miss Brady always managed to have socks in my size in her lost and found cabinet. In retrospect, I saw that they were all attempting to establish a safety net without drawing notice from my parents or the police. Not all of the other children were nice. They would ridicule my outfits from charity stores or the fact that I would stuff my pockets full of cafeteria food for supper. To be honest though, it was easier to deal with their cruelty than their sympathy. I could at least defend myself with contempt. Sympathy only made me feel powerless. When I reached 15, everything changed. I was able to secure employment at our neighborhood grocery store, Wilson's Market. I met Mrs. Thompson, the store manager there, and she would end up being my lifeline to another world. A middle-aged woman with salt and pepper hair and cardigans adorned with cat pins, she didn't look particularly noteworthy. I couldn't see it in myself, but she saw something in me. It was difficult during those initial weeks at Wilson's. I was attempting to conceal the injuries from Dad's bad days while juggling work, school, and my personal life. Mrs. Thompson began assigning me to extra shifts whenever she saw the bruises, but she never inquired about them directly. While we worked together, she would teach me about bookkeeping, customer service, and inventory management. More significantly though, she would share with me tales of her time in college, her trips, and a world outside of Pine Grove. She taught me how to build credit, balance a checkbook, and make future plans, things no one else had bothered to explain. "Ashley," she would add, "you have more potential in your little finger than most people have. Never listen to someone who tells you otherwise." I created my first bank account with her help. Neither of my parents had ever had a step, so it was a big step. I meticulously recorded my earnings and spending in a notebook that I concealed beneath a loose floorboard in my room, making sure to preserve every dime I could. Even though it felt like an unattainable ambition at the time, Mrs. Thompson assisted me with starting a tiny college fund. Then the news that would alter everything arrived. Mom was expecting a child once more. Mom wandered into our small kitchen as I was standing there attempting to rescue enough edible portions from a stale loaf of bread to prepare dinner. She was crying this time, but she was high as usual. She said, "I'm pregnant," as if she were making a weather-related remark. "Your father's going to be pissed." My stomach sank with my heart. Asterisk. Not another child in this hell asterisk was all that was on my mind. That evening, I printed out information packets that I knew my parents would never read and used the library computer to explore adoption agencies. Dad warned me to keep my mouth shut and threw a beer bottle at the wall when I attempted to bring up the subject of adoption. It was a difficult pregnancy. I tried desperately to stop Mom from using, but she persisted. I would conceal her narcotics, only to uncover fresh caches. After pouring out the alcohol, I would return home to find fresh bottles. I made an anonymous call to social services, but it was unsuccessful. Pregnant addicts were not unusual in our community. Lily battled withdrawal symptoms for the first 2 weeks after birth in the NICU. Every day after work and school I went to see her, sitting next to her incubator and observing her small body trembling. At that point, I vowed to do whatever it needed to have at least one person on this baby's side. I began working 2 jobs, the Sunrise Diner on the weekends and Wilson's after school on weekdays. I put every dime into my secret account that wasn't used for really necessary expenses. I learned how to stretch my money and make emergency plans from Mrs. Thompson, who also assisted me with budgeting. We both understood it was just her way of helping me buy things for Lily, but she even made a special employee discount for baby stuff. My resolve to get us both out grew along with Lily. I would get up at 4 in the morning to study before school, work until it was time to go, and then come home to look after Lily. 3 hours of sleep and cold coffee became my go-to fuel. In fact, my grades went up. Desperation and resentment are strong motivators. However, secrets cannot be kept in a tiny community, particularly from addicts who are constantly seeking their next hit. My parents became aware that I consistently had money for Lily's necessities, such as clothes, formula, and diapers. They started requesting an increasing amount of my wages. Dad would slur, "Family helps family," obstructing my way to my room. "We need that money for bills." However, I had witnessed far too many of my earlier contributions become small plastic bags and empty bottles. I began lying about my pay, claiming that my hours had been reduced and that business was slow. When Mom arrived at Wilson's during my shift and yelled about unappreciative kids and family devotion, the facade fell apart. Mom was too far gone for Mrs. Thompson's attempts to defuse the situation. She said Mrs. Thompson was taking advantage of me, knocked over displays, and threatened to call the labor board. They phoned the cops. It was embarrassing. Everything came apart that night. When I got home, Dad was waiting for me, itching for a fight and more inebriated than normal. "Your mother says you've been lying about money," he snarled as he swayed in the corridor. "We have bills to pay with that money. I'll repay you if you give it to me." I declined. I stood my ground for the first time in my life. "That money is for Lily," I responded, attempting to maintain a level voice. "I've witnessed the fate of the funds I give you. I'm finished." Chaos ensued. Dad began hurling my belongings onto the front lawn while yelling about unappreciative kids and familial responsibilities. Lily was crying and reaching for me as Mom stood in the doorway. The neighbors hurriedly averted their gazes after peeking through their blinds. It was better to overlook family drama in our area. I was 17 years old when I stood with 2 garbage bags of stuff in our front yard, which was littered with rubbish, and I saw my baby sister cry for me through the window. My dreams are continually plagued by that sight. Fortunately, I was taken in by my friend Jessica's family. Despite their own lack of wealth, they made room in their modest 3-bedroom home on the opposite side of town. Mrs. Rivera, Jessica's mother, assisted me in submitting financial assistance and scholarship applications. Her father used their old station wagon to teach me how to drive. They merely required that I maintain good grades and assist with domestic duties. They never asked for rent. I learned what a true family looked like from living with the Riveras. During their family dinners, there was genuine conversation rather than argumentation. Rather than fighting when intoxicated, they used baked cakes to celebrate birthdays. Yes, they had issues, but rather than burying them in drugs and bottles, they dealt with them together. However, Lily remained enmeshed in upheaval while I was at last finding stability. On occasion, I would spot her at the playground or on her way to school. She was developing too quickly. Her clothing, which were either church donations or hand-me-downs from neighbors, were usually too big or too little. Whenever I could, I would give her money and teach her to conceal it in her stuffed animal so our parents wouldn't notice. Our covert emissary was Mrs. Thompson. When Lily visited the business, she would offer her free treats and update me on her health. Mrs. Thompson would tell me, "She's got your spirit." When we checked in once a week. "She shares your intelligence. She is surviving." It wasn't enough to survive. I wanted Lily to be successful. With newfound vigor, I pushed myself into my studies. My SAT results gave me access to opportunities I never would have imagined. I sobbed for hours after receiving the acceptance letter from State University along with a full scholarship offer. I couldn't just drive back on the weekends because it was 6 hours away, which was probably for the best. The distance would allow me to concentrate on my objective, which was to create a secure existence so that I could finally save Lily. It was a culture shock at college. Being from a wealthy suburb, my roommate didn't understand why I had 3 jobs and a full school load. While I was scrounging money to send home to Lily via Mrs. Thompson, my classmates grumbled about their parents not purchasing them new cars. I minored in business administration while majoring in finance. I felt like I was getting closer to my objective with each class. I gained knowledge about estate planning, taxes, and investing. I began to learn how money actually worked, not just how to get it, but also how to use it to my advantage. I was able to secure an internship at a prominent investing firm during my junior year. For their entry-level jobs, the starting pay was higher than my parents' combined highest earnings during their prime. I put in more effort than everybody else. I arrived early and stayed late. I immediately accepted their offer of a full-time job following graduation. My existence now, 8 years after I was kicked out of my childhood home, would have looked unthinkable to my adolescent self. My home is in a nice neighborhood. I have a good savings account and a steady work with perks. I never have to check my financial balance before making a grocery purchase, and I drive a dependable car. But without Lily, none of it mattered. Now that she is 11, Mrs. Thompson informs me that things have only gotten worse at home. Mom switched from medications to more difficult substances. Due to DUIs, Dad has been in and out of jail. In only the last year, they had been evicted 3 times. No one has bothered to report them, which is the only reason they haven't lost custody. That will soon change. I've been recording everything for years, including every instance of intoxication, missing school days, and instances where they used their rent money to buy narcotics. Mrs. Thompson has documented instances of neglect that she has seen. Jessica's mother has kept track of the occasions when Lily has arrived at their home underdressed or famished. I've spoken with family law specialists. I'm ready, even though I know the process will be messy. Now that I have the means, I can battle for custody and provide Lily with the security she needs. However, I want to approach this intelligently. I therefore require guidance. I intend to show them my accomplishment by inviting them to my home. My parents are people I know. They react exclusively to manipulation and money. They will want a portion of what I have once they see it. I'm relying on their avarice. I can already envision how it will transpire. Like they attempted to embezzle my teenage earnings, they will attempt to move in and take advantage of my success. However, I will be establishing the conditions this time. When they won't go, I'll give them a choice: either help with Lily's voluntary custody transfer, or I'll throw all I've got at CPS and the courts. I want to know if anyone has done something similar effectively. It may sound calculating, but I've studied the most skilled manipulators. To save my sister, I must play their game, but I want to do it well. This is the culmination of my entire existence. This was the reason for every extra shift, late night study session, every dollar saved. I will never let Lily down again. I'll provide updates as events unfold. Update 1, I appreciate all of your help and guidance. Even though I took action today, I'm still analyzing what transpired. My former neighborhood was my first stop. It seemed unreal to traverse those well-known cracked sidewalks. It was like viewing a film of my former existence. Children were still using deflated basketballs to play on the street. Mothers were still shouting from paint-peeled windows. It was the same ice cream truck that was traveling about with its broken music. At Wilson's Market, training a teenage girl who looked so much like me at her age, Mrs. Thompson was right where I expected her to be. Even though she has arthritis and is in her 60s, she still wears those cat pins and stands erect. Everything I had practiced crumbled when our gazes locked across the store. "Look who finally learned to use a comb," she replied, using an old joke to diffuse the situation. She kept an extra hairbrush in her office for my more hectic mornings when I was 15. We ended up having a conversation during her lunch break in her office. That old coffee machine, which sounds like a dying automobile engine, is still with her. She told me everything I hadn't heard. Since she turned 11, Lily has worked at Joe's Diner. Off the books, of course. Mrs. Thompson handed her a hollow book, in which she keeps all of her money. It seems that my survival skills, including my previous coping mechanisms for our parents' difficult times, were passed down to my sister. She's smart about it, according to Mrs. Thompson. Smarter than you were, even. Lily has an entire network of locations she can turn to when things become tough at home, and she conceals a prepaid phone in her school locker. The children of the neighbors believe she is simply hosting frequent sleepovers. Mrs. Thompson then produced a hefty envelope made of manila. She stated, "I've been keeping records. Times, dates, and incidents. Each time your parents arrived intoxicated. Each time Lily showed up with strange bruises or hunger. Each time they made an attempt to steal or create a scene. This is what the other store owners have been doing. In the same way that they attempted to protect me, the entire community has been covertly defending my sister. At the convenience shop, Mr. Chin allows her to complete her homework in his back room. Instead of discarding damaged books, Mira Rodriguez from the library saves them for her. Old Joe from the diner even tells the health inspector that she is his niece while slipping her additional food. The most difficult aspect was going to my parents' place. With peeling paint, missing shingles, and a yard full of enigmatic stains, the building appeared to have aged decades in a matter of years. By the steps, a broken tricycle that I had never seen before was rusting. It was like a thunderclap when it knocked. With her hair unkempt and a cigarette hanging down, Mom opened the door. When she first saw the suit, the pearls, and the leather bag, she didn't recognize me. In a matter of seconds, her gaze changed from skeptical to perplexed to astonished. "Get out here, Frank," she muttered. "Holly." At 2 p.m., Dad staggered to the door with a drink in his hand. He had lost more teeth and put on weight. His eyes immediately went to my watch, my backpack, and my car parked in front of the street as the recognition dawned on him more slowly. Like a weird stranger, which I was in many respects, they invited me in. I didn't see any cats, but the house smelled like cat poop. A road of empty bottles led to the couch. Mom began to pick things up frantically, as though it would make up for years of neglect. The start of their conversation was the true shock. They pretended that the past had never occurred, that they had never expelled me, and that they had always encouraged my success. While starting another cigarette, Mom remarked, "We always knew you had it in you. Your father's side is the source of your business acumen." I gave them space to speak while I watched them create an alternate world in which they were happy, encouraging parents. Dad kept bringing up bills, giving away that he was having money problems. Mom continued talking about how families should stay together and how lonely I must be in the big city. Everything else vanished when Lily got home. With her rucksack clasped like a shield, she stood in the doorway and gazed at me as though she were seeing a ghost. Despite growing taller, she is still too skinny and is dressed in clothing that was worn out 3 years ago. "I promised," was my only response. She ran to me, dropping her backpack. As our parents awkwardly stared, presumably trying to figure out how to make the most of this reunion, we held each other. I left shortly after that. I set the hook before I went, but I made up an excuse about a work call. I announced my large 5-bedroom suburban home, invited everyone to come over this weekend, and saw money signs light up their eyes. I gave Lily a burner phone and gave her instructions to keep it hidden in a whisper. I didn't have enough money to go on a major binge, but I did have enough to make sure our parents would be there on Saturday. I looked at Lily in my rearview mirror as I drove off. Holding the concealed phone like a lifeline, she stood on the porch. "Little sister, only a couple more days. We have a few days left before this game is officially over. On Saturday, the second stage begins. The documents have already been prepared by my attorney. If necessary, Mrs. Thompson and half the community are prepared to testify. Let us first examine the extent to which our parents' avarice will lead them along this garden path that I have constructed. If you would like to hear what comes next, please let me know. This weekend is when the real show begins." Update 2. The family visit became something I never would have imagined. A clear demonstration of why I must remove Lily from the house immediately. At 10 a.m., I picked them up in my SUV. Mom had really tried, sporting a dress that I'm fairly certain she stole from Target, with the price tag still partially visible beneath her arm. Dad was dressed in the same rumpled shirt and tie he usually wears to DUI hearings. Lily was dressed in her cleanest possession, her school uniform. It was a weird drive. Dad continued saying that I was just as good with money as he was, while Mom kept remarking on every posh building we passed. Sitting quietly in the back, Lily absorbed everything. Several times, I caught her gaze in the rearview mirror. She knew exactly what was going on. Mom actually let out a gasp as we arrived at my place. Although it is by no means a mansion, it might as well be in comparison to our former neighborhood. Dad immediately glanced at my neighbors' boats and their drives and began figuring out just how much he could borrow. Once we were inside, the real performance began. Mom started organizing her belongings right away. She remarked, "This living room is just perfect for my collection," alluding to the box of broken figurines she had owned since I was a child. Dad was measuring the garage in his mind and discussing how he could turn it into a workshop. I gave them the entire tour and played along. Their eyes became larger and their clues more potent with every room. Mom began discussing the sense of emptiness in the house and the desire for a familial touch. Dad was often talking about his handyman abilities and how he could actually keep up a property like this. Lunchtime was the tipping point. I had placed an order for simple catering, consisting of salads and sandwiches. I had a fancy assortment of wine, and Mom had 3 glasses. That's when she dropped the bomb, she insisted. She stumbled, "You know, we've been considering moving. Even though this neighborhood seems pleasant, you have so many empty rooms." Dad jumped right in. "We may assist with the expenses. Up here, I could make things better. You would no longer need to be by yourself." I was grinning on the inside, but I kept my look neutral. They were doing exactly what I had instructed. I told them I would give it some thought and get back to them the following week. They were almost pitiful in their excitement. When I was able to get Lily alone and showed her my home office while our parents were preoccupied picturing their future life in my living room, it was the most illuminating moment. As soon as the door shut, she started crying. She said, "They sold my bed last week, claimed to be in need of cash for bills, but they simply didn't have to complete. We were both aware of the money's whereabouts." She told me everything, including how she has been taking showers at school after her early morning job in the cafeteria. how they have been renting out a portion of the house to some pals who traffic drugs, and how she hasn't had hot water in months since the bills weren't paid. Downstairs, Mom was growing more inebriated and talking louder. She was definitely searching for more alcohol because I could hear her digging through my kitchen cabinets. While talking on the phone, Dad boasted about his daughter's accomplishments, her large home, and potential investment chances. When I saw Mom attempting to fit my silver candlesticks into her pocketbook, it was the last straw. She said she was merely staring at them when I challenged her. In an attempt to mediate the situation, Dad suggested that I give them a loan, only for the time being. That night, as I drove them home, I overheard Dad's aspirations to make the neighborhood better and Mom's inebriated intentions to redecorate my house. When I dropped them off, Lily gripped my hand and I gave her another burner phone because her previous one had magically vanished after our parents discovered it. I gave my lawyer a call that evening. The documents are prepared. They will discover exactly what sort of family reunion I have been organizing when they eventually call about moving in next week. Along with statements from Mrs. Thompson and the neighbors regarding their continued mistreatment of Lily, I have added all of the information from today to my file, including the attempted theft, the intoxicated behavior and the disclosures of their present living circumstances. The trap is in place. They believe they are going to move in with me and take advantage of my prosperity. Rather, they will have to decide whether to relinquish custody of Lily or deal with the full weight of CPS and the criminal justice system. Even though I feel bad sometimes for being so calculated, I know I'm doing morally wrong when I see Lily's expression when she told me her bed had been sold. The encounter I've been preparing for years will be the final update. Update 3. Although the emotional toll was greater than I anticipated, the story's conclusion went just as planned. This is how it all transpired. As I had predicted, Mom called on Wednesday. Her talking to authority figures voice was an attempt to sound sober. As he does when he's anxious, Dad was on speakerphone, clearing his throat every few seconds. They, not me, wanted to talk about the possibility of a living arrangement. For a serious family conversation about their future, I invited them over. The bait was immediately taken. Over the phone, I could almost hear them giving each other high fives. On Thursday, they arrived with 2 suitcases an hour early. It would have been funny if it weren't so depressing. They were unaware that a CPS caseworker and my attorney were waiting in my home office. The manila files on my dining room table should have been the first clue that something wasn't right. As Dad began his rehearsed speech on family togetherness and supporting one another, Mom gave them an anxious look. I allowed them to speak for precisely 7 minutes, during which they made empty-veiled attempts to gain entry into my house and made vows to clean up, obtain jobs, and be better parents. I opened the first folder after that. Let's discuss the drug deals that took place in your living room last month, I remarked, referring to witness accounts and police files. Or perhaps the 3 months of utilities that were not paid. Or should we talk about Lily's unexplained disappearance of school supplies? It was almost funny how quickly their faces altered. Mom's phony smile broke. Dad's self-assured stance faltered. The proof of neglect, neighbor statements, school reports, strange injury records, Mrs. Thompson's comprehensive logs of their public intoxication, and testimonials from half the community regarding their continued drug use were all laid out by me. I pushed another folder forward and stated, "This is what's going to happen. These documents pertain to a custody transfer. All of this remains between us if you sign them, refuse, and the DA's office and CPS receive everything in these folders." Mom used her typical strategies, sobbing, begging, and saying they could change. Dad tried to make me feel bad about being loyal to the family. They turned to threats when that failed. Dad hissed, "You can't prove anything. Nobody will believe you." At that point I used my trump card. Using my laptop, I saw video records from the previous few months, including images from the security cameras of my neighbor's drug sales, fights while intoxicated and neglect of Lily. Quietly, I murmured, "The DA will believe this. So will the judge." The ensuing hush was deafening. 3 hours were spent negotiating, threatening, crying and ultimately resigning. The documents were signed by them. They were immediately notarized by my lawyer. I said, "Get out," after it was finished. "If you ever try to contact Lily without her consent, everything in these folders goes public." They didn't even ask to bid her farewell before leaving. They were attempting to bargain one last helping hand when they spoke about money. I refused to comply with their requests. That night, Lily moved in. Everything she owned had been stolen or sold, leaving her with just one backpack. She sobbed as she stood in her new room, which was her first actual bedroom since she was a toddler. Whispering, "Is it really over?" "Yes," I said, "it's really over." We went shopping for her first actual bed the following day. Everything was hers to choose, including the comforter, pillows and bedding. No more sharing a mattress on the floor with mom's friends or sleeping on a shabby couch. Mrs. Thompson joined us in celebrating this past weekend. She brought Lily's hollow book, which she had been using for years to conceal her money. We totaled her money, which came to $847.23. I assisted her in opening her first bank account and matched it dollar for dollar. Lily and I went to register for her new school yesterday. When the principal looked over her files, he was immediately astounded. Like her sister, Mrs. Thompson would say, in spite of everything, our parents haven't made an effort to get in touch. Several times, their friends have contacted, most likely in search of their next score. All of their numbers were blocked. This time, the house feels better, fuller. Lily was watching TV in her room last night when I heard her laughing. Genuine laughter, not the apprehensive type we were taught to diffuse stressful circumstances. She asked if she could have a friend over this morning. I was moved to tears by such a simple plea. It's her first time hosting a friend, never invited them to a safe house. I want to express my gratitude to everyone who helped me get through this. When I doubted myself, your advice kept me strong. To anyone in a similar circumstance, keep track of everything, make your case, exercise patience, and above all, never give up. Lily is currently sleeping in her new room, bed and actual house. She no longer has to worry about what she will wake up to for the first time in her life. We made it. My dad refused to spend Christmas with my bill, and now my mom is blaming my wife for everything. What should I do? Original post. This is a throwaway account as I have work colleagues on my mind that I don't want to know about my family drama, and spelling will be rubbish as I'm fuming right now. Obligatory names have been changed. So for the backstory, I 36F and married to the love of my life 36FK. We met when we were 17, she was out and proud whilst I was still in the closet, so we didn't start dating until I came out at 21. We got married in 2019 and have an adopted 4-year-old son Jack. This comes in relevant in a minute. My sister 27F Sarah has a long-term boyfriend 28M Steve who the family cannot stand. They've been together for 8 years and the whole family has hated him from the first time we met him. He is rude, obnoxious, arrogant and all in all a crappy human being. He's also someone that likes to claim that he is just honest, but if someone is honest back to him he flips out and sulks like a toddler. In fact, my toddler is better behaved than him. He isn't abusive to Sarah and doesn't direct these comments towards her, it's just the rest of us. He's actually a good partner to her and treats her well, which is his one redeeming quality. My dad and Kay hate him the most and will do anything to avoid him at family gatherings. Kay usually just ignores him and brushes off anything he says to her as she doesn't like conflict. However, there have been a few occasions that she has said something back, but it's usually said in a joking manner which amuses my dad to no end. My mum is a peacekeeper and will do anything to avoid drama, so she just changes the topic whenever he starts, but she and my grandparents all hate him just as much as the rest of us. Sarah is the only one that obviously doesn't hate him. Our son's birth mother Tess was Kay's best friend, who sadly died in 2021. This was a real shock as she had an underlying heart condition that she didn't know about and simply went to sleep one night and never woke up. Jack had been left alone in his cot all day screaming for his mom before Kay got worried that Tess wasn't answering her texts and went to their house to see if she was okay. She found Jack in his cot and Tess in her bed. We adopted Jack as no one in Tess's family was in a position to take him in. We raise him as our own, but he knows who Tess is. Obviously this is a very sensitive topic for Kay as it was so traumatic for her and Jack. Now, on to what happened last weekend. It was the anniversary of Tess's death on Saturday, so Kay, Jack and I went to visit her grave. Kay is always quiet after going to see her, and this time of year is especially hard for her. On Sunday we had a family gathering at my parents' house. These happen every couple of months as just a catch-up for everyone. At first nothing was out of the ordinary. Kay and my dad were off to the side talking as usual, only I could see that Kay was obviously struggling, so my dad and her went for a walk so she could clear her head. This is something they have done before, so nothing too unusual. However, Steve had an issue with this and asked why they had left and why he wasn't invited to walk with them. I explained that Tess and Kay just needed a minute. This wasn't good enough for Steve though, and he said she should have gotten over it by now. At this my granddad, who is naturally a very quiet guy, said that his best friend had died over 20 years ago and he still had days where he missed him so much it hurt. You don't just get over something like that. Steve shut at that. Kay and my dad got back and she was in a much better mood. We all sat down at the table for our late lunch and started chatting. Everything was fine at first until Steve started trying to butt into Kay's conversation with my granddad. When it was obvious that they weren't going to include him, he very loudly stated, "This is bullshit. She's getting all the attention of everyone because her friend died 3 fucking years ago. Get over it, for fuck's sake, we're all sick of hearing about it." The whole table went silent and I took one look at Kay and knew she was about to go off on Steve. Only it didn't happen the way I thought. Rather than exploding at him, she looked at him very calmly and said that her and Granddad weren't talking about Tess. They were making plans to take him to the Christmas markets, but if he wants to be a dick then no problem. She then went on to say to him that everyone in the family hates him because he's a toxic narcissistic fuckwad. That whenever he can't come to a family gathering the whole family is much happier. That there is a reason he has no friends and that his own family can't stand to be around him. That reason is that he's rotten from the inside out and that Tess may have only been on this planet for 32 years, but she made a bigger impact on people than he would have if he lived until he was 150. That her funeral was rammed with people because she was so loved, whereas he'd be lucky if anyone other than Sarah was at his. After that, she got up and went to the back garden and I followed her. A few minutes later my dad came out and said that he'd told Sarah and Steve to leave. We went back inside and Kay apologized to everyone and said she should have just kept her mouth shut. Everyone other than my mum told her what she had done was right and it was about time someone told him. My dad then found it hilarious that a lesbian had been the one to tell him straight, which lightened the mood a lot. We spent the rest of the afternoon there before going to pick Jack up from Kay's mom's house as she had him overnight on Saturday for us. The reason I'm making this post is that yesterday I got a call from Sarah saying that she and Steve wanted an apology from Kay or they weren't going to Christmas. When I reminded her that we wouldn't be at Christmas either as it is our year to spend it with Kay's mom so it made no difference to us, she got really upset saying that she wanted an apology because Kay was way out of line. I said she wasn't and that I wouldn't even contemplate asking her to apologize because I agreed with everything she said and so did everyone else there. She ended the call and I just went back to work. Then today my dad called me and asked if Kay's mom would mind a few more for Christmas as he was refusing to spend it with Steve so he and my granddad needed someone else to go. Apparently after Sarah had called me she called mum and started ranting and my mum had told my dad to get Kay to apologize, which he said no to and they had an argument and my dad has now decided that he's done with Steve even if that affects his relationship with Sarah. He's not having it anymore. My mum wants Sarah there, and she won't go without Steve so my dad is going somewhere else and my granddad agreed with him. I texted Kay's mum and she said they were welcome so now my mum is furious and saying that my dad and Kay are ripping the family apart. So basically this has turned into a shit show. Kay has said she will apologize if I want her to, just to keep the peace but I've told her no way. Everything she said was true. I just don't know where to go from here and the people in my life all hate Steve so much that Kay could have physically attacked him and they would all still think she is in the right. So that's why I'm asking internet strangers who might have had to deal with difficult family members. What can we do to get into a place where we can be around each other amicably? I'm struggling to see a way right now. Wow, didn't realize how long this got until I went to post it. Sorry about that. Some of OOP's comments. Commenter. For things to be peaceful, both parties need to want it. Kay did nothing wrong. I wouldn't ever spend another moment with Steve. I would let Sarah know I love her and will see her anytime, anywhere, but I'll never see Steve again. If you have one guest that basically wants to shit on the holiday table, there's no path forward with them. OOP. If it was just Sarah upset, then I wouldn't care, but it's my mum. She tries so hard to keep the whole family together and she is devastated by what's going on. If it wasn't for her, then Sarah could go take a running jump for all I care right now. Sarah. This is the issue that Steve and Sarah don't see anything wrong in what he's done. It was just him being honest. I would be happier for her to apologize if Steve and Sarah admitted that what he said was in the wrong as well. Without that, I'm being stubborn about it. My dad told Kay he will fall out with her if she apologizes as she did nothing wrong. There was no screaming or shouting, she said it very calmly. I feel like I'm stuck between making my mum happy and doing what I believe to be right. To another commenter. My sister doesn't see anything wrong in what he says as he's just being honest, but loses it when someone is honest back. I don't understand her anymore. Mom. Taking the high road and rising above it have been two of my mum's favorite things to say to us over the years. I just feel like enough is enough. He crossed a line this time that he can't come back from. I especially don't want my son around him when he's saying things like that about Tess. To another commenter. If I hear my mum say take the high road one more time I'm gonna scream. I'm sick of the high road. I've been on it for 8 years. I'm happy on the low road now. Later that day, OOP, well I've just found out that my granny and pa, my mum's parents, are going to my uncle's for Christmas and Steve is not invited, so it looks like it's going to be just mum, Sarah and Steve for Christmas this year. How OP feels about that. Vindicated as my mom is like her parents, they're all peacekeepers, and if ever they have had enough, then it just shows that he's not just stepped over the line, he's ran right past it. Mom. Kay's mom has already told her that if she changes her mind, then she is welcome at her house. Even if it's Christmas morning, she is more than welcome. Obviously Steve and Sarah aren't invited at all, but it's good that my mom has the option at least. Later reflection. I have realized that he has been trying to target Kay and my dad's relationship as they're very close. They have traveled all over the country visiting class car shows together, which Steve has tried to get in on, but he doesn't know anything about cars, so there's no point in him going even if they did like him. I actually think he's been trying to push Kay and I out of the family so that he gets my dad to himself, even though my dad can't stand him. Update post. Hi, I know how much this community loves an update, so I thought I would give you one as things seem to be sorting themselves out, kind of. After I wrote my last post, a few things happened in the next couple of hours. First thing was that I spoke to my grandparents on my mom's side. They were there when this all happened, but they're like my mom and just constantly try to keep the peace. That's where she gets it from. They were supposed to be spending Christmas with my mom this year but had changed their minds and decided to spend it with my uncle instead. They have made the decision to not be around Steve either as he causes too much drama. They asked if they could come and see us and Jack on the 23rd before they head off to my uncle's, which I happily agreed to. This really surprised me and it outright shocked my mom, as like I said they are the biggest take the high road type people I've ever met, but even they'd had enough. The next thing that happened was my dad called to let me know that Steve and Sarah had now decided that they want Kay to make a public apology in front of the whole family and admit she was lying and that the family loves Steve. He was laughing as he told me this and called them delusional, so any small chance of a superficial apology went out the window. The third thing that happened was Jack getting home from the after-school club with a recorder that I'm sorely tempted to shove up the teacher's backside. So all in all, it wasn't a great day. Through talking to people on here, I also realized that Steve has been trying to push Kay and I out of the family. Organizing trips that he knows we would be able to go on. We wouldn't have gone on them anyway, as a weekend away with him sounds worse than a paper cut to the eyeball, and him constantly trying to get my dad away from Kay whenever we are all together. I think this is because he is jealous of Kay and Dad's relationship as they're very close and go on trips to classic car shows several times a year together, usually with my granddad as well. Anyway, things went quiet for a few days until the weekend. Our town has a big Christmas fair that runs from November through December and we always go to it with Mom, Dad, Granddad, and Kay's mom. We decided to cheer my mom up a bit to go on Sunday and then out for dinner after. My mom was told that if Sarah or Steve showed up then we would all leave and she promised they wouldn't be there. Things were a bit awkward at first, but settled after a while. At one point Jack got my mom and dad to take him on the giant snow slide, and as my mom walked back over to us she had tears in her eyes. I pulled her to one side to see what was going on and she said that whilst waiting in line, Jack had said he was happy Uncle Steve wasn't here. When my mom asked why, he said that Uncle Steve was a bad man. My mom tried to say that he wasn't, but in typical stubborn 4-year-old fashion, he had argued and said he learned in school that people who say mean things all the time are bad people, and Uncle Steve said mean things all the time, so he was a bad man and that he didn't like him. There had been a case of bullying in his class a few weeks ago and the teacher had done a lesson on how wrong bullying is, so I think that's where this came from. This finally broke through to my mom. If even a 4-year-old can see what a horrible prick the man is, then she had to as well. She said that she felt stuck because she hated Steve and agreed with everything that Kay has said, but she loves Sarah and doesn't want to isolate her. I told her I would always be there for her, but I wasn't putting myself, Jack or Kay through being around Steve again, and she needed to think about what she wants. Not what I want or Dad or Kay or Jack or her parents or Sarah or Steve, but what she wants. She went quiet and then said that Kay's mom had told her she was welcome at hers for Christmas if she wanted to and that she could decide on Christmas Day if she wanted. Kay's mom would save her a plate. We went back to the group and a little while later I saw Mom and Kay's mom having a deep discussion whilst walking behind us. Neither will say what they talked about, but Mom seemed a bit happier after their talk. They have also been talking since, as yesterday my mom told me that she will be coming to Kay's mom's for Christmas and they've been talking about going shopping together next week. When Mom told Sarah after calling me, Sarah predictably lost her mind and said that Mom was choosing us over her. My mom told her she was choosing to have a good Christmas rather than being belittled and made miserable, all for the sake of Steve and his so-called honesty. Sarah then called me and asked if I was happy that I'd won. She then did the unforgivable and used a few homophobic slurs towards me and Kay and called Jack the bastard of a whore. I ended the call, blocked her everywhere and then let my family know what had happened and that I never wanted to speak to her again. They're all as appalled as I am, and my granny, Mom's mom, Called Sarah and apparently told her she was dead to her as she won't have a bigot in the family. Sarah has been trying to reach out to apologize because she knows she has stepped over the unforgivable line, but I've just kept blocking the fake accounts that she's making on IG. Steve tried reaching out to my dad after this, and when he eventually answered, Steve tried to say that Sarah was just angry and didn't mean it. According to Mum, Dad ended up giving him a verbal lashing and told him that he was the worst thing that had ever happened to Sarah and our family. My dad has told Sarah he is disgusted with her, but will be there for her if she leaves Steve. Until then, good luck. Mum has gone low contact as well, but wants to keep the door open so that Sarah is not completely isolated. I had a few people saying that Steve may be abusive towards Sarah, but I really don't think he is. He usually acts like a dick when the attention isn't on him. He knows that when he says dickish things, then all the attention is on him and he revels in it. After Sarah's outburst, I just think that they're both toxic and feed off each other's toxicity. She lets him get away with the things he says because she gets pleasure out of watching us all bite our tongues and keep quiet. So, Mum's angry, Dad's angry, our 3 grandparents are angry, extended family are angry, and Kay is being my rock, but I can tell she's really angry about what she said towards Jack. I'm just sad and done with it all. At least now I know what she really thinks about Jack, Kay and myself, so there's that. Not the perfect update, but we move on. It will be nice this Christmas to have both sides of the family together for the first time and not have to worry about Steve being a dick, but I'm sad that this is how my relationship with my sister has ended. I'm trying to get into the Christmas spirit, but it's a tough one right now. The only things that make me smile are Kay and Jack being goofy idiots to cheer me up. However, the recorder can go to hell. I curse whoever invented the thing, like seriously, fuck you. Thanks for all the support in my original post and opening my eyes to a few things. Maybe internet strangers are the way to go for advice after all. Hope you all have a good Christmas/holidays. Some of OOP's comments. Commenter, I don't think the dickish Bill and Sarah saga had concluded. I'm glad you'll have a peaceful Christmas in theory. I just think the pair of them are not convinced yet that they're shut out. OOP. It wouldn't surprise me if they try and turn up to my parents for Christmas, but we won't be there so they won't get far. As long as they stay away from me, Kay and Jack, then I don't care what they do. Commenter. Many small children playing recorders with more enthusiasm than skill follow Steve everywhere. OOP. This just made me laugh a little too hard. Thanks for that. Editor's note. Wasn't sure whether to mark this one as concluded or ongoing. I've tentatively marked it as ongoing, but I'm happy to change it. My boyfriend wants more intimacy, but it's exhausting me. How do I talk to him about it and find a balance? Original post. My boyfriend and I have been together for 2 years now. He is my first relationship and even my first kiss. We met at university during activities, became friends, and then started dating. He is so polite and kind and also really sweet and smart as well. We can talk about our common interests and hobbies for hours on end. Since I was a virgin in the relationship, he was not. We took it slow and only had sex when I was ready, which was about 8 months after we became a couple. After that, we had sex about once every 1 or 2 weeks, depending on if we found the time during our studies and if we were exhausted. Sometimes during exam time we had it once a month or every 5 weeks. But slowly he started to initiate more and more. At first I didn't mind and loved the attention he was giving me. I felt attractive and beautiful, which helped my body image issues a lot. Soon it turned into him asking for it every single day, sometimes twice a day during weekends or if we have a slow day with little work and studies. A month ago we went on a vacation together and he basically jumped on me as soon as we got into our hotel room. We barely got to do anything as he wanted to have sex 2 if not 3 times a day. I came back so exhausted from the vacation. I even started saying no to him eating me out, or role play or switching in position, just to get it over with sooner. At this point sex does nothing for me anymore. The mere action and physical stimulation feels enjoyable, yes, but just sex without anything else just isn't worth the time or effort for me. I need a story and emotion with it, lots of dirty talk and role playing and some hot situations. I know that takes time and effort to prepare, but it gets me going wildly. But even if I could have that every day, I wouldn't want it. It's literally physically too exhausting. Also, I feel like too much sex kinda destroys the magic. I know that he takes a lot emotionally and sexually out of sex. It's making him feel loved and desired, and I don't want to take it from him, but I actually caught myself don't doing any makeup anymore and not wearing tight or short clothing but baggy ones instead to maybe deter him from wanting sex so much. TLDR, my boyfriend started initiating sex more and more. I find it exhausting and can't take it anymore. How do I negotiate fewer sexual encounters without making him feel unloved? Update. I spend a lot of time reading through everyone's replies and looking inwards about how I feel. I gathered my thoughts and spent a few days making a list of what I wanted to say when we had the big conversation. On a weekend when we had planned to spend the day together, I sat him down and told him the following points. I love him to the moon and back and want to show him that I love him, make him feel desired, loved and appreciated, but having so much sex with such frequency is physically exhausting to me, which causes me to avoid sex and even sex acts I enjoy because I don't have enough energy and motivation to do it. This also causes me to orgasm not as often anymore. I also need time to physically recover before it may even start to become painful. I feel like sex has become the single defining aspect of our relationship, and many other parts like doing activities together, romantic dates, just talking and cuddling have taken a backseat. I also feel exhausted emotionally and underappreciated from giving as much as I can, which I gladly do for the people I love, while little comes back from the other side of the relationship. I then proceeded to explain the things I like during sex and what makes me go wild, hoping to show him that I still want to have sex with him. I also made a few more compliments just to keep the vibe positive and because I meant it. He reacted pretty well, all things considered. He listened and let me finish, but asked for a little time to think about it. Obviously, I gladly agreed. We spend the rest of the day together without him initiating once. At the end of the day, he said that he wants me to enjoy sex just as much as he does and that he loves me. I was really hopeful for the next week and a half. We spent our time together like usual, and he asked for sex about 1/2 as often as before our talk. We even had days without sex at all. He also started to ask, "Do you want to have sex with me?" Instead of physically initiating like he did before, like touching me somewhere, hugging me from behind and similar things. He also stopped asking for pictures of me, and when he did, it were just selfies. I was so happy that I even took the initiative once, and he seemingly loved it when I asked for sex. Then one day he sat me down with a stern look and said that he hated what this relationship has turned into. To him it feels like we are now just roommates or platonic friends instead of lovers. He told me that the one time I initiated after he was overjoyed to finally fuck me again, his heart was broken because I suddenly wasn't as submissive as usually. I asked to be eaten out and was on top with some more dominant dirty talk, and that all of that is not what he signed up for. He doesn't want to walk on eggshells waiting for me when I'm finally in the mood, but has what he deserves in the relationship. Basically, he gave me an ultimatum. Either we return to how it was before the talk starting right now, or he leaves me. Guess who doesn't have a boyfriend anymore? I spent the last few days bawling my eyes out and eating lots of ice cream and watching some shitty shows. What he said hurt me a lot, and I do not love him anymore, but still the feeling of loss and sadness is all too real. He was my first relationship, and for the past 2 years he was my entire world. No, I have to gather up the broken shards he left behind. TLDR, I took your advice and talked with him about my feelings. He pretended to be okay with it for a while and then left me after demanding more sex again. OOP added more info in the comments. Comment 1: I have an update if you want more information. I have a pretty high libido as well, and I love good, sensual sex, and I want it quite often as I can go multiple times a week. But it was so often that we basically didn't do anything else besides it, and he was emotionally checked out when the possibility of sex wasn't on the table. It was so much that I was physically uncomfortable. Not to mention his really bad behavior once I told him I wanted a break sometimes. I had difficulties saying no, because I wanted to make him feel loved that way, until I realized that he just wants to take everything he wants from me without giving any emotional connection, romance or care for me as a person. I hate that people throw around this sexual incompatibility argument, because if he said he wanted someone he can fuck at least 2 a day anyway he likes and I can't and don't want to do that, that would be one thing. But he shouted at me, demanded we do it how he likes it, and that I apologize for ruining everything by voicing my concerns for my well-being. He also said that he deserves to just take everything he wants from me. So please keep that in mind when you do your judgment. Yes, we are not together anymore. I cut him off after his scary tantrum. Comment 2: thank you for your empathy and for the added context. I know that my update gave more information, but that's also because I didn't see a lot of the stuff he did to me and didn't do for me after that tantrum. Until that point I wanted to give everything to him, because I was head over heels for him, until he showed me that he didn't feel that way back. I get it. I like sex just as much as the next gal. It's just that I have a pretty broad spectrum of frequency I would be okay with depending on what my partner feels like. Sex once a week or 2 weeks? Totally fine as long as the other intimacy is fulfilled. Sex every other day? Great, as well as long as it's an equal relationship and we both get what we want and non-sexual intimacy isn't pushed to the side, which sadly happened to me. In the end I not only felt really sore and exhausted, but also used and reduced my body. If we broke up because of sexual incompatibility that would still hurt but we could part ways amicably, This way he just hurt me for no reason. Comment 3. I get that sexual incompatibility can be a huge deal breaker for people, but firstly, it's not like we suddenly were not having any sex anymore. In those 10 days between our two conversations, we still had sex about 5, 6 times, plus making out, plus some other sexual stuff besides full-on PIV. Also, it's the way he treated me. He shouted at me, demanded we return to normal by having sex as often as he wants again, no matter my feelings, and with me being submissive. He also demanded an apology and an apology session. So much could be inferred. But before all that, for the last weeks and months, he left me emotionally starved. He only looked out for his sexual gratification while I had to cherish the few little drops of romance, friendship, and companionship. When it didn't involve sex or could lead to sex, he was kinda emotionally distant. Cute dates, cuddling, and intimacy without sexuality and hobbies together was few and far in between. I don't fault him for not wanting sex, I fault him for how he treated me and how little he was able to compromise. Am I the asshole for setting boundaries with my son's fiancée and refusing to accept her as a family due to her constant manipulation and pressure? Original post. I, 41M, have 2 kids with my ex-wife, 42F, a son John, 22, and daughter Sally, 20. I'm remarried to my wife, 28. I'm very close with my kids. My son is engaged to Abby. She seems nice but has been a bit pushy trying to create relationships with me and my wife, though she's also awkward with her. Abby isn't close to her family. She told us many stories why, and while some of her complaints don't seem awful, it's not my place to judge and I didn't live it, so I can't know anyway. We've tried to be welcoming, but Abby has forced her way into some family traditions where she wouldn't have been invited, and some where no one outside of a specific family would have. She has been calling Sally sis since they were only dating a few months, has an odd sister/mother-in-law thing she does with my wife, and the one I'm not a fan of, wants me to be like father to her. Not because we've clicked or anything. We are very different people. Not saying that in a bad way, just saying it's not based on how we get along or anything. My kids and I have a tradition when they come over that we have a private catch-up in my office study before they leave, which is now even more important to them because while they both get along well with my wife, they don't want to have personal conversations around her yet. Abby asked if we could talk, and after I explained the tradition, John later asked that I do it, saying she'd never had a caring conversation with her dad. We compromised that I didn't include her in the tradition but did join the two of them for coffee and let her talk. Then she started calling me dad. They weren't even engaged yet. John pulled me aside and begged me to give her that, laid this whole thing on me about me always being the dad she always wanted right in front of her and she just wanted that. Told me she cried watching me and Sally together. She still gives me random hugs. I'm a lucky dad. I didn't like it, but I do feel bad, so I gave her that. She wants me to walk her down the aisle in the father-daughter dance. I don't want to walk her down, and I walk with a cane, so dancing is hard. At my own wedding I only danced twice. John is begging for me to do one, preferably the aisle. They came over Sunday. John and I were talking. I thought to address it, when Ab walked in without knocking, asking if he'd told me yet. I asked what John said she wanted me to say about having a second daughter now in my speech and how I loved her. I just looked at him. She asked if I'd do the walk and dance for Sally. I said of course. She yelled she's my daughter too, and I said it will never be the same, Sally is my actual daughter. I tried to explain that I'd talk about her being a happy addition to the family and I love how happy she makes Jack, which I thought was a good compromise, but she started crying. John apologized and they left, but he called me when they were home, nearly begging me to. Ada, because I won't lie and say I love her or she's my daughter. Update 1. I had planned on writing this sooner, but life got in the way in a couple of really good ways. But people were helpful and asked for updates, and I have a surprise-free day, so here it goes. On Mother's Day, my kids and their partners go to visit my ex-wife. So it turns out my ex-wife and Abby are a lot closer than I realized. She calls her mom, which is part of where this comes from. Also, apparently my ex has been egging it on. On Mother's Day they were talking about the wedding, and I guess whenever Abby referred to me it was his dad. My son apparently told her to let it go, which led to yelling. Abby about deserving to be my daughter. Ex telling her that she's right. Son telling her that I am trying and she should be realistic about things. Sally telling her I only had one daughter, which was apparently a response to Abby saying to her that as my daughters, they should be united. According to my son, Abby was crying. According to Sally, she was crying and yelling and kicked something before going to her room, and Sally told me she went off on her mom, but will not elaborate, so I don't know what was actually said. But knowing Sally, hoo boy. Around 2 a.m. I got a text from Sally's partner's phone saying Abby really is great, she hasn't been perfect but you should give her a chance and you will learn to love her. I saw it when I woke up. I tried to text her back but was blocked, so I called Sally but they were driving. They stopped by my place later that day because I am on the way and my daughter prefers my liquor and cooking and they told me about the night before. At the end I asked to speak to her partner alone. I asked if I had done something to upset her. She was confused and I told her I was blocked. She said I wasn't but checked her phone and I was, and I said it was after her message and she asked what message. I showed her, it was not on her phone anymore. At that point we brought in Sally and caught her up. Neither of them were happy. A couple of days later, John and Abby dropped by unannounced. Not something we really do in this family, but okay fine, I had mad salmon, does not take long to cook. I cook 2 more, and my wife serves while I make drinks. The entire night was Abby trying to bring up the wedding. John trying to change the subject, Abby not allowing that. We talk logistics because I am helping them get some good deals through some professional contacts I have when finally she just says so I was talking to mom, she said that you can walk me down the aisle and she'll do the dance, or you can dance and she'll walk, it's your call but you need to choose soon. I reiterated that I could not dance. She tried arguing that I had danced a little at my wedding but I made it clear that is different, and did not feel comfortable walking her. She got upset and said, Mom loves me, why can't you? I felt bad but couldn't lie. I pointed out that she had John who loved her, my ex-wife, friends, she had people who love her. She said but other than, ex-wife, those aren't my parents. I said neither am I. She was very emotional so my wife and I gave them a few minutes. My son and I were alone later, he looked exhausted. He said the problem was that after Mother's Day Abby had called Sally and kept saying they are both my daughters, that I did not get to be close with one but not both, and that it was them against me. But at that one Sally cried havoc and let slip the dogs of war. Things were said, grievances were aired. John had to hang up before it got worse, but I guess Abby was shaken but there was a new problem. Abby had decided in her head that I did not mean what I have been saying and was just doing it for Sally. He told me he would handle it. Ron Howard. He did not. So now I get text messages from Abby every couple of days acting like we have a secret relationship Sally doesn't know about. She even called herself my secret daughter and lolled. She invited my wife to lunch, saying 2 out of 3 of his girls going out. She has even started using the pressure of showing up at events like a recent barbecue to play a certain image. She hugs me more and holds it, wants to take pictures with just me or my wife and I but always a few with just me to post with captions I do not like. My wife is getting especially annoyed because of how she is with her. I guess Abby surprised her with Father's Day plans for me that had to be shut down. As it is she still inserted herself into the day, but she has a soft spot for her and when Abby gets emotional she caves. My wife is a sweetheart. I asked him if he was upset with me and he said no, he just wished it was different. He said we're good, but he's worried he and Sally aren't, which is when I took the advice of some people and suggested premarital counseling. He said he would talk about it. Abby is insisting Sally go to her fitting. That shop should pay-per-view that potential Royal Rumble because Sally is not holding her feelings back anymore. I told him Sally loves him and I'll talk to her, but for now it is stressful all around. Abby driving my wife crazy with her ideas for what my girls should be doing, driving me crazy with dad-daughter content, drove Sally to the edge, and oh yeah, last night sent me an email with 3 styles of father-daughter dances and song options, so I'm not feeling any more respected or heard than before. The 6 of us have barely been in the same room in order to let things calm down since Father's Day, which was great until it was a shit show. Sorry this is so long, with all the craziness this is still the abridged version. We are supposed to meet Friday, Sally's partner and I have a bet going about how bad it will go. So onward and upward. I hope you fathers had a less dramatic day than I did and by any chance does anyone know exactly how bad of a crime I need to commit to enter witness protection? Just curious update 2. I have gotten requests for updates on my situation, and as I enjoy a refreshing mojito and my wife her mojito, life feels good and the perfect time to amuse the world with my pain and familial drama. Plus a cousin of mine who apparently reads these and knows my situation gave me the convincing argument of dude, you can't keep people hanging. And how can I argue with that airtight argument? I apologize for how long this is, a lot has happened. My wife's pregnancy is going well, keeping her as stress-free and pampered as possible has been my focus. It is such a different experience this time, both because of how much more involved I can be and how much better a relationship I have with my wife than I had with my ex. My daughter Sally has been great, even her partner has been great, helping with the nursery or driving her around when I can't. My wife doesn't know because it is a surprise, but my son has been building a crib for the baby, modeled after the one I built for him and his sister, to show my wife his support. My son is a good man, and he is still in there, he just has a soft spot for Abby. Which I guess gets us to the part of the movie where Godzilla shows up and starts busting up buildings. So I called a family meeting with my kids to talk about the situation. Told John his sister was only doing wedding activities she wanted to and that the guilting request needed to stop, that this was hurting his relationship with his sister. Sally was happy I said it so she did not have to yet again. I told him if he did not stop her from messaging me I would block her with a bluntly honest explanation why. We got a lot out, John seemed to understand, but then a few days later they insisted on coming to talk. Sally and I decided we would get everything out. So all of us ate at our place. Abby started in immediately about baby shower stuff and I told that is the kind of thing we wanted to talk about. I told her that I understood she has been trying to fill a hole that she has, that she thought she was getting a father, a second mother, she calls my ex-wife mom apparently, and a sister. I told her it was still possible but that she needed to start listening to us. I told her that for the sake of family we would give her a fresh start, if she agreed that moving forward she would respect our boundaries. My daughter did not love this idea but loves her brother and was willing to try. Abby tried to say that since we were starting over we could define what the relationship would be and just be family. We told her we were not ready for that it needs to happen organically. She got mad that I am closer with my daughter's partner, which is true but we just get along, and that she deserved it for trying so hard. My daughter said something about trying things we actually want. She ran to our bathroom, he ran after her. After a while I checked on him. I could hear her repeating, "This is not what I wanted." My wife, daughter and her partner went out to the patio to give them privacy and salvage the night. After a bit I got a text saying they had just left. I checked in with him the next day and he said they talked more at home and she understood. For a couple of weeks things were good. The text stopped except the occasional wedding question, since it was getting closer. She stopped pushing herself on my wife and Sally, and we thought was involving us in less in wedding planning out of respect, since as it was they only got the venue at the rate they did because of my professional connections and they know I was willing to help but not interested in helping plan, even if I'm good at event planning. But then I got a call from the venue telling me the card I used had been declined. Now this is a specific card I use for big purchases because of the miles so I knew it had a high limit. That was how I learned that they had changed dates by 2 months despite being informed I would still be out much of the money because it was too close to the date. I was furious. I mean I have been lucky in life financially but I am not blow-off deposits like nothing wealthy. Called my son, said he needed to get his ass to the house, just him. They both came. When they arrived I opened the door, she actually started with, "Dad." I think I just replied, "You have got to be fin kidding me," and walked toward the table. Abby had the nerve to ask where dinner was. My response was not polite as I made it clear that was not why they were here. I hoped my son would not lie to me so I asked what was going on with the venue. She started going into wedding details but my son interrupted to tell me they postponed because my ex-wife was unavailable because of a surgery and he had not told me because he was putting money together to pay the lost money himself, and he had just reached out to guests to let them know. And that is when Abby's mouth opened. We have extra time to work on our dance. Now during this time my wife came home, and I was walking her toward the bedroom when Abby said that. My pregnant wife with me said, calmly, "I have different feelings about that and will elaborate further shortly," or something like that. Then I laid my wife down and got her water, turned on her symphonic covers of popular songs and walked back to the table and said something like, "You are out of your fee-in mind, have you ever been listening?" I made it clear I was done with this nonsense, we all were. And kind of lost it asking she did not hear us last time because her head was up her ass. She was stunned silent, "What a beautiful sound," and looked at me while I, admittedly with little filter, explained what Sally and I thought of our time with her and her attempts to force us to love her without even getting to know us. She started crying and stood up and shouted, "Then what was this even for?" John asked what she meant, if she meant them, and he started to freak out. She was frantic and said she meant delaying the wedding. Because, and I'm pouring another drink to write this, it was a ploy. My ex-wife and her decided if I had more time I would come around. Apparently my ex told her not to worry about the money because I am loaded. She has always been bitter. I make so much more than I did when we were married, as if that is out of spite rather than my career arc. I think she did that on purpose, frankly. But she not only told me that lie, she and my ex told John as well. He was distraught. Repeating "you lied to me," as she tried to spin it, but he was letting it out about how much he has defended her and covered for her, and she lied to him too. She was defensive and blamed my ex for telling her things and me for being stubborn. She yelled, "Why can't I just call him dad?" And finally, after so long, I heard John respond, "Because he is not your effing dad." She started crying and something about his being the one that told she could call me that, and he said he told her she might be able to eventually, but he had told her again and again to slow down. She started sobbing and went to sit on her chair but missed and fell on the floor. Appreciating physical humor to break the tension, I admittedly chuckled and hid my mouth behind my drink. This all led to a lot of sobbing. I said I needed to check on my wife, and as I walked out she was repeating, "I just want him to be my dad too." I came out and he was walking her to the door and apologized. I said not to. They left. He came over a few days later and said they had a long talk at home. He even asked her if she would have dated him if there was never a chance of being in the family. He believed her when she said yes, but she admitted I was a big draw as well. I was the kind of dad she always wanted. My relationship with Sally is what she always wanted, and the way she said it gave John doubts that she loves him for him. I talked about marriage counseling, how his mother and I tried it, and, while it did not save us, it provided clarity and an impartial voice. I pointed out they both like coming to me, but I cannot be impartial, and if they are trying then they need to do it for real. Abby texted asking if I was the one who suggested therapy. I responded with, "Does it matter if John wants to?" She asked why it was so bad. She wants to know what I think, and I just said John is the man whose opinion should matter most to her. They fought due to the text. She agreed to the counseling and the wedding has been postponed. I may have done a dance. So they are in counseling. He said she struggles, but I obviously do not know details. She is pressing for me and Sally to go to a session with her. Sally told her she did not want to hear Sally unfiltered, and I am not interested. Abby has been leaving Sally alone. She stopped texting me except for the occasional general question, which includes some attempt to go deeper. My wife still occasionally spends time with her because she's very into her pregnancy, more so than I like, but it is my wife's call. So that is where we are. Sorry it was so long, but alcohol makes for a poor editor. Update 3. I was told I should do updates here. People have been asking me to, and to get into what went down on Father's Day and at their mother's house. I have been extremely busy these last few months, but am enjoying my temporary unemployment and thought of this account because of the recent Thanksgiving drama. I will do an update and then we'll share what happened earlier. Oh, and to whomever made the joke that Abby finally got me to dance, that made me laugh. I shared that with the family. My time has been largely caring for my wife. I tend to dote, I know. We are having a boy. We are really excited, though neither of us really had gender preference. I have raised both, and both experiences were wonderful. Now we are discussing names, who we are going to honor. I thought everything had been quiet, but recently found my wife crying and found out I was wrong. Given how busy I have been with work, and my wife knowing I would be free again once we got into this month, my wife has kept this to herself. Apparently Abby has been pushing for one Thanksgiving this year. Things have been quiet with Abby. My son said the wedding blowing up woke her up, and that therapy had been helping. But then this. My understanding is that while John has been talking less with his mother because of all that happened, Abby did the opposite. From my wife's telling, Abby dropped by one day with my ex-wife. My wife intensely dislikes my ex-wife because of lies she spread about my first marriage ending due to infidelity with her, despite there being no infidelity and the linear nature of time making it impossible for us to have slept together back then. Before anyone asks, my ex-wife does not actually think there was infidelity. I would get into that, but I am sure I would sound biased. Anyway, my wife looked at our camera app, saw who it was and called my daughter. Apparently the two of them were keeping things from me because I was working 18-hour days and they did not want me dealing with anything else. I wish they had not done that, but I appreciate the thought. I am really lucky to have such caring people around me. My daughter called her mom and said something that made them leave in a hurry. She will not tell me what, but she smiles when I ask. I called John, but he was dealing with some hard work news, so I just was there for him and left the other alone. The next day Abby came back, alone this time. My wife saw it was her and asked her what she wanted through the door. Abby said to apologize. My wife let her in, she is too nice, and after a nice talk Abby asked about the whole family getting together for Thanksgiving. My wife said of course, she assumed as much. A couple of days later in our group chat we were discussing details, who brings what, and Abby asks what else is needed. I say John already committed and she asked what about my ex-wife, what should she bring? In the time I have known Abby she has never made an intentional joke that funny. So I asked what she was talking about and she mentioned the whole family comment, and my daughter and I both asked what made her think we counted her as family. She actually replied, she is my family. I don't have a dad who wants me, just a mom, and my mom deserves to be with family on Thanksgiving. Sally replied, well, we'll miss you and John then. Abby asks how she can say that. Sally asks how she can be so stupid. John says not to call her stupid and I say that is fair, but there is no real way she thought my wife thought she meant my ex-wife. At this point my wife had filled me in. And then, this is so stupid. She uses my son's phone to add my ex-frigging wife to the group chat. She then thanks us for the invitation and asks what she can bring. As I was typing, my daughter beats me to it and asks what she thinks she is doing. She knows she is not welcome, but says it less politely. My wife types, "You could not have thought she was included when I said family." Abby responded that she was not coming as my family but as hers. Sally let her mom have it. She already is not talking to her much and said if my ex-wife is there then she is not. I mentioned there was never a chance X was going to come and said I understand Abby and John wanting to go to their mom's house so she is not alone. John typed, "Plans not definite, we'll let you know." He has since told me that he is not going to go to his mom's place but wanted to tell Abby alone first. All I can think about is the comment about not having a dad who wants her, because it means she is still thinking about me as a dad, I believe. Just a negligent one. I mentioned that to my son and he said he noticed it too and had brought it up at therapy, because family is such a frequent topic, though I obviously do not know the details. Wow, I thought this would be brief but that was a lot. I will get into the crazy stories later if there are people seeing this who want me to. I do not know how posting from here works in terms of anyone seeing it, but this has been good to get out. Relevant comments. Commenter 1. Someone needs to explain sunk cost fallacy to John. I genuinely cannot believe he is still with her after the sheer volume of times she has disrespected him, his boundaries, and your family. Maybe this was back in an earlier post, but has anyone really taken the time to reason with him that there are other women out there and he deserves so much better than this kind of relationship? OOP, I had a talk when this started. So did his sister. After the blow-up with the wedding, his sister and I took him out for a game and some time to really talk after. That was when he apparently demanded counseling. I am happy that for now marriage is on hold, at least. He is seeing her a bit more honestly, but is still too optimistic, in my view. OOP needs to let his wife know not to let Abby in when he is not home. OOP. I have asked my wife to never let her in if I'm not here after last time. Well, actually I had already asked her, but after the last incident my wife has agreed. You are exactly correct that she takes advantage of my wife's kindness, though once our boy is here I think she will be very protective and will hold strong. I have told John that Abby will not be holding our baby, at least for the foreseeable future. OOP and his daughter need to have a serious talk with his son about Abby. OOP, his sister and I had a serious conversation with him a little after everything blew up. It seems to be what inspired both his demand for counseling and putting the marriage on hold. He is better about seeing her honestly. His sister said something about Abby having similarities to their mother, which would have been fighting words from anyone else, and I saw the temper that rarely comes out. But then he listened because she clearly put thought into it. I never thought about it. I am proud to have kids smarter than me. I know my boy doesn't come off as a genius in these posts, and fair enough in that department, but professionally he is brilliant. She laid her reasoning out in excruciating detail. He listened though because she was not enjoying it at all. It was sincere. Some seem to have clicked because since that talk he has been different with her. I just am not getting my hopes up. Commenter 2, when two crazies are feeding off each other's crazy, they can start thinking anything is possible. I have a feeling that even if your son leaves her she's not going to go away peacefully. Her and your ex sound like peas in a pod unfortunately. OOP, my daughter really went at him pointing out their similarities. She made her case well and thankfully it shook him up. I caught my wife cheating after 20 years of love, so I confronted her affair partner and ended his marriage. Now my life is in shambles. I didn't notice the signs that were there. Here are a handful that come to mind. She began sending strange late-night texts. She frequently went out for drinks with her pals. I was happy that she was being friendly, even if this was not her usual behavior. She attended yoga once a week, but it appears that she was not compensated because she assisted with setup and cleanup and the instructor was one of her coworkers. In my opinion, she was also quite rigid for someone who practiced yoga. Callers who are unknown hang up. If we were near each other's phones, we would frequently answer them. She had an unidentified caller on multiple occasions who would end the conversation as soon as I responded. Although we received a lot of spam calls, the calls were typically from telemarketers or debt collectors trying to locate the number's prior owner. It's rarely a hang-up. I was not expected to return until tonight because I work out of town. Tomorrow was our scheduled departure for a 2-week road trip. I came home yesterday afternoon because work was sluggish. Since we've been so busy this summer with family and friends, this trip was meant to offer us some alone time. I didn't recognize the truck in my driveway when I got home. Recently, my neighbor inquired about my opinion of the new truck, but I assumed he was wrong and didn't give it much thought. I had a horrible instinct as soon as I saw the truck. The feeling was there, and it was powerful, even though I loved and trusted my wife. I crept to the window of our bedroom on the side of the house. It was open, and as I approached I could hear them. My worst suspicion was validated when I peered out the window. On my bed they were straight there, nude. I turned to leave. I've been resisting the temptation to do something I'll later regret. Right now, I'm having a hard time caring what happens to me. I spent the night in my family's cabin and drank all that was there. I was about to confront her on my way home today, but I changed my mind. I'm not prepared. Anger is all I can feel. Violence is all I can think about. Right now, I'm not in a good enough state to see her. I'm currently back at the cabin. I've spent the last hour gazing at a 60-ounce bottle of rum. I don't want to become wasted and make poor choices, but I do want to get wasted and forget this. I am aware that this is a pivotal time in my life and that what I do in the days ahead will determine how I live the rest of my days. I am there. I need assistance. I'm contacting strangers because I'm not ready to talk to friends or relatives. F this planet. Edit. The rum will remain nearby for the time being, but I have made the decision not to consume it. My brother is on his way and should be here in a few hours, according to the phone call I made. My wife just texted me to tell me how much she loves me and how excited she is for our trip. I still haven't replied. In addition to my brief update, I wanted to clarify a few remarks and queries that continued to come up. I feel much better today, if you can't tell. The pain subsided almost entirely. Although I still feel like I've been hit in the stomach, I've started to look ahead. I don't think this is correct. Am I just incredibly resilient, or is this a sign of things to come? To shed some light on the queries and remarks I've received, I've included some cliff notes. When I mentioned wife and best friend, I meant the dual roles my wife and I had in our relationship. I didn't even know the other guy, let alone consider him my best friend. I didn't get a good look at him, but based on my fleeting impression and the fact that I saw his car, I don't think it's someone I know. We are childless. However, we intend to have them shortly. We recently sold our home, and when the new owners move in September, we plan to relocate closer to my place of employment. Like he did for me, I will express my gratitude to my neighbor in a subtle way. After a long work travel, I must admit that coming home to Willow P may be one of the worst things. I sincerely apologize for what occurred to you. As for us, we're just getting started, so grab a seat, and let's get started with the first update. My brother and I had a lengthy conversation when he got there. He has been my actual best friend, and I've come to learn that I should never forget that and that he will always support me without passing judgment, just as I would support him. Despite the fact that we occasionally argue, he truly sets the bar for what true friendship is. I chose to reply to my wife's text yesterday night as I was meant to be at home. It made sense for me to just be texting her because we are not permitted to have phones on the premises. She is aware that I may easily slip in a few texts. I informed her in writing that I would not be able to call her until the end of the weekend because I had to travel to one of my company's remote locations. I informed her that I will reschedule after canceling all of the reservations. I rented a romantic bed and breakfast on the vineyard, and she said she could bring her best friend over this weekend. I was aware that she didn't want me to believe that her best buddy would be attending. Since it was non-refundable, I informed her that I had already given it to my brother and his wife, who would reimburse me in a month. I canceled every reservation this morning, with the exception of the romantic one. I'm going with my brother. Luckily, the hotel allowed us to move from the honeymoon suite to a 2-bed room. This just ended up being a long overdue fishing excursion with my brother because there is a really great lake and boat rentals close by. I am therefore free this weekend. That reduced my worry and gave me more time to reflect because I won't have to write or speak to her for a few days. Right now, I'm considering getting a divorce. There's really no other way for me to see it. My brother is in favor of this, however he has requested me to talk to someone for a few weeks. On Monday, his wife is willing to speak with me through a friend of hers who works as a couples counselor. At least it might help me sort out some of this muddle, but I don't see it changing my mind. In order to at least get ready for what I believe is inevitable, I am also starting to talk to lawyers and taking a lot of advice from this place. I want to do it correctly. I don't think she would try to cheat on me, but I also don't think she would try to do so I think I should be ready for anything. That was a brief update, but it gives us a glimpse into the OP's current thoughts. Let's move on to the following update, which is quite extensive and contains a wealth of information. Now, let's go on to that. The last few days have seen a lot of events. To go to the Tibetan breakfast on the vineyard, my brother, Matt, and I drove for over 5 hours. I am really grateful that he has supported me during this time. It helped me get my thoughts straight, although it was more of a venting session. Our fishing trip wasn't very successful. The proprietor of the B&B provided us with some food after we both caught a few trout that we had to release because of their size. Those were quite successful. We took a car back to Matt's house on Sunday. He lives almost an hour away from my home in the town next door. Jen, Matt's wife, was waiting for us when we got there, and we all sat and opened a bottle of white wine that was stored in the cooler. For me, the weekend officially ended at this point. Jen informed me that she chose to spy on my wife while we were abroad. She informed me that the man spent the entire night in my house on Friday, but she arrived on Saturday morning just as he was about to leave. She located the apartment where he resided after following him home. On Saturday night, while she was texting me to tell me how much she loved and missed me, my wife stayed over there. Jen claimed to be dividing her time between stalking my wife and visiting relatives in my town. She claimed to have caught my wife on Sunday morning as she was leaving his apartment and snapped a few photos of them cuddling and kissing before she got into her car. I'd rather not see them. For me, that essentially sealed the deal. If she can so easily go from telling me she loves me and being with another guy, I doubt I could ever trust her again. Nevertheless, I made the decision that I would not react hastily because of my feelings. I must maintain my composure and composure. Jen then informed me that Sharon would be joining us for supper. Jen made an appointment for me with a psychotherapist named Sharon. To be clear, this was my first encounter with my wife, and she has never met her. We got along well, and Sharon was a really pleasant girl. Following dinner, Sharon and I took the dogs for a stroll around Matt's neighborhood while also having a little private chat. Sharon was quite helpful since she listened well and gave me the impression that I didn't need to be cautious. Being that open about how I felt was therapeutic. Even though I get along well with my brother, this was something new and much needed. I enjoy blogging on Reddit for the same reason. It's a way for me to vent and clear out some of the chaos in my thoughts. The only practical advice Sharon provided me during our hour-long walk was to not put off talking to my wife. It will be more difficult to discuss this with her the longer I wait, she said. She explained that right now, I need clarity more than anything else, and my wife is the only one who can provide it. Jen and Matt invited me to remain with them for as long as needed later that evening. I talked to my manager, who was able to arrange for me to live in corporate housing because I'm aware that Matt and I have a time limit on living together. Although I had to leave on days off, I had been staying there every other week for some time. If I needed to, he was able to arrange for me to remain full-time for a few months. Later that week, I made the decision to reschedule with Sharon. For the first session, I thought talking would be enough, and she agreed. I lay in bed all night Sunday, trying to figure out how to go about this. I found this difficult because even the hypothetical situation in my mind made me feel depressed or angry. I made the decision to wing it. Normally, I perform well under pressure. I got up the following morning and bid Matt and Jen farewell. What if he's there when I get home? I asked myself as I drove home. I then reasoned that it would probably only make me feel even more irate than I had been a few days prior. I choose to start with a drive-by. My wife's automobile and his truck were not present. After going inside and gathering a number of necessities and items I didn't want to part with, I proceeded to the man's residence. His truck was there, but so was her car. To find out where she was, I made the decision to write her. "I'm getting groceries," she said. I drove past the grocery shop and verified she was there because I don't trust her at the moment. Admitting that I did that makes me feel so bad, but that's the only way I can be sure of anything, and it breaks my trust. We need to discuss, so I contacted her again and implored her to simply come home. "What's wrong?" she replied in writing. I just replied that she must be prepared to be honest before shutting off my phone. 15 minutes later, she arrived home. As usual, she came over to give me a kiss and an embrace when she entered. I turned my back on her. She repeated, "What's wrong?" to me. I therefore advised her to start telling the truth to me. She seemed not to understand what I was talking about. I replied, "Okay, if you can't be honest, then I'm leaving." At this point, she became frantic and asked, "Are you talking about yoga?" I assumed that was a beginning. She told me that she hadn't been attending yoga when I asked her what she was talking about. "Where were you going if you weren't going to yoga?" I asked. She claimed that because she had been so worried lately, she was taking walks to decompress. "What has been causing you so much stress, and why did you feel the need to lie to me about what you were doing?" I inquired. She said she didn't know how to tell me and attributed it to the transfer preparations. I persisted in pressing, saying, "So you decided to lie. Why did you feel the need to let me know that you were taking a stroll to relieve stress?" I responded that I wasn't stressed when she stated she didn't mean to lie and that she was concerned she would be making me feel more stressed. She didn't appear to be telling me everything. "What do you mean?" she asked, looking at me in amazement. "I think you're lying about more than just skipping yoga," I remarked, glancing at her. "I'm asking you to be honest once more. If you continue to lie, this won't work because you have already lied to me. Oh, are you talking about last weekend when I went for drinks with some friends and came home late? She followed up on her attempt to deflect by claiming she was at a loss for words. I sensed something that disturbed you. I didn't know she went out late or drank drinks. I questioned her whether she was lying again or if it was what she actually did while I was at work, a few hours away. She explained that although she went out for drinks that evening, she didn't run into her purported best friend. In response, I inquired, "Who did you see?" "No one, I just drank alone," she claimed. Naturally, I wasn't buying this, and I was getting impatient. I therefore questioned her, "Is that something now? That you are drinking by yourself?" "Yeah, maybe I have a problem," she replied in response. She had one final chance to be honest before I left, so I told her to get to the bottom of her drinking problem. She claimed she didn't know what else to say after giving me a glance. I simply got up and walked away. I usually take a drive to keep away from her when we argue. She likely assumed this was the same, but then she noticed that I had taken my Xbox, clothes and toiletries. She started blowing up my phone at that point. "There's nothing more to say," I told her, because I offered her an opportunity to be honest and she didn't. She pleaded with me to come home so we could discuss things face to face. She claimed she didn't know what she believed she'd done or why I was so unhappy. She reaffirmed her love for me and her vow to never harm me. I felt a new ache in my chest just listening to her say that. The words were always consoling, and I blindly believed them. It felt like a dull, sharp knife cutting through my heart in the most worst way right now. I hung up because I couldn't take it any longer. Before I was prepared to respond once more, she called back roughly 40 times. "Did you talk to Karen, the best friend?" she asked this time. She responded, "Come home, I don't want to say this over the phone," when I asked why. In order to lower my heart rate, I agreed and continued driving for a little while longer. I then returned home. "I assume you spoke to Karen," she began. She went on to describe how they went out for drinks a few weeks earlier when I was at work, but I just gazed at her. When a few men began purchasing drinks for them, they simply cooperated. One of the guys tried to kiss her as they were leaving, but she quickly retreated and informed them that she was married. She then expressed her regret and wanted to inform me, but she was a fool and chose to keep it a secret from me. She also informed me that without asking, Karen provided his friend my wife's number after hooking up with the other guy. Since then, he has texted her a few times, but she has never responded in writing. After all of that, I just asked her to show me her phone, and she did. Other than her mother and me, there were no texts at all. This was new to her because she never deletes her texts. When I investigated the deleted images, I discovered one of a guy I didn't recognize, even though her photos were clean. She told me it was the man who attempted to kiss her when I inquired who it was. "Why did you take a picture of him?" I asked her again. Once more, she placed the blame on herself, claiming that I was just being stupid. I pointed out that it's not a valid excuse and refused to allow her get away with it. I pressed her once more to explain her actions. She claimed not to know. "Is that all you want to tell me, or is there more?" I inquired, growing weary of the whole situation by this point. That was all she could think of, she said. I went out again. I didn't want to face any more hints of the truth. I climbed into my truck and headed out. She tried to stop me as she hurried outside, but I was already out of her grasp. After having my lunch and trying to think of what to do next, I went to the adjacent park and just sat on my tailgate. As I sat there, I started to recall other things I should have known better, like the times I worked a weekend shift and went to bed early. Along with some of her girlfriends, my wife went out to the club. She wasn't home when I woke up at 4 a.m. I tried calling her several times, but nobody picked up. She called me back about half an hour later to ask if I could come get her. She informed me that they were unsuccessful in their attempt to hail a cab when I picked her up. Her buddy was approached by a pair of men who wanted to stop at home before offering them a ride. Her married buddy entered a room with one of the guys when they arrived at his residence. According to my wife, she looked for her for long before giving up and waiting with the roommates in the kitchen while enjoying a drink. When I tried to call her, she said she didn't hear her phone. We got into a fight over this, and she ended her friendship with her friend because she was disgusted by what they had done. I assumed that was the end of it. She once made the trip to another city to see a close friend. A scheduled girls' night was held. 4 of the girls were in their pajamas, watching movies while intoxicated. That's what I was told anyway. She then gave me a goodnight call at around 1 a.m. She kept telling me that they were having a nice girls' night during our 20-minute conversation. Then, in the distance, I heard a man's voice. She initially denied hearing anything when I questioned who it was. Then, loudly, it occurred once again. "Oh yeah, ex-friend took a couple of guys with her," she answered, unable to deny it. "Everyone in this place is furious about it. She was 3 hours away and intoxicated. She forced me to put my trust in her once more. We discussed that as well as her refusal to inform me of their presence. She vowed never to place herself in such a predicament again. That obviously didn't stick. I was prepared to try this one last time after recalling all of those things and our discussions about them. My phone rang nearly instantly after I switched it back on. She was yelling for me to come home when I responded. I returned home by car. As soon as I stepped inside, she was there, crying uncontrollably. She kept saying, 'I'm so sorry, I'm so sorry,' while seated on the couch. 'What are you sorry for?' I asked her. She started to rock crazily back and forth. She confessed to lying about the man who attempted to kiss her after it took her a solid 5 minutes to collect her breath enough to talk. I asked her to explain what had transpired after giving her a quick glance. She claimed that that evening, the four of them returned to his house and played about. Even though I knew there was more, I felt lightheaded simply listening to her say it. There seemed to be a million people talking into my ears at once, and the room seemed to be getting smaller. I believed that I was experiencing a panic attack. To get things back to normal, I went to the restroom and washed my face with cold water. "What exactly did you do?" I asked her again. I forced her to do it even though she attempted to avoid it. She went on to say that she gave him her head after he touched her. "Was that it?" I questioned her, knowing it wasn't all of it, and she said, "Yes." At this point, I was furious and informed her that I would no longer play the trickle truth game and that we would either stop talking or she would have to tell me everything at once. It took her a few more minutes to talk when she started crying once more. She now admits that they had another encounter and shared a bed. Then right away, "I'm so sorry. I will stop at nothing to make up for this because I love you." "Just the one time?" I asked her, knowing the truth. "If she tells me the truth, I should please give her a chance to do everything she can to make up for it," she continued after pausing. I promised to give it some thought, and now the whole truth was revealed. She acknowledged that it had been an affair for over a month and that they had been having sex while I was out of town for work. She informs me that he is married and that their divorce is imminent. "Does he know you're married?" I questioned her. "Yes," she replies. "Do you think our marriage is failing if he was having an affair because his is failing?" I then questioned. "No, I don't think ours is failing," she responds, before going on to say, "I'm so dumb. I despise myself. Don't leave me, please. I can make this right." "How would you do that?" I inquired, and she stated she would do anything I requested. "What would fix this for you if you were in my shoes or the shoes of your affair partner's wife?" I questioned her. She said that it would be resolved if she knew the truth and could believe that I meant what I was saying. Then she said, "I'm trustworthy. I made a mistake and will not do it again." "Would you want to know the truth if you were his wife?" I questioned her. "Yes," she replied. "Then fix this?" I said. She asked, "Do you want me to call his wife?" after giving me a look. "If you believe that's what she would want," I said. She attempted to call but never received a response. Her cell phone rang a couple of minutes later. Karen Work was stated as the name. I knew it wasn't Karen because of the shocked expression on her face. "Is that him?" I questioned. "It was," she said. When I replied, he said, "Oops, I must have the wrong number," being the coward that he is. "No, this is the husband of the girl you have been having an affair with," I said. "She has something to tell you, so I'm going to let you talk to her." I handed the phone to her. She claims that she told him the whole truth, everything I know, that they were only having a brief affair and that he should never get in touch with her again. Before she hung up and asked him, "What divorce lawyer are you using?" I demanded to see the phone. "I'm not getting divorced," he responded. "Why did you tell my wife you were?" I asked him. "I didn't," he stated. I then requested to talk to his wife since I believed she should be aware of this just as much as I am. "Please dude," he said, "I didn't realize she was married. Don't let a mistake destroy my marriage." "You ruined mine over a mistake," I shot back. "It is only right that I inform his spouse." Since she was at work, he begged me not to tell her, promising to tell her everything when she got home. I hung up after saying, "All right, you do that." I then turned to my wife and asked her whether she knew the name and place of employment of his wife. She did. My wife called to let me know she was at work. She managed to get her on the phone and instructed her to sit down. This woman stated she will phone my wife back from her car as she was about to depart for the day. She did. "What's going on?" was the first question she asked. My wife informed her that she didn't want to start any mishaps and that she had something awful to share with her. "Please don't drive," she pleaded. The wife was obviously alarmed and inquired as to the whereabouts of her affair companion. My wife informed her that he was currently in their apartment and doing well. My wife went on to add, "I just wanted to let you know that we have been having an affair for the past month. Since I'm currently coming clean to my husband, I felt you should be treated with the same deference." After a minute or so of silence, the affair partner's wife claimed she would find out who my wife was if this was some sick joke. She hung up after that. Karen Work texted my wife less than 10 minutes later, saying, "Thanks, you just ruined my life." I picked up the phone and replied, "You just destroyed 2 marriages and 4 lives. Remember that. You bit of junk, you were to blame for this." My wife pleaded with me to stay with her for the next hour. She promised me sexual favors, counseling, and the promise that she would always be by my side. Thanks to the comments, this was just what I expected. Then, as a reward, she suggested that we take that trip. She said, "We need time away. My work schedule has been separating us lately, so we need to get together and spend some quality time." And just what I thought she would say. I went, but she wasn't expecting me to inform her. Additionally, she wasn't prepared for me to inform her that I already had a counseling appointment scheduled. She most certainly didn't anticipate my telling her that I had slept with her in my own bed. She probably didn't anticipate that I would have a hotel reservation in place. She sobbed on the floor when I told her all of that. She began to complain that she didn't deserve to live. She advised me to break up with her immediately since she is too awful to be with anybody else. That was how it continued for some time. I listened to her justifications for 4 hours straight, during which time she tried to give me a hug, a cuddle, or even a head if I would just remain and work things out with her. When I finally phoned Karen, I informed her that her unfaithful buddy was suicidal and asked her to come watch her. After that, I departed. I haven't spoken to her since that incident, which occurred about a full day ago. All day long she has been phoning and texting me. All day long her friends and family have been phoning and texting me. Each one has a different justification or request for sympathy. The only person to write to me was her father, who assured me that he would always love me like a son, no matter what, and that I should act in my own best interests. I had my first good cry since this whole thing started when I read it. My counselor Sharon and I have appointments tomorrow and Thursday, respectively. Though I'm unsure of everything until it happens, I believe I know where this is headed. I apologize for the long story. It's just a good method to get things out. Once more, thank you very much for all of the letters and comments. I feel so much less damaged and more hopeful because of the folks who are sharing their own tales like this. I truly appreciate all of your words and actions on my behalf. That concluded the update. Before I offer my commentary, we have one last update regarding this story. All I can say at this point is that I believe the OP did a fantastic job of persuading his unfaithful wife to tell the truth. Final update. Well done, he. Let's proceed to the last update now. It was a pretty eventful week. I've been alternating between my brother's house and camp. I only stay on nights when I have an early appointment because I want to be as unobtrusive as possible. I've benefited much from my employer's permission to take a few weeks off for personal reasons. I've kept going to see the therapist, Sharon. So far, I've seen her 3 times. Personally, I feel better now than I did a week ago. Therefore, even if I don't think our visits are very fruitful, I do think they're a nice opportunity for me to get some things off my mind. I will therefore continue for the time being. Last Thursday, I had a conversation with a lawyer. I compiled a list of all assets and financial information, including debt, under their guidance. After that, I went to the bank and requested that they put a stop on our accounts so that no one could take money out of them without the other person being there. This won't prevent either of us from obtaining new money, just the old shared money, because we both have our paychecks deposited into our own accounts. Although it's now too late, the lawyer did advise me to wait to confront her until after I've served her the papers. I was getting calls and texts from my wife, her family, and her friends almost non-stop throughout the entire week. My sister-in-law hosted a family gathering at the cabin this past weekend. I went and had to tell my family the news. Now that it's public knowledge, I can incorporate them into my recuperation process. Up until about 8 o'clock on Saturday night, everything was going as smoothly as it could be. When my wife's automobile arrived, my dad, brother and I were gathered around the fire. Matt, my brother, assured me he would handle everything. In order to avoid being seen from the driveway, my dad and I made the decision to take a stroll around the property. I could hear my wife yelling at my brother to move out of the path as we were just about to enter the woodland. She was accompanied by a few of her pals, who were also shouting at Matt and urging him to shut up. He tried his hardest, but in the end they were too much for him. She pushed past him and came running toward us. She must have noticed us going in that direction. I stated I would handle her, even though my dad offered to handle it. My wife, who I'll just call Kate, came racing to me and started crying. I didn't stop her from giving her a hug right away, but I also didn't give her one in return. She pleaded with me simply to talk to her. I accepted, and in order to have some peace, we strolled around the property's trails. The other guy's wife has left him, according to Kate. She told me that he blamed her for everything and threatened to kill himself over the phone. She says she hasn't spoken to him since telling him to simply do it. She then takes out a piece of paper and begins enumerating the ways she intends to make amends with me. She provided all of these services on the first day, including sexual requests and couples therapy. And then she surprised me. I don't want to continue living this way, she says. She stated that she wants us to both quit our jobs, go abroad, and open the small beach bar we've always discussed. She claimed that if I accompanied her, she would depart immediately. In order to contextualize this is all that came to mind for the previous week as I tried to picture my life after the divorce. I assumed that everything would have to be restarted. I might as well add another element to the tremendous change I'm currently going through and just do what I want. I was reminded of how much I missed her and wanted to be with her when I heard her express the same desire. I knew I had to cut the conversation short at that point. Her buddies were waiting for her when I escorted her back to her car. I informed her that although I couldn't guarantee anything more, I would be open to talking on the phone. She felt enough at ease to depart. Since then, we've talked on the phone every night, but it never changes. She sobs and pleads with me for another opportunity. I hung up after becoming upset with her for what she'd done. Right now, I'm having a terrible time missing her. It's difficult to talk to someone who was my best friend for decades. It is heartbreaking to realize that all of our hopes and dreams have been thrown away. The only thing I want is to simply move and start fresh somewhere else. She wrecked it, even though I wanted that to be with her. She took that away from me, that's all. We only have that information from OP. With any luck, he was able to complete the divorce, relocate to a beach, and open his bar. At least we know that the affair partner received his just desserts and that he was able to confront his unfaithful wife. I thus hope that the original poster is content with his life and enjoying himself wherever he is as I wrap up this film, which has already been long enough. In addition, how many of you would like to see a beach bar like the one the original poster mentioned? That is one of my retirement fantasies, and I'm aware of it. My family wants me for Christmas after 8 years of estrangement, but can I forgive them when they only care about my grandfather's inheritance? My family has invited me, my wife, 27 female, and my daughter, 1 female, for Christmas after we were disowned 8 years ago. After my friends gave me different opinions, one of them suggested that I submit my problem here to receive feedback from strangers on the internet. I am a 25-year-old man who is the youngest of 4 children. My mom is 52 and my dad is 54. My siblings are my twin brother Casey, 25, male. Sarah, 28, female, and Michael, 31, male. For background, I was the family's black sheep growing up, and I was aware of that from an early age. You see, there are a lot of athletes in my family. My mom played volleyball. Michael played soccer. Sarah played softball. Casey was the team's outstanding running back, and my dad was a standout basketball player at a D2 school. My parents were always interested in my siblings and hardly ever came to my events, so I had to practically beg them to come to my tournaments. I was never really interested in any of those physical sports, but I was interested in archery, which my family referred to as a wimpy sport. I competed in over 20 tournaments between the ages of 14 and 16, but my parents only attended one. Although they never abandoned me, they never showed me the same level of emotional support that they did for my brothers. I was angry about that as a teenager. Every time I attempted to discuss this with them, they would accuse me of being attention-seeking. But this isn't the reason my family disowned me. I started dating Amy, 25, female, who was in my grade at the time, when I was 15. I introduced her to my parents and siblings after we had been dating for approximately 6 or 7 months, and they all thought she was great. Even though I was young, I could imagine us working together in the future. After nearly 2 years, I was informed by one of Amy's former friends that she had been unfaithful to me for a few months. I didn't know who the man was at the time, but she told me it was my twin brother when I confronted her. She essentially informed me that although she loved me at first, her love for my brother was greater. When I confronted Casey at home later that day, I was so furious that I gave him a sucker punch and knocked him unconscious. I acknowledge that I shouldn't have acted violently, but my animosity toward him and my family simply exploded. I was transferred to live with my 48-year-old paternal aunt, who was now distant from the family and resided in a different city about 2 hours away. In exchange for my family not pursuing charges against me, I could have been prosecuted as an adult in court. Since then, I haven't communicated with them. It was difficult at first, but I eventually got over my desire for a relationship with them with the help of my aunt and her 48-year-old husband. After attending a university in my aunt's city and transferring to a different high school, I earned my degree as an electrical engineer. After a while, I met my wife and we were married. I considered inviting them to my wedding, but I decided against it because I didn't want any controversy. After that, my wife and I purchased a home an hour's drive from my aunt, and a year later, we were blessed with a daughter. Then, roughly a week ago, my parents messaged me on Facebook to invite me to spend Christmas at their place so we could catch up. I informed them that while I could have other plans, I would think about it and provide them with a definitive response shortly. Later, I received strange friend requests from Sarah and Michael. Because she is 2 months pregnant and does not want to deal with any additional stress, my wife has informed me that if I travel, she and my daughter will spend Christmas at my father-in-law's place. I concur with her. I would like to know if it would be wise for me to go and try to make amends with my family. Having a hard time deciding what to do. On the one hand, they might want to apologize because they feel horrible about what they did to me. However, I could be forced to apologize to Casey if I go there, which is something I don't want to do. Any guidance would be beneficial. Viewpoint. To start with, except for your aunt, your entire family seems like a bunch of jerks. The only cool person here is her. If I were you, I would inform them that I am spending Christmas with my wife, daughter, and father-in-law, thus I am unable to go. I would inquire as to whether choosing a different time is truly vital to them. That is, if you want to make amends with them or if you're interested in finding out what they want. There are many various circumstances in life that can help you alter your opinion, but I must admit that it seems a little strange that your brother and sister decided to add you as a friend after 8 years of no communication, following your parents' Facebook message. For this reason, if you're interested in meeting them, I wouldn't do it at your house or at theirs on Christmas. Meet in a park or someplace and then see where things go. Tell them to stop contacting you and that you're just not accessible if you're not interested in making amends. Proceed with your life after blocking them on social media. What are your thoughts on the matter as a whole? If you were in OP's position, how would you respond? Tell me in the space provided for comments. Remarks from the community. As a parent, I can't imagine not being able to communicate with one of my children for 8 years after my other child done something so horrible to him, as stated in Minute Box 3852. He struck him then. I simply cannot imagine that. If my son ever did something like hit his brother, I would completely understand. We're all still only human, even if I'm not supposed to say it. It's up to you if you can get over the fact that they turned their backs on you for 8 years and left you for your aunts. I'm not sure if I could myself. I doubt anyone would blame you if you're unable to see them again and choose not to. They are unaware of the whole tale if they do. They are also not worth your attention if they are aware of the whole story. Surprise Pants exclaims, "My man, there are no good answers here. I would spend Christmas with your current immediate family if they value it. You might pick a less stressful time and calmly express it that way if you want to spend time with an alienated family. I can understand if your family is a bunch of jerks, but it doesn't sound like anything serious happened that you couldn't all handle. Reconnecting might be worthwhile. At least you can try, even though my pessimistic side says it won't work out. When you do, don't discuss the past with anyone other than your wife and your therapist. Get one if you don't already have one." Angry Patient 18 says, "Making amends during a significant occasion like Christmas is never a good idea. Since it's obvious that they want to get back together because of your child, your wife is quite smart to avoid this event. Tell them you won't miss your daughter's first Christmas but that you're open to having lunch or coffee in a public setting in the new year. One blow to a brother who betrayed you led to your disownment. They were obviously searching for reasons to get rid of you. Now that you have a baby to snuggle, you are only of service to them. Take great care as you tread. They won't be able to see the infant for at least 6 months, even if you don't make amends." Extra details gleaned from OP's remarks. "They invited me to a large Christmas family event and this is the first time they have been in touch with me in 8 years. My parents host a supper for my entire paternal side on Christmas Day. I believe they are attempting to take advantage of me because they invited me on that particular day. Additionally, this is how they got rid of me. My aunt was shunned by her family after coming out as bisexual to them after graduating from college. My maternal grandparents weren't living at the time, and my mother is the only child. My dad essentially gave me away to my aunt because the other siblings refused to take me. Lastly, I've always been envious of my wife's close relationships with her siblings and family. That is the kind of family I always yearned for. Okay, so everyone in the community believes that if the original poster wants to get back together, it must happen at a later date. Naturally, after trust has been built, no one gets to view the infant. In addition, OP provided us with additional background information on his family. Let's now proceed to the update to find out what transpired. Naturally, though, I must tell you about my playlists, such as this one that exclusively has videos with updates. Let's go on to the update now. Update. Hello everyone. Although the past 2 weeks have been difficult, I want to thank everyone for their support and guidance. Allow me to catch up with you. I wanted to post earlier, but a few things got in the way. My wife started having excruciating stomach discomfort 2 days after Christmas, making it difficult for her to stand. I hurried her to the hospital with her sister, a 30-year-old woman, and we learned that my wife had lost the baby. To be honest, telling my wife what had transpired was the worst part for me. My wife had to remain for an additional 2 days because of difficulties related to the operation. To be honest, I have been making an effort to remain strong for my wife and daughter, but I am currently having difficulty. Let's go on to the original post's update. On the same day that I posted, the majority of you left comments urging me to avoid spending Christmas with them due to the holiday's importance. I agreed and made the decision to stay with my wife for the remainder of the holidays. Why should I make time for them when they never made time for me? I thought they would try to argue with me when I texted them this, but instead they stated they appreciated my viewpoint and were excited to see me after the holidays. I therefore started looking into my family to see why they had contacted me. What I discovered is as follows. Michael is employed by a large corporation in my hometown as a corporate lawyer. According to his Facebook page, he married his wife in 2016 and has 2 daughters. It looks like Sarah's husband is a doctor. They had a son together, and she was pursuing a nursing degree 8 years ago. My hometown is home to a friend of mine whose parents are friends with mine. She informed me that Sarah had divorced her first husband, whom she had been dating for years, due to mail fraud when I questioned her about her. Immediately following high school, Casey married Amy, and the 2 of them have 2 children. Using Facebook, I was unable to determine exactly what he or his wife does for a livelihood, but the fact that they purchased a large home during the epidemic indicates that they are not having a lot of financial difficulties. My mother is very interested in the wellness community, and my dad appears to be experiencing a midlife crisis. I then started outlining the reasons they might have sought to get in touch with me. Money. Not likely, given my wife's and my salaries were less than my parents' combined wage 8 years ago. Money is most likely not the cause, given my siblings are not experiencing financial difficulties. Although it doesn't seem likely, organ donation might be the reason. Given that he is my twin, a Redditor suggested that Casey would be my most likely mate. Since he was mentioned in a Facebook post about skiing a week before Christmas, I don't think it's likely. They might be trying to get in touch with me to get a relationship with my kid, but I'm not really sure. I'm not sure why my parents would want to meet my daughter, as she is not their first granddaughter. They probably discovered my daughter's existence because my wife's Facebook page was open to the public. Since then, she has made her account private. Then I called my aunt, the estranged person who took me in, and told her what had happened. She told me why after all this time, they were contacting me. You must comprehend the reasons for my aunt's estrangement in order to comprehend this circumstance. 4 children were born to my 76-year-old grandma and 79-year-old paternal grandfather. My aunt was the 3rd oldest, followed by my dad, who was the 2nd. After graduating from college, my aunt started dating her partner and came out to her parents as bisexual. She was instantly rejected by my grandparents, who also forbade any communication with her. But my grandfather started contacting people around 4 years ago. My grandfather had been inquiring about my life and whether I was married or had children around a month ago. In response to my grandfather's backing of Casey for his actions, my aunt called him out for wanting to know about me. At that point, everything changed. My grandfather informed my aunt that I should be cut off from Amy since I had cheated on her with one of her close friends. My grandfather despises cheating since he is a devout man. My family had informed him that the buddy with whom I had allegedly cheated went to Casey and Sarah for consolation and support after she came clean to Amy. I approached and viciously attacked Casey and Sarah as soon as I learned of this. I did not touch Sarah, and I did not viciously assault Casey, even though she was the one who attempted to separate us. My jaw fell when my aunt told me this. It was unbelievable to me that they detested me so much that they would fabricate a horrible lie about me and disseminate it. Grandpa, who always believed Casey to be a wonderful kid, was startled when my aunt eventually told him the whole truth about what had actually happened, according to my aunt. My aunt refused to share my number when my grandfather requested for it. I understood my parents' and siblings' desire to contact me. It turns out that my grandfather threatened to cut off my parents and siblings from his estate if they would not offer an apology for their treatment of me and invite me to join the family for Christmas dinner. To put it in perspective, he is a multimillionaire. Therefore, they contacted me because they would not receive anything from Grandpa if they didn't, not to express regret for the wrongs they had all done to me in the past. What a group of avaricious individuals. My aunt informed me of this, therefore I made the decision to block them all. For what reason should I answer any of them now? To me, they're all dead. After everything we went through, I have a wife to support and an in-law family that appreciates me. But this is not the end of it. On my work phone, I got a call from an unidentified number 3 days after New Year's Eve. Because of my job, I frequently receive calls from unfamiliar numbers, and when I answered, I heard my grandfather's voice. He probably found my number on the website of my business. He started by apologizing for not attempting to contact me during the previous 8 years. He expressed his sincere regret for being unable to attend significant occasions like my wedding, graduation, and the birth of my daughter. His cutting me off didn't hurt me because we weren't that close before. Later in the call, he informed me that he was adding me to his will and severing the rest of my family because he was so disgusted with them. To be completely honest, I have no idea how to feel about that. Although the money would be beneficial, I do not want him to use it as leverage to pressure me and my daughter into dating. We spoke for around 30 minutes. My grandpa told me something that really infuriated me, but the way the call proceeded gave me hope that we could have a positive relationship. He expressed his disappointment to me about my daughter's refusal to adopt the family name. For background, the question of what last name to use arose after I married my wife. I was unable to adopt my wife's last name for legal reasons, but as a couple, we agreed that all of our future children would bear her last name. I started berating my grandfather at this time, calling him a senior old guy and a lot of other derogatory terms. I instructed him to never get in touch with me again. This man has the gall to imply that after everything I've been through, I won't allow him to use the money I get to manipulate me. I'll give the money to a local charity even if I get it. This is unlikely though, because he is a man of broken promises. I don't care how he perceives me anyway. Money is not the reason I want to be in a relationship with him. He had been trying to get in touch with me and hear my side of the story for 8 years. He claims to be disappointed in me when he does manage to contact me. My wife's and my careers are doing well right now, so maybe we'll be able to pay for our kids' tuition. I will only email him when I'm emotionally prepared. I've had a pretty difficult few weeks, and I'm hoping to get through them. Both my wife and my in-laws have made their Facebook accounts private. I don't understand what they do to try to get in touch with me. Hell, they would undoubtedly try to locate me by hiring a private investigator. I think they are unaware of my residence, but you never know. I've considered obtaining a restraining order, but it will be challenging because there are attorneys in the family. I've stopped using Reddit for the time being. I appreciate all of your advice and I hope this new year brings you all the best. Will it be? I want to start by sincerely apologizing for the ordeal you and your spouse, in fact, your entire family from that side, went through. Yes, like you say, screw your grandfather and the rest of your family and go on. Cool if he does leave you something. It's also cool if he doesn't. It's not that important, is it? I'm going to end this by wishing you and your wife the greatest possible future. Thank you for sharing, OP, and be careful. After all of that, I do need a post that lifts my spirits, so if you agree, stay with me and let's get started. This post, written by an ex-Wall Street person, comes from the subreddit Malicious Compliance. Legally, I cost Bank of America almost $8,000. For some background, I have over 30 years of experience in the mortgage industry. I am quite familiar with it. Bank of America has never appealed to me, particularly their servicing section. This incident occurred a few years ago. I recently learned about this group. To my annoyance, the mortgage broker I used to restructure my mortgage offered Bank of America the servicing rights. Usually, the organization you pay to service your loan is not the same as the one that owns it. I felt irritated. Since most people at the time assumed that loans would remain on the books for at least 3 years, I calculated that Bank of America spent about $5,000 to service my loan. Additionally, mortgage servicers receive 0.25% of your outstanding loan balance annually, which can be adjusted to 0.375%. It is derived from your bank interest payments. Bank of America revealed that they will be collecting a $5 fee for the convenience of online mortgage payments around 2 months after the servicing move. Unjustified money grab indeed. I consider myself fortunate to be able to contribute a bit more each month to my home payment. I therefore drew out 400 in quarters from my local bank the following month in addition to my home payment. I then proceeded to my neighborhood Bank of America location and gave them my quartered mortgage payment along with other repayment documents. I requested a payment receipt. In order to lower the current debt and, consequently, Bank of America's costs, I overpaid my mortgage. "You can write a check, you don't have to pay in coins," the kind branch manager remarked. The branch manager actually chuckled when I answered, "I could, but I would charge a $9.50 convenience fee for the stamp on my check and the ink used." They counted the money and gave me my receipt. The charges persisted the next month, so I visited another nearby Bank of America location that had received negative Yelp reviews because of an unfriendly bank manager. I followed suit. "Write a check," the branch manager instructed. "We do not accept quarters." Should I call the Consumer Financial Protection Board, the Office of the Comptroller of the Currency, the top bank regulator in the United States, and the banking commissioner of the local state and inform them that you would not accept legal tender? I requested a conversation with the district manager. A stench was coming from me. He reluctantly had the employees count the quarters after roughly 20 minutes, and I was given a receipt. I informed the management that the next time, I would bring dimes. I brought dimes the following month. He took them, but he kept glaring at me. Bank of America canceled the convenience fee after the payment was made. I refinanced my mortgage at a reduced rate the next month. For a service that they anticipated would last at least 3 years and 5 years to be profitable, Bank of America only received about 6 months' worth of payments. Am I the asshole for flirting with 19-year-old girls at a birthday dinner and defending myself when they called me a predator? Original post: I'm 31 and recently ended a long-term relationship. I was broken. I recently went to this cool restaurant bar downtown with one of my buddies to have a good time. Anyone of any age can come in. While we were there was a girl who was celebrating her 19th birthday. They sang happy birthday and they were allowed an outside cake with 19 on it. The birthday girl was pretty, so I wanted to go chat her up. Her friends were super cute too. My buddy told me to leave them alone and that they looked like babies. He didn't want to go over at first, but since the breakup, every other woman but my ex has been invisible. So he went to Wingman with me. We walked over and wished her a happy birthday. I thought things were going well and the women were laughing. Then all of a sudden one of the girls snaps at me to take a fucking hint or Kelly. I was taken aback and just said, "Excuse me." She said to read the room and that they were uncomfortable. Another asked us to go away. I was going to go, but I was really bothered by the R. Kelly comment. I said it's fucked up to call me a predator when we are all adults here. My buddy wanted to leave, but I stood my ground. The birthday woman said that it didn't matter, it's weird for someone my age to hit on them, especially when they make it obvious that they are uncomfortable. Then made another R. Kelly comment by asking if she looked like Aaliyah to me. Which upset me again. I apologized for making them uncomfortable, but that didn't give them the right to call me a predator. One of the women said it was a personal problem. I said that adults are allowed to hit on the adults. It's not a crime. One woman just asked why I was still standing there and yelled at me to go away. I was pissed off, and when I left, their entire table was singing Remix to Ignition and laughing their asses off. I was furious and humiliated. When we sat back down, I was seething. My buddy said that it was my fault for not seeing the signs that they were uncomfortable. To him it was obvious, so he wanted to go. He called me delusional. I pointed out that they were laughing and he said it was just uncomfortable laughter. I told him that I had every right to be mad about being called a predator when they were all 18. 19. It's a horrible accusation to make. My ex was 6 years older than me. He said that they weren't calling me a predator, just weird for going for teens. He said it was wrong of them to sing after me and that was bullying. But I should have left long before that. I felt like he should have stuck up for me. Was I wrong for sticking up for me or for hitting them in the first place? I was respectful and not creepy at all too. Edit. For the record, I do date women my age and older. This was the first time I approached much younger women. Edit. Alright guys, I get it. I let my pride get in the way of things here. Can't fix it, we'll do better next time. Relevant comments. Comment 1, YTA. For being creepy, not taking a hint, and arguing about it to women who asked you to leave. You're upset about being called a predator but don't seem to care that your inappropriate behavior made a group of women in public feel uncomfortable. Comment 2, typical nice guy. Comment 3, the table singing Remix to Ignition was also hilarious and how badly it pissed off the OP. Comment 4, he is extra YTA for standing his ground when they asked him to leave. What did he think would happen? They would admire his persistence and realize they were wrong all along and he was actually a nice guy who they should all sleep with. Comment 5. Or they all look sheepish and he could leave like a boss having owned all those bitchy women. Comment 6. Then the entire restaurant would clap. Comment 7. And all the women would throw their knickers at the clear alpha male. Comment 8. YTA. The fact that both the girls and your friend easily recognized that it was creepy to hit on her, should tell you that it wasn't okay. Comment 9. The rare moment that an AITA post turns out to be the asshole. Praise be. Comment 10. YTA, you're 31 hitting on a 19-year-old, and you can't confirm how old the other girls were. Probably around 17, 18 and 19. That's very creepy and you made them uncomfortable and then didn't take a hint, then got mad when they had to be mean to you for you to go away and you still didn't go away. This is predatory behavior and I'm not really sure what you thought was gonna happen. Posted by you Nununoi. I have never had a Reddit account before, but my journalism TA showed us it and sometimes I'll just check the front page for news. Earlier I saw a post up there that basically described my birthday dinner like 3 weeks ago. At first I didn't gaffe, but now I just felt the need to clarify a few things. Even though I know most people called him an asshole. Some people got aggy about the Raquel comment and singing Ignition. Was it mean? Yes, but I'm done being nice to creeps. This was not a bar. It was a bar and grill, but it was mainly a restaurant that just happened to serve drinks. We were sitting near a family. So we weren't in a setting where people go to get hit on. We were minding our business and marketing in the corner booth. He came and wished me a happy birthday. I said thanks and we all went back to our conversation. I did appreciate being told happy birthday. But he stuck around. We laughed uncomfortably and went back to our conversation. He stuck around and kept interrupting us. Each time he said something, we nodded and then turned our backs to him. We said thank you bye a few times. But he was still standing there, talking to us. His friend kept finding excuses to leave. I was annoyed, uncomfortable and disgusted, but I gave him a respectful, okay. Have a good night. Here's some cake for home bye. But he grabbed the cake and sat down in our booth. He said, the nights are not over yet. Then my friend just snapped, and if she didn't I was going to. When she called him R. Kelly she wasn't accusing him of being a pedo, but a creep. 30-year-old guys who hit on us creepy and disgust us, point blank period. We were nice the entire time and I even gave them a million hints and cake for the road. His friend was even finding reasons for them to leave. Then he had the audacity to stand there and fight us on it. I told him that he was way too old for us and it was creepy from the start. When he left we started singing Ignition among ourselves, not singing it after him. It's a throwback that our parents put us on. Instead of crying over our night being ruined by a creep, we turned it into a fun moment with karaoke. P.S. When he asked us our age and gave us his, we became a million times more uncomfortable. Guy was 30 trying to get with 18-year-olds at a birthday dinner. We're used to old men bothering us and it's always gross. To the if he was an ugly crowd he was a decent looking fit guy. If I never met him, I'd set him up with my aunt. But he was in his 30s and that is way too old. This isn't porn, and I haven't met a single girl desperate for a 30-yo divorce dick. Being called legal is demeaning. Everything about it was sickening. When we came over, announced his age, then asked us ours, I almost yacked. It was like he was IDing us, at a family restaurant. Fuck outta here. I'm tired of having to be polite to guys who are creepy and disrespectful. Edit, 30-year-olds aren't gross by being 30. Everyone gets older. 30-year-olds who bother you to flirt during the birthday dinner are. Edit, I really appreciate the support, but please don't spend your money on gold for me. That's not why I posted, but I do appreciate it. I quietly left after discovering my wife's affair after 3.5 years of marriage. A year later, my ghosted ex-wife tracked me down. After hearing of my wife's adultery, I moved to the hills. I'm not sure why I'm writing this, but perhaps it will be helpful to someone now that the incident is over and I've moved on. After 3.5 years of marriage, I learned of my wife's affair in February 2018. I worked a contract job that occasionally required a lot of travel but also permitted me to work from home when I returned. As a director of a technical sales company, my wife held a very lucrative position. Although things had become a little strained due to her working longer and longer hours and me traveling for work, we still had what I would call a fairly excellent marriage. Background: 5 years ago, at a cookout hosted by a mutual acquaintance, I met my wife, who is now my ex. We immediately clicked after we started talking. To be honest, I felt that being with a woman who was so attractive and articulate was a huge advantage. My rough around the edges demeanor somehow appealed to her. After a few weeks of dating, we found ourselves smitten with one another. When we would meet at each other's apartments, the clothes simply flew off. After 18 months of dating, we eventually got married and moved into a large apartment while saving for a down payment on a home. Things began to change after the first 3 years of marriage. Even though I still had feelings for her, I noticed that she would argue over little matters. When I mentioned all the late hours and the increasingly regular work outings, she would grow irate. Since she had been moving up the corporate ladder, she would claim that it was a necessary component of paying the dues. At least that was her justification. She informed me that since I was also away for weeks at a time, I had no right to challenge her. In reality, I had only been taking vacations for 3 or 4 days every 5 weeks or so I assured her that I could definitely manage cutting back on my travel time. There was never a conclusion to these highly circular arguments. Looking back, I realized that I was unaware that my wife was having an affair. Aside from our declining sexual life and her persistently late work hours, I would never have suspected anything. I simply assumed that she was exhausted from her job. But being rejected so often when I tried to start a sexual relationship had taken a toll on my ego. Although she had a work mobile phone and might have been using it, I didn't witness the covert texting that I had read about in other articles. She used our spare bedroom as a home office and spent a lot of time there. Around September 2017, Kathy began returning home from work and spending the evening at a work engagement instead. This increased from 1 night per week to over 3 nights each week. Although I'm not naturally envious, she would undoubtedly be observed by others, and I'm aware that she would need to repel some of the males at her workplace. Despite working with more male CEOs than female ones, she gave off the impression that she was primarily engaged in her job. The first time I suspected she was cheating was a month prior to D-Day. Before returning home, she had made a brief stop at the supermarket. I was asked to assist her with the grocery shopping. Something pink was glinting from just beneath the front passenger seat of her automobile as I was retrieving a few items from the rear seat. It was a bra that belonged to my wife. She preferred ones from a certain clothing store, so I knew it was hers. Looking back, I can see the bra was a warning sign. She always removes her bra first, from under her clothes, when she's feeling very lustful. I'm not sure why, but when I watched this, I felt sick to my stomach right away. I couldn't understand why her bra was beneath the seat. I didn't say anything more. My heart must have been pounding so hard that I nearly passed out, because when I brought the bags back to the kitchen, Kathy asked me how I was feeling and said that I appeared to have seen a ghost. I simply ignored her remark. It took everything I had to conceal my emotions, but I did my best not to appear upset or deceived. I made the decision to try to find out whether or not she was seeing someone that night and the following day. I began to consider all the hints I could have overlooked. Other than the bra, I had no evidence. She works in an office building downtown, and we live in a reasonably big city. I made the decision to temporarily put the affair idea out of my mind and consider giving her more of my attention. I prepared a delicious meal and arranged the dining table with elegant plates, silverware, and candles one Friday after work. I purchased an arrangement of flowers and a lovely bottle of wine. I pointed out the dinner and everything I had made when she arrived as usual, breezing in after work. She apologized and said she was sorry, but she had to go to a neighborhood hangout to meet up with her coworkers. She mentioned that she needed to take a shower first but that she could have a small snack with me before she left. I guess I went utterly silent because my insides flipped on me. I won't explain the type of anger I was experiencing at the time, but I had had enough. I took my work cell phone and threw it in her back seat while she was taking a shower. I had been considering this as a means of using my own phone to find her. I walked into the kitchen after that and threw the food and flowers in the garbage. After taking a shower, she got ready and looked stunning as always. "All right, let's eat," she said. "Never mind, go out with your friends," I urged her. She asked me if I was angry after giving me a weird look. "I'm sad that you never want to do anything with me," I said. She got upset and sarcastically remarked on my short fuse while telling me to stop acting like a kid. I muttered, "Foolish me," as I stood there allowing everything to settle in. For once, I felt we should spend the evening together. She simply gave me a sly smile and stormed off. I pulled out my second phone and began following my work phone when she departed. About 20 minutes away, at the bar she often visits with her coworkers, I caught her stopping. I made the decision to go find her automobile. Indeed, it was in the parking lot of the bar. I waited to see if I could see her in my car across the street. I felt completely different, like a stalker, but I told myself that I had to calm my fear of her whereabouts. I observed her leaving the bar with a man about an hour after I got there. He had the appearance of an executive from her company. He took hold of her, drew her near, and planted a kiss on her lips. My body was totally numb, and my stomach started to clench up. They went to a different vehicle and climbed in together. When their automobile pulled out, I tried to keep up with them. You guessed it, they drove to a hotel 10 minutes away. As I stopped on the street beside the hotel, I saw them exit, holding hands, and enter. I'd seen enough. I felt foolish. I began pounding the steering wheel with my fist. That was it? Something went totally blank inside of me. I'm not sure if I had an out-of-body experience or blacked out, but as I got better, I felt like I wanted a drink. At this point, my life started on a path I never would have imagined. I simply began to drive out of town, replaying all that I had just seen. I was crying out of anger, as much as I hate to admit it. I located a pleasant little tavern on the outskirts of town, some 30 miles away, and stopped in. I ordered a drink while seated at the bar. The bartender, a lady, said that I looked like someone had taken the wind out of my sails, so I guess I looked like death warmed over. I answered, half smiling. You could say that. A man sat down beside me and struck up a discussion. Even though I didn't feel like talking, there was something about this guy that put me at ease. We struck up a conversation, and eventually my wife's infidelity came up. I told her that all I wanted to do was get away from her and forget about her. You're not alone, buddy, he replied, giving me a back pat after giving me a quick glance. I experienced that a few years ago. I think there's a reason why these things occur. Your life can now take a positive or negative turn, I assure you. At this point, everything is totally up to you. His remarks, for some reason, jolted me out of my gloom. Even though I was aware of my pain, I've always been able to see things rationally, and he was absolutely correct. We identified ourselves. Ray was his name. I really liked his salt-of-the-earth vibe, even though he was more of a country guy. When are you going to move out? He inquired. I suppose I never thought to look that far ahead. I had a fight-or-flight response going on, and I knew I didn't want to be around this woman any longer. I have an idea and I feel very sympathetic to your situation, Ray added. When the time comes, I have a mobile trailer on my land in case you feel the need to go. It might require some work and isn't very good. Why don't you visit and see if you could imagine yourself briefly residing in anything like that? I'll give you a terrific bargain on it, at least. You could even park it on a lovely piece of property I own. I would appreciate it if you could watch it for me. It could be beneficial to escape your predicament, just a thought. I took a moment to comprehend his concept. Hell, honey, if I could have escaped my crazy ex-husband years ago, I would have jumped at the chance to go live in his trailer or anything just to get my head on straight, added the bartender, who had been listening in on the chat. Perhaps this was just what I needed, but I felt as though I had wandered into the twilight zone. Yes, I'll think about it and maybe check it out, I said to Ray. After a while, we split up and agreed to get together at his house in a few days. I began to feel as though I had some perspective and an opportunity to escape what I thought was a terrible heartache combined with a nightmare. I knew one thing for sure. I would never, ever want to spend time with my wife again. I find cheating to be so disgusting, and it has always been the one thing I thought I would never put up with. I sat on the couch when I arrived home that evening after Kathy. Kathy asked me where I had been when she came out. Where have you been? I questioned, turning to face her. You know I went to grab drinks, she said. I directly inquired, are you having an affair? She appeared surprised, but she soon collected herself and responded. No, why would you ask me that? I informed her that I had heard she might be seeing someone at work. Who told you that? She said. Someone I know, I said, but I kept the name a secret. After saying, you're being ridiculous, she accused me of being intoxicated and insane and inquired about my whereabouts. We're going to a bar to enjoy some drinks with our friends, I remarked. Despite her obvious desire to ask more questions, she returned to our bedroom and went to bed. Now that I had proof that she had been deceiving me for months, I made the decision to sleep on the sofa. I couldn't sleep at all because I kept seeing her in bed with this guy. I felt sorry for myself, disgusted, and hurt. But then I thought about Ray's trailer. The thought of it cheered me up, and it was almost like a revelation. Something must be wrong with me since the fight or flight response automatically activated amid the pain I was experiencing, and I preferred the flight response. We didn't talk much the following morning and carried on with the weekend as if nothing had occurred. I scheduled a meeting with Ray a few days later. I noticed that Ray had a lovely ranch when I got there, and the trailer was actually quite nice, about 26 feet long and fully furnished. It brought back memories of a fun spring break trip I took with pals while I was in college. Ray accepted the money I offered him for the trailer. To be honest, I almost took it from him. I drove over to see his ranch property after he gave me directions. There were hiking and biking paths close by, and the area was lovely, with lots of trees and scrub vegetation. Ray had a little cabin on a hilltop overlooking the property, with electricity and water accessible for the trailer, and it was close to the foothills of some mountains. Ray promised to set up the trailer for me and pull it to the location. I tried to get Kathy to come clean over the course of the following few weeks, but all I got was gaslighting. I even bluntly warned her that there would be no turning back if I discovered she was cheating. As a result, she became even more engrossed in her affair fog, and began to lash out at me with denials. I nearly laughed at how awful the denial was. I scolded myself for not capturing pictures of the two of them, and I had no tangible evidence that she had cheated. I decided that I wanted to leave this marriage after going through this emotional anguish. Instead of communicating my feelings to Kathy, I simply began planning. While she was at work, I started quietly removing my possessions from the apartment and transferring them to the trailer. At least I felt like I was doing something about it. I saw a difference in Kathy during this period. Although she had been behaving more politely toward me, I believed it was too little, too late. I felt I needed a break too, so she kept going on company outings, after work. One night, I got ready too, just as she was leaving. After glancing at me, she inquired about my destination. All I said was, meeting up with some friends. You wouldn't enjoy all the shop talk, and you don't know them? I interrupted her as she began to ask more questions. She used to say precisely this to me whenever I asked if I might accompany her on office excursions. All right, have a good time, she added, with a somewhat offended expression. I definitely will, I replied. I began making new acquaintances while working on the trailer and hanging out with Ray at the bar. I felt better after spending time with Ray's wonderful family and friends. I also made the decision to cut back on my drinking because I didn't want to form any unhealthy habits. I knew better than to drown myself in sympathy, even though it would have been so simple. At this point, Kathy informed me that the next week she would be traveling for work. She stated the executive team and a few department heads were going when I inquired who was going. I hope you have a great time with your boyfriend, I added, glancing at her. I immediately regretted saying that because it sparked a furious argument. Although, as Ray had informed me, it didn't really matter, I now regret not knowing more about her affair partner, AP. It doesn't matter who the other guy is, Ray replied. The fact that she chose to leave you is all that matters. She destroyed the marriage, whether she admits it or not, brother, facts are facts. Ray ought to write a book for the betrayed. Damn it. I had the ideal opportunity to move out entirely during Kathy's work vacation. When she was gone, I collected everything valuable that was mine, including clothes, laptops, and equipment. I didn't take any shared goods or furniture. I left a note before I left. It was a lengthy explanation at first, but I chose to make it brief. I wrote, I hope it was worth it on a piece of paper. On top of the note on the kitchen table, I set my wedding ring. I felt like a great weight had been lifted as I left. I was liberated. The hurt would take time to heal, and there would be baggage to cope with, but I had started. I needed time to myself and to swiftly and quietly get rid of her. The fact that I hadn't challenged her or coerced a confession didn't make me proud. I hadn't screamed or shouted. She didn't deserve it, in my opinion. She disregarded everything we owned, including our plans for the future, our aspirations for a home and a family, and now it was all gone. There was no turning back. I owed her absolutely nothing. She could handle the consequences. I hadn't planned anything or called a lawyer. I just wanted a new beginning and some clarity. The air from the mountains was just what I needed when I got inside my trailer. I resumed running the next week, and it was wonderful to be alive. Kathy texted things like, "We just landed," "We're having a team dinner," and so on while she was away. "Where are you?" was the question in a few mails. "Why haven't you gotten back to me?" I didn't answer. My phone exploded with calls and texts when she got home. She kept trying to get in touch with me, but I ignored her. Her mother also tried to phone me after the first day, but I didn't pick up. She didn't try to engage my father because we aren't close and he is the only member of my family that I still have. Her messages grew more urgent after she was ignored for a week. "What is this?" was one of the texts she sent. "We must speak. I'm not sure what you believe you know, but nothing is happening. There isn't an affair going on." She finally texted me after a week of not answering, saying, "I'm sorry things got out of hand. It didn't matter that I was involved with someone at work. You were absent a lot while I was preoccupied with my work. I simply made an error. I intended to terminate it." An error? I had been waiting for this confession all along, yet somehow it only made me detest her more. Why was she unable to be truthful? I didn't have any dreams about a future with this woman. Errors don't persist for 6, 8, or a year. Her pleas for me to return and work on the marriage eventually grew pitiful. I refused to respond to her even after she stopped bothering me for a few weeks. I didn't want her to learn where I lived or to snoop around in my life. I didn't want my haven to be destroyed by this woman. She then began sending nasty texts like, "You're a coward one day. You refuse to speak to me. You have no regard for us. Come home, please, so we can discuss. You're where? I am able to visit you. Paul, please let's chat and make things right. Damn it." Although I don't recall all of the texts, they all appeared to be excuses with minimal genuine regret. In one ear, I let them go, and in the other out. After a while, I switched my mobile number. Update: June 2018. I received an email from Kathy informing me that she had hired a lawyer and was going to file for divorce. I just said, "Okay, that sounds good." This led to a barrage of emails requesting that I visit her and other things. She wrote that she would stop bothering me if I consented to an uncontested divorce after realizing this wouldn't work. After I consented, I was genuinely free a few months later. After I moved out of our apartment, I never had to see her again. She seemed to care more about that than I did, even though neither of us had any closure. I would occasionally think of her for a few months, and yes, the grief would suddenly come to me, like when I heard a song we used to enjoy. After a while though, I simply stopped thinking about her. Update 2. Now that I'm officially divorced, things are going great. In actuality, I got to know a wonderful girl. Just down the hill from my house, I was running on the trail. We clicked when I helped her replace a flat tire. Despite being a few years younger than me, she is fantastic and quite adorable. She refers to me as her mountain man, and adores my way of life. Although I'm not in a rush to commit, I also don't intend to give up on women entirely. I have no intention of moving out of the trailer anytime soon. I enjoy being outside and have simplified my life. It made everything easier for me, including the grief and my ex-wife. I am aware that everyone responds to these situations in a unique way. I was fortunate to be in my 3rd year of marriage and not yet a parent. I believe I acted in my own best interests. You don't have to spend your entire life with someone who cheats. If you experience something similar, try not to think about it too much. Continue living your life. As you improve yourself, it will get better. I hope everyone has the finest possible life. I've revised this roughly 5 times to make it readable, and I just wanted to give you an update on my ex-wife's condition. I was worried that my ex-wife was attempting to find me, as I indicated in my earlier post. I left our previous residence, which was around 2 hours away. I ran into her last weekend at a coffee shop I often visit in the town close to my home. It didn't seem like a coincidence to me. Fortunately, I managed to get away before she noticed me. Third update: I went into town this past weekend to get groceries and made a stop at my normal coffee establishment. I was utilizing their free internet to work on some paperwork for work. I finished and walked out of the coffee shop. I was on my way to my pickup when I heard someone shout, "Paul!" When I turned to look across the street, I saw Kathy. I was being waved at by my ex-wife. Finally, Armageddon had arrived. She hurried across the street toward me, and I stood there in disbelief. As though anticipating an embrace, she walked over and extended her hand. I stopped her in her tracks by instinctively holding out my arms with my palms up. She appeared to be in severe pain. Then she added, "I've been searching for you, Paul. I've wanted to see you since I heard you moved here. Can we have a conversation?" Guys, I felt like an animal confined in a cage. Yes, I did. "All right, let's find a table or something and we can talk for a minute," I finally gave in. When she asked if we could come to my house, I firmly refused. At the end of the street, she trailed me down to a bench outside a small store. She began by remarking on how much I had changed and how much she liked my new appearance, beard, and level of fitness. She raved about how much my body had changed. Wearing a tank top, small white shorts, and her hair in a ponytail, just like I used to enjoy, she was really putting on the charm. I had my radar set high. She was clearly attempting to activate the sex appeal. I needed to control myself so I could see where this was headed. She began by saying she was sorry about the affair. She claimed that after I left, karma had severely impacted her. When her employer learned of the affair, the situation became so tense that she eventually resigned. Her affair partner AP, who at the time was engaged, received criticism and was transferred to a different department within the organization. She replied by telling his fiancé the truth after he blamed her for everything, which caused them to split up. This is when she bowed her head and began to weep. I didn't say anything, I just sat there and looked around. She stood up straight and looked at me for a while. "What do you want from me?" I asked. She assured me that she had no intention of having an affair. She stated that the company's politics and positioning drew her in, and that her AP used his charm and influence to corrupt her. She acknowledged that she felt she was taking advantage of him as much as he was taking advantage of her. After I accused her of cheating, She stated that she intended to come clean. She drank after work to ease the guilt she felt at the moment because she loathed herself. She claimed that she felt so stupid, so alone, and as like her heart had burst with loss immediately after I departed. She ended her relationship with her AP right away. She believed she had to find me to see if there was any chance of reconciliation because I refused to speak with her or get in touch with her. She desired a fresh start. She hoped we could start afresh even though she knew we were divorced. I simply gazed at her. I then gave it to her. You have no right to come out here and undo all the harm you have done. Do you think I'll overlook everything you did to destroy our union? As I previously stated, we were done if you cheated. Forgiveness does not exist. This relationship will not be restarted. You murdered it. As soon as you left me, you ruined everything we had. How foolish do you believe me to be? One evening, I watched you enter a hotel with him. Were you aware of that? I became aware that people were beginning to notice that my voice had been getting louder. She grabbed my arm and started crying. After letting her sob on my shoulder for a while, I pushed her away. I deserve all this, she replied, glancing up at me. I am certain that I do. If nothing else, would you allow me to take you out to dinner? I'd rather not go. I would like to speak further. I want to make sure that we are transparent about everything. You need to spend more time with me than you have in the past. Paul, please. I love you so much, even though I know you might not want to hear it. Before you left me, I had no idea how much I loved you. You broke me as much as I broke you. I'm unable to forgive myself, and I don't want to do so till the day I pass away. She began to sob uncontrollably and hyperventilate. I lifted her up and gave her a hug. It seemed like my only option for soothing her. I knew then that I had shattered her heart as severely as she had shattered mine. Walking, we found a peaceful spot to carry on our conversation. I said, "How did you find me?" when she had calmed down. "Have you engaged a private investigator?" After giving it some thought, she responded no with a small giggle. She clarified that she asked how things were going when she ran into Stacy a few weeks prior. Stacy didn't mention that she had noticed me. Kathy forced her to reveal all the information. I had warned Stacy not to tell her, so she was reluctant, but Kathy persisted. Stacy finally gave in, but all she knew was that I lived somewhere close by and was in town. On her days off, she began to come here to check on me. I kind of laughed when she said that, thinking, damn, Stacy can't keep her trap shut. She blushed. We ultimately decided to have dinner at a charming little spot with a patio. I made sure we didn't drink anything since I wasn't going to give her a reason to be kind to me or say she wasn't so inebriated that she couldn't drive back. In fact, we had a good conversation. I then escorted her to her vehicle. She insisted that she hadn't dated anyone else since I left and vowed fervently that I was the only person she wanted, so she pushed me hard to stay longer. No, it's still way too early for me to go down that road, I informed her. She pleaded with me to come back, but I didn't say yes. After giving her my new email address, I didn't say anything more. My response to her request for my phone number was, "You'll just blow it up with texts and calls." She wept over it, but in the end, she agreed with my choice. She promised to send me an email with information on returning to town the following weekend before she left. I asked her directly, "Would you have forgiven me if I had been the one cheating?" before she got into her car. "Yes, in time, but only if we saw a marriage counselor and worked through the healing process with lots of talking, maybe even a binding agreement," she responded after pausing to reflect. "All right, maybe I could do that. In 5 or 10 years, I answered. "I would wait if that's what it would take," she replied. She then took both of my hands in hers, looked me in the eye and said, "God damn it, Paul, I will always love you and will do anything to prove it." This statement truly caught me off guard. Her remarks continued to upset me even after she left. She had spoken those words so firmly. However, I was still unable to envision us reuniting. Even though I felt better about the incident, I was unable to perceive her as a friend at this time. Perhaps a friend, but even that was a mystery. I returned home, enjoyed a long run, had some beer, and thought about how far I had come. Could someone please assure me that she wouldn't destroy the tranquility I had created for myself? I had no idea. I had the luxury of time to sort through it and get perspective, but it was all still too vivid in my mind. Last update. Most likely, this will be my final update. When I first uploaded my story to Reddit, the moderators kept taking it down. In summary, I ghosted my ex-wife for more than a year before she discovered me. She wanted to make amends and start over with us. You will be deeply disappointed if you thought I would be the typical beta blue pill fool, and forgive her. She expressed her love and regret for the affair in a lengthy email she sent me last week. She offered to come out and stay with me for the weekend once more. My answer? I silenced her. I informed her that I had no plans to make amends with her. I'm totally happy living alone, taking advantage of my secluded position, and keeping things simple. At 32, I'm not in a rush to make changes. I have my own self-determination plan and have enjoyed the company of a few women and friends. I made it clear in my email response that I had no intention of reconciling and declined to provide her with my phone number. I no longer know or trust you because you made your bed. I hope the best for you, and perhaps we might become friends in the future, but not right now. She was annoyed by my evasiveness and responded in a telling way. She acknowledged that she had taken a job offer from a different state. Her true goal had been for me to accompany her, believing that my remote work would make the move simple. She wished we could start over somewhere new. She wanted to visit me in person to attempt to persuade me because she was running out of time before moving. Luckily for me, her time was up because I had a week of business travel scheduled. I'm grateful. I will no longer have her in my life. She will soon recognize that her time with me is over, but I anticipate receiving a few more emails. She'll need to find someone else, and she might even cheat on them. To anyone reading this, make the most of your life. Let go of the past and give yourself the strength to go on. To all of you, good luck. Entitled Mom Tries to Force Me to Sell My Property for Her Daughter's College and Escalates When I Refuse. I possess $34 million worth of real estate in our hometown, including a number of homes. Years of arduous labor, prudent financial decisions, and self-sacrificing actions have led to this. For background, I'm from a modest family. Both of my parents worked in blue-collar jobs and put in a lot of effort to give my siblings and I a decent upbringing. Although it was out of their price range, they had always hoped to own their own home. Their upbringing stoked my desire and strengthened my resolve to improve my family's quality of living. My wife and I were in college when we first met. Raised by a single mother who worked several jobs to make ends meet, my wife's family had similar experiences. She became aware of the importance of ingenuity and financial caution. Both of us aspired to overcome financial difficulties and provide a secure future for our kids. Over the years, my wife and I have been buying and flipping residences nonstop. We gradually accumulated a number of properties by carefully investing and saving every cent. Every property stood for years of toil, innumerable sacrifices, and a common goal between us. I am now the father of a son and a girl, two amazing children. In addition to being a source of revenue, our properties serve as a testament to our commitment to providing for our kids' futures. I had no idea that an entitled woman named Emily, 40 degrees Fahrenheit, who has been one of my tenants for a few years, would soon cause my life to take an unexpected turn. She lives in a cozy 3-bedroom home that I bought years ago, before I married my wife, after careful saving. Her daughter's high school is adjacent to the property, which is situated in a desirable area of the city. After their daughter was born, Emily's husband abruptly left her, leaving her a single mother. I gave her subsidized rent to allow her to move in after learning about her situation. I wanted her and her daughter to be able to afford to live there, even though I knew I would lose out financially. The rent has stayed the same over the years, and I have never raised it. Emily had consistently paid her rent on time, making her a dependable tenant. Our relationship as landlord and tenant became informal, and we occasionally stayed in touch when she needed my assistance around the property. Her daughter was a senior in high school and getting ready to submit a college application. Emily told me 3 months ago that her daughter was admitted to a renowned out-of-state university, which is an incredible accomplishment for any high school graduate. Unfortunately, her scholarship didn't even cover 10% of her tuition at this incredibly costly university. I was concerned about how they would handle the financial challenges of higher education because I was aware of them. Emily asked to meet me one day. Without much hesitation, I accepted, assuming it had something to do with the necessary house renovations. As we sat down in the house's living room, she began by expressing her gratitude for my generosity in providing her with a large portion of the rent. She went on to tell me how much she wanted Lily, her daughter, to go to the university of her dreams. But after calculating the costs, which included accommodation, tuition, and other charges, she found that it was too much for her to manage by herself. Even after applying for financial aid, researching scholarships, and taking a part-time job in addition to her full-time employment, it was still insufficient. Perhaps she was going to ask if she could postpone paying the rent for the month, which would have made sense, so I shook my head firmly in understanding. Rather, I was flabbergasted by Emily's astounding desire for me. She requested that I sell the house where she was residing. As she went on to explain that the property I owned and had rented out to her would bring in a healthy profit, enabling her to pay for her daughter's college education, I gave her a questioning glance. "Are you serious? With a mixture of surprise and incredulity, I replied, "You want me to sell my property to pay for your daughter's college tuition?" Emily argued that it was her one chance to ensure her daughter's future, and her eyes begged me to do so. She said she was sure the entire property could pay for her daughter's college expenses because she had already had it evaluated. Since I couldn't possibly sell my house to pay for her daughter's tuition at a prestigious university, I asked her if she had gone insane. I informed her that I had sentimental attachment to this house and that I would not be selling it for nothing. Once more, Emily persisted, claiming that I could lend her the money and that her daughter would reimburse me after graduating. I knew how important a college education was, yet I refused to give in to her ridiculous demands. It was evident from listening to her entreaties that she was committed to finding a method to support her daughter's aspirations, even if it required proposing an absurd idea to an unfamiliar person. I calmly told Emily that I couldn't just give up the property because it was a big portion of my income. I should not be responsible for her daughter's tuition. I advised her to look into more cheap possibilities or ask family members for assistance if she was unable to pay for her daughter's tuition at the institution. Emily persisted in pressing the matter in spite of my attempts to persuade her to see the obvious, claiming that I was the only person who could assist and that selling my property and giving her the money wasn't a huge concern. I asked Emily not to come to me about this ever again, and when I realized it was not working, I left the property. I asked her to consider how ridiculous her request sounded and come up with an alternative. I had hoped that she would ultimately see her error, but Emily persisted throughout the following few weeks. The situation grew more intolerable as Emily's daughter was getting closer to starting college. Emily persuaded me daily to sell my property as quickly as possible, even though I denied it. She even protested by ceasing to pay her rent. As Emily persisted in her conviction that my property would solve her financial problems, our formerly cordial relationship deteriorated and our tension increased. She believed that my refusal endangered her daughter's future and was self-serving. However, because she was refusing to pay her rent, I was losing money. We had an unbreakable pact, so I told her that if she didn't comply, I would take the case to court. It was becoming more and more obvious that her demands were endless. When Emily began bringing other people into our argument, it was a tipping point. She spoke to her neighbors and friends, accusing me of being a callous landlord who would not assist a young girl in achieving her goals. She emphasized her position as a struggling single mother and informed them that although I was quite affluent, I would not lend her the money. Those she confided in sympathized with her story. Emily used social media to further her cause, posting on Facebook that she blamed me for her daughter's failure to go to college. Rumors soon began to spread throughout our area. People understood her predicament and believed that I could help but was purposefully refusing to. I couldn't help but feel alienated in my own neighborhood. At last, my wife made the decision to contact Emily in order to resolve the growing dispute. She thought that open communication would be a way to resolve the growing tension in the neighborhood, but Emily wasn't in the mood for a quiet conversation. She went on a rant right away, claiming that the only way she could ensure her daughter's future was for me, the landlord, to sell the house. My wife made sincere attempts to persuade Emily, but her conviction remained unwavering. She accused us of being self-centered and claimed that we had the money to pay for her daughter's college tuition. Emily persisted in pressuring my wife to comply with her requests, and the talk went on in a monotonous loop. Her message had a visible effect on the neighborhood and the local community, portraying me as a wealthy and callous landlord who would not assist a young girl in realizing her aspirations. We were viewed with suspicion by those neighbors who had previously been friends with us. They started to think that, although I was consciously refusing to do so out of selfishness, I did have the capacity to lessen her daughter's financial problems. Others who understood my background, my diligence, and the truth of my circumstances agreed with me and were equally horrified by Emily's bold request that I pay for it. They served as a reminder to me that I had to safeguard my assets and uphold the legacy I had worked so hard to establish. Every day, the community grew further polarized, with some people feeling sorry for Emily. I remained firm in my resolve to defend my property in the face of increasing pressure. I had worked hard and made sacrifices for years to earn it, and I wasn't about to give it up easily. Emily, meantime, kept stoking the fire by accusing me of being uncaring and taking advantage of her by letting her live for free. Her statements on social media grew more outspoken as she talked about her daughter's perseverance and the innumerable sacrifices she had made in order to become ready for college. Consequently, the argument progressed from a private dispute to a public discussion. My family was beginning to feel the effects of the accusations. As a result of their peers repeating the untrue things they had seen on social media about me, my children started to be bullied at school. Seeing how distressed they were by this circumstance was awful. I made the decision that it was time to act at that point. Since Emily was affecting my children, I had remained silent, believing that she would ultimately cease. But it was time to correct the record and stand up for my morals. I contacted a lawyer that focused on tenant-landlord disputes and property disputes. In order to stop Emily's defamatory efforts and preserve my reputation in the community, we quickly wrote a cease and desist letter. According to my lawyer, the cease and desist letter was the beginning of our legal struggle, and we would go all the way to court if Emily didn't change her mind. Emily was obviously shocked to receive the letter. She tried calling me on the phone, but I declined to take her calls. Then, before things got out of hand, she texted me to say she wanted to chat and make amends. She said we could have a conversation and that it was all a big misunderstanding. I responded by saying I was going to sue her. She was going to regret ever trying to play me, so I encouraged her to enjoy it and brace herself. Emily has been adamant that I cover her daughter's tuition, damaging our family's reputation in the town and online, so I know this will be a difficult battle. My attorney is already getting ready for the case by detailing all of the unfounded charges and the damage she has done to us over the past few months. Some of my family members advised me to give her a chance to resolve the matter as she is a single mother attempting to act in her child's best interests after learning that I was bringing her to court. So, Reddit, am I the jerk for taking the entitled mother to court rather than selling my home to cover her daughter's college expenses? Update. Emily sent a letter of her own, containing more defamatory remarks and threats, in response to our legal action. Despite being aware of her financial circumstances, she has accused me of charging exorbitant rent, which she claims prevented her from saving money for her daughter's schooling. Her willingness to deceive and go to such lengths to achieve her goals is astounding. I've already given her subsidized rent, so it's annoying to see her play the victim when her claims are unfounded. She is obviously attempting to take advantage of the situation, and I will not allow it to occur. Emily's determination to fight to the end is apparent. Although my attorney, Matthew, has reassured me that we have a solid case because her charges are unfounded, he has advised me to be ready for a drawn-out and taxing court process. I can't help but consider how rapidly things have gotten out of hand. I had no desire to find myself in a courtroom, particularly with someone who had previously occupied my land. However, there are instances when you must defend what is rightly yours and stand your ground. Even if Emily may have good reasons, I can't let her force me to sell my property. The future of my family is on the line, and I'm committed to seeing this through to the end, no matter how difficult it gets. Update 2. The legal process has formally started since my last report. It had been agonizingly painful to wait for the court date. Tension permeated the courtroom as both sides presented their cases and supporting documentation. Emily presented herself as a struggling mother who is committed to securing her daughter's future, accompanied by her lawyer. In a detailed account of financial difficulties, her lawyer emphasized how my property had been the last straw for her daughter's aspirations to enroll in a prominent out-of-state university. Emily's emotional statement was filled with emotions as she talked about the sacrifices she had made as a single mother, including the long hours she put in at work and her unshakable dedication to her daughter's achievement. She portrayed herself as a mother who had done everything she could, talking about her tenacious job hunts and multiple applications for financial aid and scholarships. Emily's lawyer persisted in portraying me as a rich, callous landlord who put money over a young girl's aspirations during the proceedings. They suggested that I had been aware of Emily's financial difficulties but had nevertheless taken advantage of her predicament by charging her exorbitant rent. Emily presented a family friend as a witness, claiming to have overheard a conversation between Emily and me in which I supposedly offered to sell the property to pay for her daughter's college education. This was the most shocking turn of events. When this flagrant untruth was told in court, I sat there in shock. Matthew, my lawyer, vigorously disputed this allegation, claiming that no such discussion had ever occurred. He made the deliberate decision to refute the witness's account. The family acquaintance who testified on the purported conversation was first subjected to cross-examination by Matthew. In order to determine the witness's memory's credibility, he asked a number of specific questions. In an attempt to uncover discrepancies or holes in their memory, Matthew inquired about the time, date, and place of the alleged conversation. The family friend found it difficult to respond with consistent information and was unable to provide any hard proof to back up their claim, such as emails or texts. Under examination, their testimony grew more and more dubious. Matthew provided evidence that directly refuted Emily's account, severely undermining the case's credibility. He presented documents of emails and texts that were sent back and forth between Emily and myself at the time the said agreement was allegedly made. These texts made it quite evident that she had never brought up the idea of selling the land to pay for her daughter's schooling. Rather, they proved that it was Emily who was always putting pressure on me to sell the house. Furthermore, according to testimony from a neighbor who shared a residence with Emily, Emily had been paying lower rent than any other renter in the neighborhood. To support this claim, my attorney retrieved receipts from other local tenants. Matthew continued by arguing that the neighbor's evidence and the lack of any written or electronic correspondence about the purported pledge Emily made called into question the veracity of the family friend's story. This testimony was inadmissible as hard proof. We then concentrated on demonstrating that Emily had purposefully gone to considerable measures to damage my reputation on social media, which had led to my kids being bullied. In a detailed account of Emily's communications and posts on social media, my lawyer claimed that I was a callous and uncaring landlord who did not encourage her daughter's aspirations. In order to win the community's sympathy and support, these posts were rife with emotional appeals and downright lies. We pointed out that these posts were purposefully written to present her as a struggling mother who was doing everything in her ability to ensure her daughter's future, but in actuality, she was using emotional blackmail to pressure me into selling my house. Matthew then displayed screen grabs of direct messages and comments left by people who had interacted with Emily's posts on social media. Because of the misleading information Emily provided, some of these local residents had developed a bad view of me. These remarks ranged from expressing empathy for her predicament to flatly accusing me of being a callous landlord taking advantage of her circumstances. Along with the social media data, we also included witness statements from my kids, who said that Emily's posts caused them to be bullied at school. They described how classmates harassed and name-called them after echoing the untrue statements they had heard about their father on social media. My lawyer contended that the bullying my kids experienced was directly related to Emily's unfounded charges on social media. Emily's purposefully false story had a negative impact on my family's welfare in addition to harming my reputation. This evidence-based presentation clearly illustrated how Emily's social media behavior affected my kids in real life. I continue to believe that justice will be done as the legal process progresses. The truth has been revealed and the untrue allegations against me have been exposed by the evidence that has been given thus far. In my opinion, the court will recognize the manipulation and provide a just resolution in this matter. Third update. We prevailed. The legal proceedings have made the past month a taxing one. Unexpected turns and twists have made it feel like a roller coaster ride. It became more and more obvious that Emily's allegations were unfounded as my attorney began to provide testimony and supporting documentation. When she introduced a family acquaintance who gave a bogus statement about a pledge I had never made, her attempt to control the event failed. The legitimacy of the witnesses' assertions is seriously called into question due to the absence of hard proof and discrepancies in their testimony. The court declared the result and decided in my favor after carefully reviewing all of the testimony and supporting documentation. I was quite relieved by this and thankful that the judge saw through all of the unfounded allegations. After being convicted of defamation, Emily was mandated to compensate me for the damage she had done to my reputation. This involved paying the past month's rent as well as any further penalties. Additionally, a restraining order was granted to stop Emily from speaking negatively about my family or me in the future. My conduct and my right to defend my property were upheld by this decision. I saw Emily seated next to her attorney, looking defeated, as the court case came to an end. As I looked at her daughter Lily, I couldn't help but think that her mother's conceit had ruined her hopes. Justice has been done, and this nightmare is now over. Everyone learned the value of standing up for themselves and not allowing the bold demands of others to undermine our moral convictions. Now that my home and our means of subsistence are safe, I can proceed with a fresh sense of confidence. I want to express my gratitude to everyone who has helped me along the way thus far. My family and I endured tremendous emotional strain and hardship, but in the end, the truth won out. Fourth update. 6 months have passed since my previous update. Emily has been successfully silenced by the restraining order since my court victory, and the damages she was required to pay for defamation offered some measure of comfort for the damage done to my reputation. I served Emily with an eviction notice, and she and her kid were forced to vacate. Even if their situation is still difficult, I realized I was no longer in charge of them. Although I felt a little sorry for her daughter's missed educational prospects, the truth was that Emily's bold request had placed their family in a challenging position. Everyone soon saw the full depth of Emily's lies after the court ordered her to remove her defamatory social media posts. When her daughter Lily unexpectedly contacted me to apologize, that was the last I heard from them. I had watched Lily grow up and she had always been a wonderful child, but I stopped communicating with them when her mother began making unfounded accusations against me. She wanted to contact me after her mother publicly lost the case, which startled me. She expressed sincere regret in her message for her mother's actions and the resulting difficulties for her family. She acknowledged that her mother's actions had harmed both of our families and thanked us for our understanding and patience during the process. Lily also mentioned that they had moved to a more reasonably priced neighborhood and that she had made the decision to continue her study at a nearby college. She told me she had begged her mother to back off in a conversation she had with her following the conclusion of the judicial proceedings. "I'm determined to secure my own future without making any bold demands," Lily said. Because of the bogus claims made by her entitled mother, I felt sorry for her at such a young age. I told her that it was great that she was taking charge of her own life and that everyone deserves a second chance. I told her that the past was behind us and wished her well in her studies. Our lives have adapted to a new normal since Emily and her daughter left my property. The burden of the unfounded allegations and the harassment our kids endured has been removed. We intervened by getting in touch with our kids' school and addressing the bullying they experienced. At last, our family may now proceed in harmony. I opened my marriage, lost my husband, and now I'm fighting to win him back. Is it too late? I'm here to seek guidance on how to save my remaining marriage. Let me begin by stating that I have been with my spouse for 7 years, and we have been married for 5 of those years. I'll call us Skylar and James for privacy's sake. In our second year of community college, we got to know one another. James went on to receive a 4-year degree in business administration from a university that provides remote programs at the community college, while I obtained a 2-year degree in office management. In the present, James is 27 and I am 26, and we intended to have a child later this year. Having 4 children, ideally 2 boys and 2 girls, was our desire. Both of our families loved us, and we had a really happy marriage. This is where I made a big error. I formed a relationship with a delivery driver for one of the 3 major delivery companies, which some could refer to as a work-husband relationship. To keep things private, I'll call him Jaden. Jaden has been delivering to my office for about 2 years at the age of 25 and unmarried. Unquestionably, we clicked right away. It wasn't romantic, but there was a spark that pulled me to him. Every time he made a delivery, we would converse for at least 10 minutes. I started to look forward to seeing him and always made sure to be honest with him when he showed up. Our chat went farther than normal one day. Jaden said he wanted to ask me a personal question. He said he didn't want to offend me or endanger our business relationship because it was so personal. I encouraged him to ask and reassured him that was okay. "I feel a very strong attraction to you and wondered if you felt it too," he admitted at that point. His audacity shocked and embarrassed me. After giving it some thought, I confessed that I felt it as well. Jaden continued by saying that if I weren't married, he would have asked me out. The conversation ended when I thanked him for the compliment. That was the last of him. Our conversations grew awkward and short throughout the course of the following week. I was so ashamed that I thought I had gone too far. Even as James and I continued to enjoy our married lives at home, the guilt persisted. To be clear, I have always been totally happy with James as a husband, friend, and lover. I thought he would have said the same of me at the time. For me, he was ideal. Nevertheless, I mistakenly started to dream about having both my devoted husband and a relationship with Jaden that went beyond business chats. Later, I discovered that this is frequently called eating cake. Intrigued, I began reading up on open marriages and polyamory. I initially thought the concept was nasty and ridiculous. I was certain James would not consent, and even if he did, I wanted to prevent our marriage from being harmed and our family from becoming estranged. Weeks went by, and my married life was still great. But there were still thoughts of Jaden. I came upon a blog article by a lady in an open marriage with the heading "It Doesn't Hurt to Ask," when I went back to the subject. She talked about how she sought a relationship with a man she met while volunteering, even though she loved her spouse. After 2 years of suppressing her emotions, she finally asked her husband on a lengthy drive. He was interested, which surprised her. 4 years later, they apparently had a stronger, happier connection after opening their marriage and finding other lovers. Because it mirrored exactly what I wanted but was too scared to question James about, her tale struck a chord with me. Then, one Sunday morning, I made the decision to bring up the topic as we were relaxing at home, conversing and using our phones to browse the internet. "I just read this online post about open marriages," I said immediately to James. "How do you feel about them?" "Are you talking about couples sleeping with other people?" he questioned, glancing at me. I reaffirmed and inquired about his thoughts once again. In response, James said he found it repulsive and added that if someone wanted to sleep together, they should simply seek a divorce. I said, "It's really becoming popular here in the US and other Western countries," in an attempt to defuse the situation, but his expression made it obvious that he was disgusted by the subject, so I quickly changed the topic. His response made me decide that I would never bring it up again since I didn't want to endanger our marriage, which I thought was fantastic. A few weeks later, James and I were snuggling in bed together, enjoying the glow from a fantastic evening. He remarked abruptly, "Who did you have in mind when you brought up open marriages last week?" As I lay on his chest, unable to see his face, I went cold. I gently lifted my head to look at him, and a pit developed in my stomach. "What are you discussing? What are you saying?" I stumbled. James clarified that he has read studies indicating that a woman's reference to an open relationship with her boyfriend frequently indicates that she has previously cheated or has another lover in mind. I was shocked by what he said. In fact, I was shaken to my very core. James remarked, "I know you too well," after realizing the effect of his comments. "Just be honest, I can tell you're hiding something." I could have stopped there, but instead I remained silent, turned my head away, and finally told him, "I have never cheated on you and would never do so. Rather, I acknowledged that there was someone at work I may think about if we ever discussed an open marriage." "Tell me about this work friend," James insisted. I reluctantly started to describe Jaden and our encounters, including the moment he revealed his emotions for me. I didn't reveal, though, that I felt the same way about it. I was frightened by James's next statement. "You know, technically, you've already cheated on me." I retaliated defensively, saying, "I haven't cheated?" "Your relationship with this Jaden guy is what's known as an emotional affair," James retorted. James gave me an explanation of the term because I had never heard it before. I listened in frustration as he explained the workings of emotional affairs. James finally proposed that we end the conversation since he needed to go to bed because he had an early start the next day. I couldn't fall asleep, but he did. Rather, I picked up my phone and began looking up emotional affairs. What James had asserted was supported by article after article. My relationship with Jaden was more than simply an emotional one. It was a full-fledged one. I was overcome with guilt. I felt like I had let my hubby down. I went downstairs to make myself some tea because I couldn't sleep, and at around 4 in the morning, I fell asleep on the couch. James kissed me awake at 6:45 a.m. "I'm heading out for work," he declared. As usual, I kissed him back and told him I loved him, but this time, with guilt weighing heavily on my mind, I made it clearer than ever. "You should start your day. It's almost 7 a.m. After making love for a few days, we were laying in bed once more when James abruptly remarked, "If you truly want to, I'd be willing to try an open marriage." "Why are you bringing this up now?" I questioned, stunned. He clarified that he had been considering our earlier chats and reasoned that if it was something we wanted, we should attempt it while we were still young. I pledged never to endanger our marriage or our love, but I did show cautious attention. I told him, "You are the most significant person in my life. If our love bond is strong, it will withstand infidelity," James retorted. James didn't respond when I retorted, "A mutual open relationship wouldn't be considered infidelity because we'd both agree to it. Consider our marriage open, starting right now," he remarked instead. Surprised again, I told him to calm down and that we needed to set ground rules. He made the following specifics. We had to let people know ahead of time who we would be sleeping with and when. We had to later, without going into graphic detail, tell each other about the incident. There are no exceptions to the rule that all types of closeness must be protected. I accepted his conditions and suggested a few more. We would maintain the privacy of our open marriage. We would pledge to stay together and prevent these adulterous affairs from ruining our marriage. James declared that he was unable to accept either of these terms. He refused to talk about it more and just said he didn't and wouldn't agree to them when I questioned why. I was worried since this felt totally out of character for James. I snuggled up to him in spite of my discomfort, and we dozed off. I became uncomfortable with the idea of an open relationship throughout the course of the following month because I thought James might be up to something. I chose not to pursue it and concentrated on leading a typical life. I avoided talking to Jaden at work during this time, limiting our exchanges to trivial subjects like the weather or our respective workloads. Then, one day, Jaden asked me if something was wrong and said he truly missed our discussions. I explained to him that I didn't have much time to talk because I was so busy at work and at home. I contemplated whether or not to disclose my open marriage to him. I eventually made the decision to tell him, how I wish I could take that choice back. I asked Jaden to join me for a drink after work because it didn't seem acceptable to have such a chat there. He concurred. We got together at a neighborhood tavern with a terrace outside, which was ideal for the warm early spring weather. I asked him directly whether he would be interested in a relationship after telling him about my newly announced marriage. Without hesitation, he said yes. Although he respected my boundaries, Jaden acknowledged that he had been waiting for me to change his mind and that he had been dreaming about me for months. We talked flirtatiously most of the time that night. We decided to have our first romantic meeting at his flat the next day. I made it clear that I had to depart by 6:30 p.m. to go back home to James, who was still my top priority. I came home that evening and made James a delicious meal. After supper, I told him about my conversation and meeting with Jaden earlier in the day, and that we had planned to meet at his apartment the next day, assuming James was still okay with us being married in an open marriage. Despite appearing surprised, James answered, "Oh, yes, all right, so you're meeting him tomorrow?" As my top focus was him and our relationship, I reassured him that we could still cancel if he so desired. "No," he insisted. "Let's do this." In contrast to our typical embraces, I felt hardness and remoteness in his. I blamed it on nerves. We didn't speak much that night as I concentrated on my own work and James worked in his office. I tried to start an intimate conversation with him before we went to bed, but he stated he was too exhausted and wanted to relax. When I woke up the following morning, James had already left, leaving a text message saying that he had neglected to mention an early meeting. He also mentioned that he would see me that evening. This was not like him, but I brushed it off and went about my day as usual, dressing and going to work. I picked a really lovely clothing that day because I knew I was going out with Jaden after work. I texted James throughout the day, but he didn't reply. I contemplated calling off our date with Jaden, but I now regret not doing so. I got a text from James at 4:17 p.m. He promised to meet me that evening and wrote that he loved me. I was relieved by this, and I saw it as his approval to proceed. I'll get right to the point. When Jaden and I first met, our private moment was fierce. There was clearly no love involved, and it wasn't quite as satisfying as it is with James. But because of the unlawful nature of what we were doing and the pure passion, it was physically satisfying. After an hour and a half, I left Jaden's residence and got home shortly after 6:40 p.m. I was shocked to see that James wasn't home yet. I was relieved since it allowed me to take a shower and wash my clothes to get rid of the smell of Jaden's perfume. Despite my physical sense of fulfillment, I was overcome with regret, guilt, and shame. I felt soiled, as though I had violated every fundamental principle in my marriage. I was really anxious, and it was a mental tug of war. I made a short but beautiful meal and put candles to create a romantic atmosphere since I was determined to make it up to James. I wanted him to understand how much I loved him and that the sexual relationship with Jaden was meaningless because it was only physical and couldn't compare to the happiness and love I had with James. My hope was that we would make love at the end of the evening. James was still away from home around 7:30 p.m. When I tried to call him, the call went straight to voicemail. I texted him to let him know that dinner was ready when I got home. When I didn't hear back by 8:50 p.m., I became concerned. I kept phoning and texting him, leaving messages, but I never heard back. At last, at approximately 9:30 p.m., James texted me, saying, "Don't wait up. I will arrive home late." He didn't respond when I texted him back to inquire where he was and who he was with. I finally dozed off after midnight, emotionally and physically spent. The sound of the shower running in the guest bathroom awakened me up. When I went up to look, I saw that the door was locked, which was completely out of character for James. He did not answer when I knocked. After 10 minutes, James came out, wrapped in a towel, and said nonchalantly, "Hey, how was your night?" After I assured him that everything was okay, he asked me straight out, "Did you have sex with Jaden?" I winced at his directness and urged him to use a different wording. I reluctantly said, "Yes, Jaden and I were together." I then inquired about his whereabouts. James confessed that he had gone out dancing and spent the night at multiple pubs. Because I could smell perfume on his clothing, I was suspicious and questioned who he was with. Upon pressing, I inquired, "Who is she?" He said that he didn't have to identify her because they hadn't shared a bed. Although I was astonished by what he said, I was more offended by his tone and language. James's angry remarks caused me great concern, although he never used profanity when addressing me. I then questioned him about why he had taken a shower in the guest bathroom. He told me icily that until I had completed 2 STD tests, he would be utilizing the guest bathroom and bedroom. I was devastated by his statements. "This wasn't part of our rules," I objected. I ensured that Jaden wore protection during all of our activities. "Have you never heard of oral HPV or herpes?" James shot back. "Till you're cleared, I won't come within 6 feet of you." Think of this as my personal take on social distancing. I informed James that I wanted to end our marriage right now since I was so distraught and crying. I cried, "This is the last thing I wanted to happen." "No way," James shot back. "I'll have my turn now that you've taken yours." James only stated that he was going to bed since he had an early meeting and needed rest, even though I started crying more. I sobbed on the couch for the majority of the night before dozing off. When I opened my eyes, James was gone. I tried contacting him during the day, but he didn't pick up. He texted me, saying, "Don't wait up for me." I left voicemails and texted, but nobody answered. I felt like I was going crazy because I knew I had probably ruined my marriage. I didn't see Jaden at work that day as there were no deliveries. but I gave him a call at 4:30 p.m. and inquired about our possibility of meeting that night. He acknowledged that I sounded agitated. I told him I wanted to break up with him when we first met, acknowledging that it was a big mistake. I admitted that I just wanted my husband because I loved him. He understood, and all he wanted for was one more connection. Other than that, he would only ever speak to me at work. I consented, and our brief and unremarkable hookup lasted less than 10 minutes and consisted just of a basic posture. Jaden later said to me, "That was awful." I apologized, acknowledging that the entire affair was a tremendous error and not his fault. "You just laid there like a tree trunk." After getting ready and giving him one last hug, I turned to depart. I asked Jaden, bewildered, what he meant when he said, "I'll never understand women like you," before I left, but he just muttered, "Nothing, no comment," with a look of utter hatred on his face. I hurried off, sobbing all the way home. How was I able to be so foolish? I had ruined my marriage for nothing at all. I felt filthy once more and thought I was the world's most foolish person. It was 1 a.m. when James finally returned home. That evening, I was tired of knowing that I was the only one responsible for ruining my life. James did the same thing on Friday, leaving before I woke up and texting me, "Don't wait up for me?" The coldness and distance between us broke my heart. I missed our mornings, evenings, and weekends together, cooking together, going on walks after supper, and chatting about random topics. I sorely missed it when it was all gone. I sent James a text message requesting to speak with him the following morning. "All right," he said, "as long as it's first thing." I asked him where he was going, but he didn't respond. "I'm leaving for the day." It was 1:30 a.m. when he returned home. I just lay in bed and sobbed without saying anything. Without saying anything, James immediately went to bed after taking another shower in the guest bathroom. The following morning, I got up early to await his arrival. He entered the kitchen, poured himself some orange juice, and sat at the table, looking at his phone, at 7 in the morning. The atmosphere was lifeless and icy. I approached him, sat on his knee, and whispered, "Look at me." He looked away, but I gently took hold of his face and met his brown eyes. I said, "You have my undying love. I really apologize for the poor choice I made, not a mistake, but a decision. I will stop at nothing to win back your love and trust." James remained silent while staring at me as if I were crazy. I pleaded, "Are you still in love with me?" He said, "I'm not sure." I sobbed and begged, "I can put this right." He said, "I don't think you can." I said in a fit of rage, "You orchestrated everything. Didn't you set me up for divorce?" James denied it but acknowledged that, based on what he had read, he realized our relationship was probably finished the moment I raised the subject of an open marriage. I questioned him, "Why didn't you just tell me to stop talking to Jaden?" I was devastated by his response. "You can't make someone be faithful. You are either monogamous or not, and it is clear that you are not." He just got up and stated he was going, despite my entreaties not to ruin our marriage. He said he would return after midnight when I questioned where he was going. "Tomorrow is Easter Sunday," I told him. "Our scheduled departure time is 7 a.m. Go visit the home of my parents. We spend every holiday with them because they adore you." James replied icily, "I'm not going." What am I supposed to tell my parents? I begged him to come, shocked. "Tell them the truth," he added with a shrug. He packed a gym bag and left the house without saying anything more, despite my repeated pleas for him to stay. I feel totally deflated and ruined inside. I would appreciate any guidance or recommendations regarding actions I can take to keep my marriage intact. I'm particularly interested in hearing from those who have had similar situations with open marriages and whether or not a couple can move over such a betrayal. After an open relationship, have you been able to successfully reconcile? I appreciate you hearing my tale. I'm going to bed now so I can spend the rest of the day crying. First update. I would want to express my gratitude to everyone who replied with comments and encouragement. I was able to get through the past several days because to it. Many individuals properly chastised me and called me derogatory things, but I deserve it, and I also value your opinions. 2 of the worst days of my life have been Easter Sunday and today. When I pulled up to my parents' house, they asked me right away, "Where's James?" I lied to them and said he couldn't make it because of an emergency at work. I didn't want the family get-together to be disturbed. At first, my family believed my tale, but as the day wore on, they began to suspect that I wasn't phoning or texting my husband as I usually do. I sent multiple phony texts and claimed to have responses from James, assuring everyone he was still busy at work and would give me a call tomorrow in order to allay their suspicions. To be honest, he never texted or called, not even to see whether I had made it safely. I was devastated by this. On Monday, I had intended to spend the night at my parents' house and discuss our marital issues with them. I was afraid they would be angry and despise me if I did this. I told them this morning, and everything went exactly as I had expected. They shouted at me, called me horrible names, and said that I wasn't brought up this way. When my sister was summoned over, she started to lash out at me as well. I told them I realized what I had done was horrible and sobbed. I promised them that I had grown from the experience and would never do the same thing again. I informed them that regaining James' love and trust would be my only priority going forward. Ultimately, they told me they loved me and would pray for our marriage to be saved, even if they were furious with me. On Monday night, I took a car home. I texted and called James during the day, but he didn't respond. He had gone to Florida to see his parents and would be back on Sunday, according to a note on the counter when I got home. We had arranged to go there together in early May, so I felt terrible. Now that strategy is shattered because of me. I despise myself. For now, that's all I have to say. I'm simply so unhappy and dejected. The fact that I'm no longer crying frightens me. Tears no longer seem worth shedding because of the depth of my hurt and regret. Second update. I didn't intend to publish again for almost a year, but I decided to offer an update because the community showed such a great deal of interest. I have some good news as well as some negative news. The first piece of terrible news is that I'm divorced. Back in December, it was decided. James ultimately came to the conclusion that he couldn't stay married to me once I started seeing another man. He claimed that he was ashamed to be seen with me in public and that he would never be able to trust me again. He claimed that he regained his masculinity after the divorce. I disagree. He never lost his manhood, and only our families are aware of my brief relationship with Jaden. Well, anything. The good news, no, the amazing news, is that last month James and I resumed our dating life. It's been great since Valentine's Day, when we reconnected. Our passion level is unmatched, much higher than when we initially started dating 7 years ago, but we only see each other when he wants to, which has been around once a week. James has stated unequivocally that this is merely a physical matter and that we will never again be a couple, get married, or live together. I'll take what I can get, but I'm not really comfortable with this. I want to get James back. I would like to have his children if I am unable to achieve that. I wouldn't baby trap him, so don't get me wrong. All I want is to have kids with him. Without getting married, I've considered how we could divide custody and still work things out. I don't want children with anybody else, even though I know it seems weird, but I love him. I understand that doing this would probably put any future relationships I might have with other men in jeopardy, but I only want James. That's all I have to say for now, and until something significant occurs, I doubt I'll post again. However, I would adore hearing your thoughts about my predicament. Do you believe that my decision to date James is insane? Is it better for me to go on and find someone else to start a family with? P.S. Jaden has never been an option. I simply made a poor choice with him, and I will never do it again. Thank you. We live with my wife's friend after her abusive relationship. Recently, I've noticed that she's intentionally trying to get close to me. I, 33, have been married to my wife, 31, for 6 years and we have a 3-year-old kid. We are very happy together and I am lucky to be married to a very kind and smart woman. My wife's best friend Anna, fake name for anonymity, has been living with us for the last 6 months. I wanted to talk about Anna to give a full context of why I'm making my decision. Anna has been my wife's best friend since school days. Anna was living in the city with her boyfriend, and we live in the suburbs of that city. They seemed happy together and were in a relationship for 2 years. However, my wife noticed bruises on Anna's hand last year and asked her about it. Initially, Anna dismissed it as work-related injuries. My wife kept on probing, and we learned that Anna was in an extremely toxic and abusive relationship. Her boyfriend lost his job last year and became extremely controlling and abusive towards her. He constantly accused her of cheating. Anna denies it, made her link her phone messenger to his computer and started micromanaging finances. There was an incident of domestic violence that was the final straw in my wife, and I had to rush to the hospital to look after Anna. Since Anna's parents are mostly absent from her life, my wife asked me if Anna can stay with us for a few days. We are 3 people living in a 4-bedroom house and have 2 spare guest rooms. I of course agreed to it and told her that Anna can stay with us as long as she wants. I think the incident completely broke Anna and she would just start crying randomly and completely shut down. It was really sad to see Anna in that state. She had to leave her job due to mental issues and stayed at home in the room all day. My wife is very kind and took care of Anna like she was family and made sure she felt loved. Anna is also thankful to my wife and I to help her in her worst time, and helps around the house and with our kid, Though we never leave him alone with Anna. Anna, now is coming back to normal, smiles sometimes and has started looking for a job again. Now on to the incident. Last Friday, my wife and I went to work as normal and dropped our son at daycare. I had a doctor's appointment at noon and came straight home from there as I did not have a lot of work in the office. I made some lunch, and then went to my room to sit in my bed and reply to all the emails. Anna was in her room, and I did not talk to her after I came home. Around 2 p.m., I heard Anna's room door open and her walking in the hallway. Suddenly, our bedroom door opened and Anna walked in topless and just in her underwear. I was shocked and not sure how long I was staring at her. But after a few seconds I blurted out, "I am sorry." And she quickly covered herself with her hands. She was apologetic and started explaining herself. She said she just wanted to borrow my wife's clothes because her laundry was unwashed. It was super embarrassing to have a conversation with her in that state and I looked away. She again apologized and then went out of the bedroom. The incident lasted less than 2 minutes. After a while, she again came back into our bedroom, fully dressed, and apologized for the incident. She said it was really embarrassing and she did not know anyone would be home. I said it's okay and I should have told her I was back early from the office when I came home. She asked me to not mention the incident to my wife. She said she felt embarrassed when she walked around the hallway without clothes and that I saw her in that state. I said it's okay and let's forget about it. I have not told my wife about the incident and it's been 5 days. It was just a benign incident, but I somehow feel guilty about the whole thing. I feel more guilty that I am lying to my wife by omission of the truth. However, I feel that if my wife takes it the wrong way, it may strain her relationship with Anna, and I really feel bad for Anna for what she had to go through. I also do not want to make Anna uncomfortable in our house by telling my wife about her barging into our bedroom in that state. Am I the AH in this case for not talking about this incident to my wife? I am afraid that if Anna tells it to her first, it will make me look really bad and guilty. However, if I tell her, I do not want her to blame Anna for any of this and not help her in time of her need. Can someone please help me on how I can tell my wife about this? Relevant comments. Multiple Redditors advised OP to talk with his wife and not keep it as a secret from her if the incident was really bothering him. OP's reply. Thanks. This is really helpful. Maybe I'm overthinking this, but I have read that in these situations, the victim's trust in men is very fragile. Would it be horrible if I told my wife after I told Anna I would not mention this incident? Should I talk about this with Anna first? Comment 1. You would be the asshole if you do not tell your wife. Never keep secrets as a team with your house guest against your wife. Comment 2. Anna needs to tell her PDQ. She also needs to stay out of your bedroom. Do not keep the secret, that's what will destroy your relationship. I'll try to give Anna a pass, but some small part of me thinks she knows what she's doing and asking you to keep it a secret is part of that. Update 1. I wrote a post yesterday about an embarrassing situation that happened between my wife's best friend who is currently staying at our house. I was not sure how to bring it up to my wife and you guys really helped me a lot in understanding the urgency of telling my wife. I also got some cool ideas on how to bring up the subject without making it awkward for anyone. For everyone saying Anna was doing it on purpose, I did not agree with it as I'm an extremely average-looking person and women don't chase me. However, things since last night have been just crazy and I think I'm spiraling a bit. Sorry for the long post. So I decided to tell my wife last night as soon as she came home about the incident. I like the idea of jokingly bringing up casually so that we both can laugh about it and then forget it. Last night, when my wife came home, I made sure I stayed in our bedroom. I asked Anna if she could stay with my kid downstairs. As my wife was changing, I asked her if Anna still borrowed her clothes. Anna had to borrow them regularly when she first moved, long story. My wife told me yes and she has told Anna she can take anything from her closet if she needs it. I asked my wife if Anna told her about the funny incident from Friday. My wife said no, and I told her the whole story about how I came home early, and Anna came in the room almost naked to get her clothes, and how embarrassing it was for both of us. As my wife was listening to this, she completely froze and turned pale. She started murmuring in Spanish, which is her and Anna's native language. I don't understand Spanish really well, but I understood the words hombre casado, and otra vez. I asked her if she is okay and she sat next to me and asked me to explain everything in detail. I just told her it was nothing and she must have not heard me coming in. I was trying to laugh it off, but my wife had water in her eyes. I kept on telling her it was not a big deal, but she kept on asking me for more details. She asked me how Anna talks to me. I told her that Anna barely talks to me since she moved in except few words here and there. My wife then asked me about 3 weeks ago when my wife had gone to visit her parents for 4 days. Anna did not want to go with her and stayed back. I told her that Anna was just acting normal. She or I would cook dinner after I got home from work while the other took care of the kid. The only thing different was Anna generally spending her evening in her room. However, when I was sitting in the living room watching TV after the kids slept, Anna came and sat on the sofa next to me but did not talk to me. I asked her if she wanted me to change the channel or stream to something she likes, and she just said she wanted to get out of her room. However, she did not flirt with me or do anything unusual. I kept on telling my wife that it was just an accident, and I really did not understand why she reacted so emotionally to it. My wife refused to answer and just said okay and agreed with me. However, she told me I should have told her about the incident sooner and should not keep any secrets from her and gave me a big lecture. I told her that I did not think it was a big deal and thought Anna would tell her, but glad I brought it up. After dinner, my wife massaged Anna to join us, and she came out. While talking, my wife brought up the incident and told Anna that I mentioned about the incident and she does not need to feel embarrassed. Such things happen when we are all in the same house and it is not a big deal. Anna was firstly taken by surprise, but then told my wife she was just scared to tell her because she thought my wife would judge her because of her past. My wife gave her a stare and she quickly changed the topic. At night, I asked my wife what the hell was going on. I told her to please not keep any secrets from me, and if she does not tell me I will directly ask Anna about what her past has got to do with anything. My first guess was Anna might have had a thing for me before we got married or something. But my wife was very reluctant to answer and kept on trying to change the subject and cuddle. However, I kept being persistent and she finally spilled the beans. Apparently, when Anna was in her early 20s, she was in a relationship with a married coworker who was twice her age. It was a kind of sugar daddy relationship, and he told her that he was in an open relationship, or that's what Anna told my wife, and he would leave his wife in a few years once the kids go to college. This makes sense now, because Anna is very pretty, like Miss USA level, and I never understood why she was single for most of the time I knew her. She eventually ended that relationship and started dating her boyfriend Jim, who turned out to be an abusive asshole. My wife said she suspects Anna was still involved with the older guy while in relationship with Jim, which explains why he kept on accusing her of cheating. That is why my wife became emotional when I told her what Anna did, because she was worried Anna has no boundaries regarding married men. My wife said that Anna always looks up to us and praises me for being such a loyal partner and how lucky my wife is. My wife was worried initially when she brought Anna home, but her actions from the time when my wife was away clearly show that she respects the boundaries, and it must have been an accident. My wife told me she is grateful I let Anna live in our house and observe what a healthy and happy marriage looks like. This morning was even more weird. I got up early as I could not sleep well and went down for a cup of coffee. After 5 minutes, Anna walked into the kitchen and told me she was relieved my wife did not overreact to Friday's incident. She said I am a good husband and gave me a hug and peck on the cheeks. She has never hugged me in the last 6 months. She seemed to be in a happy mood and was making small talk with me while having coffee. I cannot believe my wife did not tell me such a huge detail about Anna for all these years. It's completely possible she cheated all through the relationship with Jim, and my wife is just covering for her all along. She even kept it a secret from me, after giving me a lecture about how we should never have secrets. And I don't know what else she is hiding. Everything just seems very confusing at this point. I feel angry at my wife for lying to me all these years for Anna. I also now see Anna differently. I am also worried that me trivializing the incident to my wife might have sent wrong signals to Anna. Relevant comments. Comment 1. Anna needs to go before her own messed up issues lead her to further mess with your marriage. She was testing OP again with the hug and kiss on the cheek, and I didn't see OP writing that he told his wife about that new development. She's gotta go before she pushes to the next level. OP's reply, yes. I am also a bit mad at myself for trying to casually describe the event as some of the Redditors advised and not talk about the fact that she was in the room for a lot longer. I was worried that my wife would be pissed at me. Now I wish I told her all the details and did not make it sound trivial. My wife now trusts Anna and I am getting more uncomfortable. Multiple Redditors urge her OP to tell his wife about the hug and kiss. OP's reply. I agree with the hug and kiss part here. It is not uncommon for my wife's friends to kiss me on the cheek when they meet me. I am not from that culture, and initially it used to make me uncomfortable. But something about today morning with Anna waking up so early, coming down in her bedclothes and sitting with me rubbed me the wrong way. I am not able to point out exactly what, but she was acting differently. For lack of a better word, she looked happy for the first time since she moved into our place. I have not told my wife yet. Things have been a bit icy between us since yesterday, as I am still upset at her for keeping secrets from me for all these years. I know it's Anna's personal life, but I feel a bit betrayed that for all these years, She knew Anna was with a married man and never even mentioned it to me. We had a talk in the evening and she apologized. But then we both dropped the subject and took our son to the playground as the weather was finally nice and had an amazing time. However, I plan to tell her as soon as we both are alone at night. As I said in the comments, I do not think she will mind since it's not uncommon for her friends to give a quick peck on cheeks when saying hello. In fact, I was not comfortable with it at the start, and now I am used to it. Her mom, cousins, friends, everyone kisses me. There are also weird rules, where married women like my wife just hug, but non-married friends give a kiss, unless you're family. Also, only girls give a kiss, but men don't kiss girls on cheeks. I learned that the hard way. I am not Latino, Colombian to be exact, and maybe someone who is familiar can explain the rules here so people who don't know the tradition won't misinterpret it as anything sexual. Also, I never keep anything from my wife, and hence I felt so guilty about my actions over the last week. I am sure I will mention it to her before the end of the day. Update 2. I wrote a few posts a month ago regarding my wife's friend Anna accidentally walking into our bedroom topless to get my wife's clothes while I was in the room. We addressed the issue the next day, but I learned more about Anna's past and why my wife was uncomfortable due to the situation. My wife and I talked to Anna and told her it was not a big deal and we all decided to move on from the incident. After I posted the update, a lot of you advised me to tell my wife about Anna hugging and kissing me, on the cheek, the following morning. I felt uncomfortable with this situation and the comments really made me nervous. Most of you were reading my post as a telenovela or the start of a porn movie and the comments were really not helping calm me down. You may not like this part, but I just decided to get off Reddit for a while and try to think through the situation on how to tell my wife. I felt that my wife treats Anna as family and just like her sisters. I have known my wife's sisters since they were in their early teens. I have had similar incidents happen with them all the time, and I never made a big deal out of it. There were so many times we had to tell them to keep their tops on when sitting in our backyard pool area when they were younger, and God knows how allergic they are to wearing pants around the house. However, I just treat them as they are my sisters. I decided I need to do the same with Anna and treat her like my wife's sisters. I also wanted to communicate that clearly to both Anna and my wife so they don't get in such uncomfortable situations anymore. That night, I was talking to my wife and decided to put a positive spin on the incident that happened early in the morning. I asked my wife if she noticed anything different with Anna. I told her that she woke up early with me today and greeted me with a hug and kiss and also helped me make breakfast. I told her that I am glad she finally looks happy and is returning back to her old self and how proud I am of my wife that she is such a kind-hearted person who helped a friend in need. My wife seemed happy with my comment and started saying that she also noticed Anna was chattier in the morning and was cleaning her room and talking about applying for jobs again. I told my wife that I feel Anna is like one of her sisters and I'm happy she also considers us as family and is comfortable around us. The next few weeks were great. Anna started waking up early in the morning around the time I woke up, 5 a.m. We always had coffee together and had nice chats. She also helped me with breakfast and getting lunch boxes ready. She asked me if she can join my gym and if I can teach her some resistance training exercises. Her therapist told her it would be good for her to work out. So, we started going to the gym 3-4 times a week in the evening before picking my son from daycare. It's nice to have a regular gym partner and someone to geek out about the daily protein intake. I also told her when we were cooking that she is so much less annoying than my Sills and I wish she was my Sil. She just smiled at the comment. Anna has already had a few interviews and also contacted her old job who seem interested in hiring her back. She told us 2 weeks ago that she will be looking for apartments. We already saw 2 apartments in our suburb and hopefully should finalize that soon. My wife jokingly told her that her dating prospects are going to be bleak if she stays in our suburb, but Anna told us that she is going to stay away from relationships at least for a while now and work on herself. Plus, she enjoys our gym and loves spending time with our son. About the hugging and kissing, I think I have decoded it. A hug from Anna is normal and I get one every morning. However, I think she kisses people on the cheeks as a way to say thank you. Things are really looking positive for Anna and we are very happy that she was able to get through a bad patch in her life. She had isolated herself from everyone after the incident 7 months ago. However, she plans to join my wife and son on her summer trip to my in-laws in a few weeks, unless there are any updates on the employment front. I just hope for the best for her and I'm glad that I did not make a big deal out of the situation. I am also glad to have such a kind and understanding wife who is there for her friend in need. Relevant comments. Comment 1. If this works out for you guys, that's great. For me it's such a huge red flag, that she wakes up same time as you, joined the same gym as you and wants to spend a lot of time with you plus is looking at places to rent near you. Maybe it's because I've seen too many stories like that end in a horrible way. Again, if it works out for you guys, it's great. To me, it's one red flag after another and seems like a start of something fishy. Comment 2. I felt uncomfortable reading how much she's inserted herself in your life. There's still red flags waving and you're either stupidly oblivious or you're enjoying the attention that you choose to be oblivious to. Comment 3. You honestly still don't see it, do you? Waking up early at the same time as you, going to the gym with you and cooking with you. She's spending an awful lot of time with you. And the difference is she isn't one of your SILs but your wife's friend. A friend that has a past going after married men. You sound naive to not at least put down some fucking boundaries with her. I don't even get why you won't do that. It's so stupid. On every post people kept warning you and you refused to listen. I hope for your wife's sake, that Anna doesn't try anything. But remember that if she does and your marriage dies because of it, you and your unwillingness to handle it, will be the sole fucking reason. Comment 4. Oh sure, this is going to end well. We won't do the immediate attack head on because he won't fall for that. So we do the slow build. A little bit here, a little more there. As soon as she gets her own place, things are going to change. I don't understand how people cannot see what is happening in front of their eyes. Poor dude is going to be in her bed and wondering what happened. Comment 5. I have no dog in this fight and I'm wildly uncomfortable with how much Anna has inserted herself into your life and your daily routine and how you have let her do so. It does not come across as innocent. She has no reason to hug or kiss you ever. Why is the apartment hunting a wee thing? Why are you talking down about your wife's relatives to this person? Why are you spending so much of your time every day with this woman? You are having an emotional affair with this woman. And it is not going to take much for it to turn physical and you will be back here saying you have no idea how this happened. You need to get back to doing these things with your wife and this woman needs to not be part of your life or you will be very sorry in the end. She knows exactly what she's doing and she is playing the long game. Oh, and now reading previous posts I see Anna has gone after married men before. OMG. You really can't be this clueless. My boyfriend quit his job without telling me, and now he refuses to look for another job. I'm tired of paying for everything. My boyfriend, 33M, quit his job last year without telling me. I only found out 2 days before the rent was due. We split everything 50/50ths. When I asked him for his part of the rent. When I asked, he simply told me he quit because he was tired of working at that place. Since then, I've been paying for everything. Including rent, food, gas, bills, and anything he needs. I had to work 2 jobs while going to school for a while. It was hard. But I finally finished school a couple months ago and I found my dream job. I make enough to live comfortably, even take care of my BF and still have money for saving. However, I still want him to get a job to support himself because I think as an adult, he needs a job. But I feel like he relies on me too much and he thinks since my job pays well, he doesn't have any reason to work. He always says things like, you make good money now, so maybe you could buy me my dream car. Or, you should open a business for me to run. It bothers me a lot. I don't mind supporting my partner financially if there's a legit reason that prevents him from working, but it's not the case. He spends most of his time playing games, meeting up with friends, or just at home watching movies. I still have to do all the chores and take care of our dogs. His family thinks that he's been working to take care of me so that I can finish school, which is not true. Now they think I was able to finish school and got a good job all because of him. I don't even want to explain to them. I just want him to get a job and have a future. When I tried to talk to him, he told me I'm not supportive and now that I have a good job, I look down on him. What should I do? Is it even worth it to try to talk some sense into him? I don't want to start dating at this age but I feel like I can't keep doing this. Edit. Many people have asked why him. Why did I stay for years? What did I see in him? So I just want to answer it here. We started off pretty normal. We split everything 50/50ths, and I had no problem with that. But throughout the years, he started showing his true self. I was in school and school was the most important thing to me at that point, so I invested all my time and energy into it. I was in a PhD program, so I had stipend, around 30K/YR, which was enough for myself but not for 2 people. After he quit his job, I was very stressed out but I had to focus on school and tried to do everything I could to survive. I didn't have time to really think about my personal life and I also didn't want to go through any changes in life, so I just let it be. In addition, he guilt trips me a lot, so I feel bad for him. But now that I have a stable job, I have time to really think about my future. I don't see myself being with him long term. I don't think it would be as easy as hey, let's break up because I know he wouldn't let it go that easy. But I'll start planning to get out, maybe ask some friends for support. His name is not on the lease, so I'll stay where I am and he'll have to move. Relevant comments. Comment 1. You worked 2 jobs while in school to support someone who happily sits on their ass not contributing. Not even cleaning or caring for the pets. Why? Why have you accepted this? And the worst part is he lets his family think that he's supporting you. So he actually has enough sense to know that what he's doing is frowned up. You don't want to start dating at this age. You mean 31? So you'd rather be 31 taking care of a stay-at-home boyfriend who contributes literally nothing. How is that a better outlook at 31? OP's reply, I think it's because I was too busy figuring my life out and trying to do everything I could to survive. All I did was work and go to school. I didn't really have time to think about my personal life. Now that I have a stable job, I have time to think about my life more and more. I need to end this and take care of myself. TBH, I'm not even sure how to date anymore, but I guess I'll try and hopefully able to find someone. I will have a talk with him this afternoon to tell him it's time to end things and he needs to move out. He will probably give me the "my life is miserable" talk, again. But I think reading all these comments makes me realize I should feel bad for myself and not for him. I'm sure once he moves back to live with his family, they will reach out to me to tell me how good he has been treating me, and how he helped me through school. They've done this before when I told them things weren't working for us. I will tell them everything this time. Comment 2. You were in a PhD program. You are intellectually smart, apply that to your emotional and financial intelligence. If you were a classmate when this happened, I can tell you the other grad students would ask why you were still with him after a grace period of a couple of months. Leave and rebuild your life. OP's reply. I haven't told any of my family and friends about the situation because I'm kinda ashamed of it. My friends would probably think I can't be this stupid. But 2 of my very close friends did tell me that I deserve better, just based on the way he treats me in front of them. I will have a talk with him this afternoon, and a couple of my friends will be waiting outside, in case he gets physical or refuses to leave. Wish me luck. Update 1. It's been 2 months since I posted about my situation on this sub, and I just want to give you an update of how things went after I made that post. Before I go into the details, I just want to say I really appreciate everyone here. After I resolved everything, I occasionally would go back to my original post and read the comments to remind myself that I've done the right thing. After posting on here, I went home from work that day and asked my friends to come over but stay in the parking lot while I sort things out with my now ex-BF. Before I could even start the conversation, he told me his friend got a new car recently and how I should get him a car since I can afford it. I got really upset and told him he could have got himself a car if he was working. I told him how stressful it has been for me with him not working and fully relying on me. He started the "my life is already miserable and you're not being supportive" talk. I was sick of it. So I said I wanted to end things here and he needs to move out ASAP. As expected, he got upset and threw a tantrum. He was yelling, throwing stuff around, and when he realized I was being dead serious, he started threatening to hit and kill my dogs. I jumped in between him and the dogs to stop him from harming them. Then he pushed me and grabbed me by my neck. I was able to get him off of me, put the dogs into a room, and called my friends to tell them to come in and call the police. He was trying to hit me but my friends got there in time. I think he got scared when he saw my friends showed up, so he backed down but still verbally told them to get out of the way or he would hit them too. The police came. They took him away and told me he wouldn't be able to come into the apartment anymore. He had to move but would need to be escorted by the police if he wanted to grab his stuff later. It was a horrible experience, but it showed me that I've done the right thing. I thought that was the end of everything. But his auntie called me when she found out, and tried to gaslight me saying that he didn't do anything wrong and I was just upset, so I called the police. I told myself that I no longer have to deal with this bullshit, so I told her to leave me alone and hung up. His family would continue to harass me but stopped when I threatened to report to the police. I continue to pay the rent and bills like how I've always been doing. The only thing that's changed is I'm now so much happier. I'm the happiest I've ever been in years. I just got a promotion last week. I've been spending time enjoying life, with the extra money I have since I no longer have to pay for his expenses. As for my ex, he's moved in with his aunt. I got a protection order so we are not in contact at all. Relevant comments. Many people congratulate OP and wish her well. OP responds, "Thank you. It feels great to wake up in the morning and not have to worry about what kind of crap he is going to give me today. And OMG, the extra saving that I have since I'm not longer financially responsible for a full-grown adult. Thank you. I've realized that all the uncertainties that I had before really don't mean anything. My life is only getting better and I've received all the support I need from friends and family and people on Reddit too." Comment 1. How long were you in that relationship? OP's reply. I was in that relationship for 8 years. Comment 2. I hope you changed the locks. And why didn't you tell his family about his refusal to work? I hate that they think of him as the victim now, and that you used him to finance your studies and then dropped him. OP's reply. I haven't mentioned this, but his family is the type of people who it doesn't matter what he does, he's always right to them. I knew even if I told them that he refused to work, his family would still defend him and make excuses for his behavior. It has happened with other things before. But his family can take care of him all they want now. I didn't put this in the post because I didn't want the post to get too long, but when his auntie first called me, she told me if I kicked him out he wouldn't have anywhere to stay because she couldn't let him stay with her. I knew she was just saying that so that I would feel bad and wouldn't kick him out. So I told her it's none of my business and he needs to figure it out himself. Guess what? He moved right into his aunt's house after he was released. Comment 3. OP, will you be able to move? Given he seems unhinged, what are the chances of him coming back in a later date? He already has escalated to violence and seems like he has gotten his rotten morals from his family who enables him and may do the same. I read way too much RA and Baru hearing how bad things escalates. I hope you're able to do the following: filing a restraining order and documenting all instances of the abuse that has escalated. Consider moving and keep the information where you move to the down low. Plus a change of place may do wonders for your mental health. Invest in a Ring doorbell cam. It's for your safety and the dog's. Alert your rental, app or property that he is not allowed unless on a scheduled time to pick up his stuff. Find a safe space for you and your animals, in case he escalates again. Anyone who has gone to his manic level of harming you and animals will repeat until they find another obsession. He is an abuser and he's at the stage he lost control and is going berserk but may also be biding his time. Better be overly cautious than not. I hope you be fully free of him. OP's reply. I'm planning to move to a new place soon, and it's nicer. And closer to my work too, since I can now afford it with the extra money I have. I have no doubt he's capable of harming me and I'm honestly not sure if he would leave me alone. I'm considering filing a restraining order against his family also, because even though they've stopped coming to my place to try to gaslight and guilt trip me, they still try to call me sometimes, with different numbers since I blocked their numbers already. I just ordered a Ring camera and I'm also going to move to a new place soon. He doesn't even know where I work because he didn't care. He'd never taken me to work or even asked what company I work for. He only asked about my salary when I told him I got a new job. I was sad that he didn't care, but now I'm glad that he doesn't know much about me besides where I live. Comment 4. I hope you read this and seriously consider it. We are attracted to what is normal to us, not necessarily what is good for us. You need to spend some time with a therapist unpacking what in your past taught you to accept being used. Women, especially, are often taught to be people pleasers, even to the point of their own detriment. I hope you spend some time rewiring yourself to only accept respectful, loving treatment. My heart breaks that you went through this. I sincerely wish you well. OP's reply. I'm spending a lot of time taking care of myself. I have had a couple therapy sessions in the past couple weeks. The whole incident was traumatizing to me. I'm a lot happier but still need lots of time to heal. Update. It's been a year since I called the police on my ex-BF after he hurt me and threatened to hurt my dogs. I hope the same thing doesn't happen to anyone, but if you're currently in a similar relationship, I hope this post will help you realize good things will come after you stand up for yourself. After my ex was taken by the police, I dealt with some harassment from his family, but they eventually left me alone. I moved closer to my job in basically a different city that's 30 minutes away from my old apartment. I took some time to heal and went on vacation by myself. It was great. I finally look forward to coming home and spending time with my dogs. One of them passed away from cancer a couple months ago. About 6 months after the incident, I met someone. He's a great person and for the first time in a long time, someone treats me with love and respect. I'm very happy at the moment. I've learned to set boundaries and expectations early on to avoid being in the same situation again. Now to my ex's case. Yesterday, I got a call from the prosecutor's office. To be honest, I totally forgot about the case and I thought there's nothing else to follow up on. But they called to inform me that they'll be pressing charges and asked if I would be okay to testify. I said yes. It'll be hard for me to go to court and talk about the incident if he's right there, because even though I've completely moved on with my life, I can still feel the fear when I heard about the case. I'm somewhat still traumatized by the whole thing, but I think he needs to be responsible for his actions, especially after his auntie tried to defend his actions by blaming me. It really sucks that I have to go through all of that to end a toxic and abusive relationship, but I got out somewhat safely and I can't imagine what my life would be if I stayed. It was a hard time, but but it's worth it. Things are definitely better and I'm surrounded by people who truly love me and appreciate me. Simple and little things in life truly make me happy. Like how my BF got me bubble tea and prepared dinner for me when I had a hard day at work last week. I can't believe just more than a year ago, I thought a day without an argument was already a good day. Relevant comments. Commenters were overwhelmingly proud and supportive of OOP and leaving and encouraged her to testify against her ex. Here are a sampling of those comments. Comment 1, good for you leaving that toxic situation. The exact thing happened to me last year as well. I was in a relationship with a toxic ex and I finally stood up for myself and ended the relationship. We had to love together until we figured out the living situation since unfortunately both our names were on the lease. The way I got out was by calling the police after he swung a soundbar at me. I'm still traumatized about it to this day. I'm in therapy for the things he did and said to me. He pleaded guilty, which I'm so glad that this nightmarish chapter can finally be over. OP's reply. I'm glad you were able to get out before things got worse. It's a very traumatizing experience, but therapy does help. I hope you have a good support system and are around people who care about you and understand your experience. Comment 2, you may want to reach out to the victim advocate and see if the prosecutor's office, or anyone else affiliated with the court, has an emotional support dog that you can have with you when you testify. I was pleasantly surprised that a small county near me had that for a person I work with when she had to testify against a family member. It helped her feel more calm and protected going into testifying. Am I the A for getting upset with my wife for secretly having an abortion after I clearly stated I didn't want children? I have been happily married to my wife, Clara, for around 3 years now. I love this woman to pieces. I don't want to get sentimental, but she truly is my other half and I cannot see myself with another woman, even now. Before we got married, I made my stance on children clear. I didn't want any. She agreed at the moment and I thought that was that. About a year and a half into our marriage, she brings up the question of children again. She asks me if I want kids. I say no, I don't. She hums and we go back to doing what we did before. It wasn't a conversation so much as it was an odd question this time around, but I didn't think anything of it. We had a very robust sex life but always took the necessary precautions. She has the implant and I use a condom around 90% of the time, so I wasn't worried. Her bookshelf recently broke, so I ordered a new one. I had wanted to build it as a surprise and put her books up on it for when she came home. While going through them, I noticed an old journal of hers. I immediately smiled and flipped through it. When we were in college, she'd carry it around. It was a future planning notebook or sorts. If she wanted something in life, she'd draw out exactly what she envisioned, add clip-ins, the whole 9 yards. Manifestation, if you will. She had shown me it in college after declaring that she wanted to pursue her doctorate, and I remember being stunned at the attention to detail. I mean, we were only sophomores and she knew exactly what she wanted to do, what she wanted to study and where she would take herself. It made me feel out of depth. I liked it. Anyway, I flipped through the journal, reminiscing about the past. I hadn't expected there to be any new entries, at least not anything recent that I hadn't experienced with her. But as I opened it up, I saw something I never thought I'd see. It was a section dedicated to pregnancy and baby prep. She had researched prenatal vitamins, OB-GYNs in our area, had images of cradles, etc. It was only 2 pages, but I remember feeling so sick. In my head, there was only one reason she'd put that in a journal like this. She wanted kids. Naturally, I was torn up. I kept telling myself I'd been upfront about what I wanted and if she hadn't, that was her fault. But the thought that she'd secretly been suffering because of me, that she was holding herself back from the life she wanted to please me, I couldn't stand it. I confronted her about it as soon as we came home and I found out the situation was a lot worse than I thought. Clara did indeed want kids, but claimed she wanted our relationship more and was okay with compromise. I asked her a million times if she was sure. I really wanted her to be honest and not feel like she had to hold anything back. She insisted that not having children wasn't a deal breaker for her, but I kept pushing. I couldn't understand why she'd put something that wasn't that important to her in that journal. In the midst of our conversation, she dropped the bomb. She told me she had an abortion a year and a half ago. Offered up the information like I should have been relieved. Like it was the proof she needed to convince me that she meant what she had said about children not being a deal breaker. I can't describe what I felt at that moment. What I'm still feeling. What I can say is that I have never blown up at my wife the way I did that night. I didn't put my hands on her. I would never put my hands on her, but it was not a pretty exchange. I just remember feeling hurt that she hadn't consulted me on such an important decision. That she went and had such a life-altering procedure without discussing it with me. That I didn't even fucking notice that it happened. I mean, those things have side effects, right? She would have been bedridden for days afterwards, in physical and emotional pain. How could I not have seen the signs? I'm still beating myself up about it. I remember her asking me if I wanted kids, but nothing about her emotional state for the rest of that week when she would have had the procedure done. How much can I really claim to care about her? I don't want children, I still don't. But I'd rather chew my left arm off than make her have an abortion, even more so now after she's told me she isn't really against having kids the way I am. I'd happily raise a kid if it meant she didn't need to go through something so drastic. I've been staying with my sister for the last week and a half. I needed space to think, so I left. I want to see her, to ask if she's okay, but I don't know what to do or say. I'm still unbelievably angry at her and at myself. I don't want to yell at her again. I think the first time around scared her pretty badly and I don't want to repeat that. My sister thinks I'm being petty, punishing my wife for something I would have agreed with regardless. But I wouldn't have fucking agreed. I don't know. Relevant comments. OP on not considering of prioritizing his wife's preferences when she is prioritizing his decisions. Comment 1. OP. To clarify, I never once said this. If that's how my post came across, let me clear it up. If she came to me as asked to start trying for a kid, in other words, to go off birth control and stop using condoms, my answer would be no. I've always been firm in that. She's never pushed the issue, but no amount of begging would entice me to plan to have a child. Having an unplanned child, on the other hand, wasn't something we discussed. Obviously, hindsight is 20/20ths, but that doesn't help much here. Update. I woke up to lots amount of comments and outright hate, so I thought I'd clear a few things up. A lot of you were concerned about me snoping in Clara's journal. I met this woman when I was 6 years old. We had experienced over half of what she had written down in that notebook together. She's been letting me read her entries routinely since college, though I would read them more often back then. Like I said, I found her decisiveness incredibly attractive. But college was 6-7 years ago and times have changed. I'm not sure if she has other journals, but her use of this specific one died down as we got older, and so did my readership. I felt no qualms about picking it up and reading it that day because I quite frankly never have. This was not the first time I read that journal without her present, as I've been given express permission to do so. It was meant to be a quick trip down memory lane. I had no idea she had added more things, let alone pregnancy planning. She keeps all her old journals, sketchbooks, etc., in the same area, and this book was in that pile. You should have gotten a vasectomy. I'm not discussing my reasons for not wanting kids here, but I did discuss them thoroughly with Clara before we got married. Our reasons for not wanting children were very similar based on that initial conversation, but I guess hers wavered as time went on. How that turned me into an evil dictator that refused to hear her opinions out, I'll never understand. But I guess that's Reddit for you? I didn't get a vasectomy because I'm not sure that I won't want kids 10-15 years down the line. I am positive I don't want them at the current moment, but I'm 27. Opinions and circumstances change. Regardless of its reversibility, it's marketed as a permanent surgery. Vasectomies are covered by my health insurance, but reversals are not. It simply made no sense to invest in something I wasn't sure could be undone if I didn't want it anymore, not when Clara and I were taking the necessary precautions to avoid pregnancy otherwise. She got on birth control way before we started having sex. I had absolutely nothing to do with that decision. As far as I know, she's quite happy with it. The chances of pregnancy with the implant are less than 1%, even less when using condoms as well. We talked about the decision together and ultimately decided a vasectomy wasn't the right choice. Someone actually went as far as to say that because I didn't get my vas deferens cinched, an unexpected pregnancy was inevitable. A 0.5% chance and inevitable are two vastly different things. You guys do realize that vasectomies aren't 100% effective either, right? Unless you're pushing for abstinence, I really don't want to hear it. We also don't go raw unless we both agree to it, which I would never pressure her to do. You verbally abused her. Clara and I both grew up in shitty homes. Our parents yelled and were extremely combative. After growing up in that environment, we agreed to avoid that kind of behavior in our relationship, and we do our best to keep to that. I have never raised my voice at her before this argument. I'm more on the timid side, so I imagine it was a shock for her to see me so angry. She also just doesn't do well with yelling in general. It wasn't my words, so much as it was my tone. Should I have raised my voice? No, but I'm not an infallible robot. My comment about not putting my hands on her was to draw conclusions away from physical violence. Clearly it wasn't taken that way and had the opposite effect. The exchange was heated on both sides, lots of things were said. It was the worst disagreement we have ever had, and we have been together for close to a decade, close friends for even longer. That being said, I still think it was on the tamer side of the overall spectrum, relative to other people. That spectrum might be a bit skewed due to my childhood, but take that as you will. You're a dick for leaving her for a week and a half. To be fully clear, this was a mutually respected decision. I told her I needed space to think. She suggested I take it outside the house. Granted, she wasn't the happiest when she said it, but we had just finished a heated argument. We texted the entire time I was at my sister's place. Very dull and mundane conversation, mostly pleasantries, but I didn't just abandon her. We weren't speaking audibly, but we weren't in contact. I don't know how else to phrase that. Things were just tense and very different from our usual level of interaction. Everything was surface level. We would check to make sure the other ate, showered, whatever else, but that was it. There was no continuation of our discussion while we were apart. We were both taking the time to make sure we were in the right headspace to have a proper conversation, as is common for our relationship. It just took me a bit longer to get there. She wouldn't have been bedridden. Abortions aren't that deep. I'll concede to the physical aspect of this. I've often heard them described as a bad period, and a lot of the women in my life tend to tap out during their monthlies, which is what I based my assumption on. I accept that it was incorrect. Though I'm not sure if I should, because half of you agreed with my take in the post, condemning me for not noticing, and the other half told me I was overreacting. Again, I guess that's Reddit for you. More importantly, I will not agree on the general take on the emotional aspect. At the time, I still did not believe Clara genuinely wanted to have an abortion after hearing her updated stance on having kids. I imagined her feelings would be on par with someone who experienced a miscarriage rather than an abortion because of this. I still do. The only thing that would change my mind at this point is Clara herself. You should go to couples counseling and seek therapy individually. We are both in different types of talk therapy and have been for several years. I'm not sure how helpful couples therapy would be on top of that, but I'm not opposed to it. Asking if you wanted kids was enough. She doesn't owe you anything. Reading through the comments, many of you thought this, and we're simply going to have to disagree. As the father of the child, the decision to abort should not have been made without my clear and explicit knowledge that she was pregnant. We weren't separated at the time, nor did I cheat, and contrary to popular belief, I'm not abusive. I deserve to know. I won't apologize for expecting my wife to consult me on family planning decisions. I'd do the same for her 10 times over if roles were reversed. Call it controlling. I really don't care. Asking if I want kids is a completely different discussion than terminating a pregnancy. I am on my way home now and will update if the situation changes, likely sometime this week. I'd ask for well wishes, but I think it's clear none of you are rooting in my favor. Fucking hell. Edit. Took out the numbers to prevent text from looking long and blocky. Final update. Before I got into where Clara and I are now, a lot of you had some misconceptions concerning things like me reading Clara's journal, vasectomies, and other things. I made a separate post addressing those. Read it, don't, whatever. I came home the morning following my initial post and Clara and I had a very long conversation. We both apologized for letting the previous conversation get out of hand and acting out of character. I also explained why I left in the first place and apologized for raising my voice. She's especially sensitive to that kind of thing, so I addressed it first. She forgave me and said as long as we could keep things calm this time around it would be okay. She was more interested in finding out what I was so deep in thought about that I was gone for so long. Again, we do take breaks from conflicts from time to time and revisit them when we're calmer, though this was the first one where I physically removed myself from her proximity. I told her how I initially felt after reading her journal entry. I hadn't been mad then. Part of me was confused. We had agreed on no kids before getting married after all. The other half was riddled with anxiety. Contrary to what you may all think, I adore Clara. She is quite honestly one of only good things this life has given me. I didn't want to lose her, but if she wanted kids badly enough to put them in her journal, I wasn't sure what that would mean for us. She downplayed the importance of the entry. In her view, not everything she puts into the journal is something she's genuinely hoping for. Some things are just nice to fantasize about, and not every fantasy is meant to be reality. I was honest. I told her that her words were hard to believe given how meticulously she had written everything down and planned it out. The last thing I wanted was for her to harbor resentment over what her life could have been. She assured me that wasn't the case, but I'm still unsure. Talking about the abortion itself was hard on both of us. I wanted to know if she was in pain, what signs I had missed. I didn't really press for details on the procedure, but we talked a lot about how she felt afterwards, why she hid it and how she came to her decision. I just held her in my arms and listened for the most part. It was gut-wrenching to say the least. It turns out that the second time she had asked if I wanted kids occurred a month or two after she had already had the procedure done. She had asked because she was contemplating whether or not to tell me about it. I guess she had ultimately decided not to. She told me I was actually with her the day she took the pills. I remembered the day because she had been crying and I wasn't sure why. When I asked, she cited cramps, so I got her a heating pad and laid down with her. Her periods have always been pretty hard on her, so I guess I didn't think much of it. In hindsight, I should have realized something was up because she hasn't had bad cramps in years. Still, I'm glad she didn't go through it completely alone. Much later that day, I asked her why she didn't come to me when she realized she was pregnant. In her eyes, she was protecting our relationship. She knows our circumstances, my reasons for not wanting kids, my stance on abortion. She didn't want to burden me with having to choose between the two, and so she made the choice herself. As hard as I try, I can't understand or accept her reasoning. Her decision to go through this alone, while meant to shield me, inadvertently communicated that she doesn't trust me to support her or handle the truth. All I understood is that she feels like she can't lean on me when she's in trouble. And if that's the case, I'm not sure why we're married. She's always been independent, but this is the first time I've felt completely blindsided by not being included. I asked up and down if I'd given her a reason to doubt me, to doubt my commitment to her. If she felt I wasn't a reliable partner, etc. She said no, but that just makes all this harder to grasp. She said she was afraid saying anything would change how I viewed her, our relationship, but I'm having a hard time distinguishing insecurity, anxiety from reasonable doubt. I asked her if she knew I loved her, how much I care for her, the lengths I would go to make her happy, etc. She laughed a little and reminded me of a line from my wedding vows. We shared private vows before our ceremony and I had said quite a bit. I was a little shocked that she remembered that portion at all, let alone word for word. We transitioned to talking about the promises we made to one another, and just times in our relationship where we had complete faith in one another. It helped put us both in better moods and ended the night on a lighter note for both of us. We're doing okay at the moment. Not quite where we were before, but getting there. Everything's still incredibly raw, including our eyes. We both broke down 5 minutes into the conversation. Clara is against couples counseling right now. I'm ambivalent, as we're still working a couple of things out on our own. I'm not sure how helpful a third party asking what steps we're willing to take to improve trust and transparency will really be, but I'm open to anything at this point. We're not leaving one another. Issues or not, we both think it's clear that there's still an abundance of love between us, and we don't want to throw that away. Some of you will be happy to know that Clara and I decided on a new rule for ourselves. Clara was a lot more upset about my leaving than she initially let on. From now on, the distance between the top and bottom floors of our home is all the space either of us are allowed to take. We need to cool our heads. If proximity really does become an issue, the max either of us are allowed to stay outside the house is 48 hours. So no more week-long stays at my sister's. My parents are making me give up my baby for adoption. I'm heartbroken and unsure of what to do next. They've left me with no choice. Plus new update. I'm 16 years old. I got pregnant by somebody I work with. He's 18 and is about to graduate high school. He's planning to join the military after he graduates. He's not my boyfriend. We were never in a relationship like that. I mean, I wish he was, but he doesn't seem interested in that. We're friends. He flirts with me. I lost my virginity to him. He didn't force me or anything like that. I've had sex with him multiple times. I'm 15 weeks pregnant now. Everyone knows. Well, not everyone because I'm still hiding it from a lot of people. But he knows, and my parents know. I'm embarrassed by it. I feel like an idiot, like a joke, like trash. I just wish I could hide until after the baby's born. I want to never leave my house. My parents are basically forcing me to give the baby up for adoption. I live in a state with heavy abortion restrictions. It's way too late to even get one now. My parents don't believe in abortion either. They told me this is my punishment for getting pregnant, that I deserve to have to deal with being pregnant now. They've decided that I'm giving the baby away and have already set up a meeting with an adoption agency. They say they won't let me ruin my life with a baby, and they aren't going to raise my baby either. So, this is the only other option. My mom keeps saying, "You'll thank us later." I didn't get pregnant on purpose. I don't really want to be a mom right now. I turned 17 over the summer and will only be starting my junior year next year. At the same time, going through pregnancy and giving birth just to give my baby away terrifies me. I don't know if I can live with it. It literally makes me feel like I want to throw up or pass out. I feel like I have no choice but to go along with what my parents want. It's not like I could support myself, let alone me and a baby. I could never just do it on my own. I was too scared to get an abortion earlier on before I told my parents I was pregnant. I was so scared that I'd get in trouble, but now I realize that probably would have been the easiest thing for me. If anyone reading this has given a baby up for adoption and survived it, please let me know what it was like. Do you get over it? Do you really end up feeling like it's the best thing for them and you're able to just live with it? Relevant comments. OP on her parents and raising a baby by herself. I know, and I'm not suggesting that I raise a baby by myself. I know it's not really possible. I would need a lot of help, which is also not possible for me given how my parents feel about it. So at the end of the day, sure, it's my choice, but I'm sort of cornered into only being able to make one choice. OP on the father, and if he knew she's pregnant, he knows I'm pregnant, and he knows my parents are essentially forcing adoption. I think he's relieved that they've decided this and are going to force me into it. I think he feels bad, but at the same time he doesn't want to be a parent, so he says stuff like, yeah, that's probably the best thing. OP on if her parents are choosing to take a legal route against the father. I'm in the US. He just turned 18 in April. They don't really want to involve him. I thought they'd confront him in person, demand to speak to his parents and stuff like that. They didn't react like that at all. I mean, they're mad at him and they blame him for this too. But they want to keep him removed from it all probably so nobody will interfere with what they've decided the plan is. IDK. Update: I'm 20 weeks pregnant now and will turn 17 within the next few weeks. My parents are still forcing me to give my baby up for adoption. We've met with an adoption agency. The adoption counselor knows that I don't want to do adoption. She asked to speak with me privately without my parents present to ask me a series of questions. I was honest and told her I didn't want to give my baby away, but I had no other choice. She seems to feel bad about it and told me that I will ultimately have to sign the papers after the baby is born. My parents cannot sign the papers. Unfortunately, without my parents' help, I have no other options. The adoption counselor talked to us about the option of my parents adopting my baby, which I don't really want either. No worries, my parents aren't interested in raising another baby. My parents want me to look at the potential families. I'm trying to look at them. It's so weird thinking that I'm looking at parents for my own baby. I know I'm not ready to be a mom, but it's still so weird. None of this feels like it's happening to me. I've talked to the baby's father. He graduated high school and goes off to basic training later this summer. I think he'd be fine with adoption. He said he doesn't really know what other options we have. We could get married since the military would at least help pay for a place to live and we'd have medical benefits, but I can't get married without parental consent. We don't love each other. What kind of marriage would that be? But it seems like the only realistic solution. I hate the idea of being married at 17 years old and to a person who doesn't genuinely want to be married to me. So then another option which still involves marriage might be for his parents to help out, even take care of the baby and let me see him or her until I'm 18 and don't need my parents' permission to get married. That doesn't really seem fair to them. He could try to object to an adoption, but it's not guaranteed that his wishes would be respected. Plus, then what happens to the baby? His parents seem like good people. I don't know them well, but I've met them. They're worried about what this will do to his future, but they told my parents they believe it should be our decision and that it's their job as parents to help us. My parents basically said it's their job to protect me and that all of the responsibility will fall on me and it'll be my life that's ruined. Our families met to discuss everything, but it was really just parents telling them what was going to happen, and that they and their son had no say. Relevant comments. OP on the ideal adoption situation she would like to see happening to the child. I don't have an ideal adoption situation right now, because I still can't accept adoption. But, probably two gay guys. It's the women in these couples I look at that seem more fake than the men for the most part. Again, I know this sounds terrible to say. Something about a lot of the women is just really rubbing me the wrong way. Maybe two lesbians, because the few lesbian couples I've seen at least seem more genuine than the straight women. Well, in some cases the gay couples could have their own biological children, even if the children didn't share both parents' DNA. But, I'm just more drawn to those couples and the profiles I've seen just seem more genuine. But yes, it feels like nobody is good enough for my baby. I acknowledge that it might not seem rational. If you've never been in the position of having to look at families, all complete strangers, to give your baby to, you probably can't fully understand. I'm allowed to be picky. This could be the biggest, most important decision in my entire life, and this is the only part of the whole adoption thing I actually have much of a say in. I'm only 20 weeks pregnant, not 38. There's no rule stating I have to have a family picked out yet. Some people take longer picking out a new car to buy. It's not as if adoption was a choice I came to on my own and even feel positive about. So yeah, looking at potential adoptive families is going to give me some feelings. As I stated, it's not a matter of thinking I can or cannot provide a better life. It's a totally bizarre and heartbreaking thing to do, to read through the profiles of families to give your baby to. And there are a ton of families. Update: having a boy. I don't know why I'm suddenly getting a ton of responses on my post from a week ago, but I figured I'd post an update because a few things have changed. I had an ultrasound on Friday and found out I'm having a baby boy. He's basically fully formed and just needs to get bigger now. I saw his head and his nose, and they even got a picture of the bottom of his 2 feet together because he was sort of sideways at first and we had to get him to move. It looks sort of like footprints. I could clearly see his little hands and everything. So I already said it in my previous post, but people are still sending my info about abortion. I know those people are trying to help, and I wish I had maybe reached out here when I first found out I was pregnant, since I didn't know I could get pills mailed to my house. I just can't get an abortion now. It's a fully formed baby. I even named him. It won't solve my problem at this point, because my biggest problem with adoption is how I'm going to live with it mentally for the rest of my life. Now that I know it's a baby moving around in there and stuff, I think I would also not mentally be able to handle an abortion now. If it was still just a lump of cells, I'd feel different, but I was too scared to do anything then. After the ultrasound, I sent the baby's father the pics. He wasn't there. My parents don't want him or his family involved now, probably because I told them he offered to marry me and they yelled at me for even considering that. I told him I can't give the baby away and asked if his parents were really serious about helping and if he'd hate me for keeping it. He said he won't hate me. I still think he'll blame me for ruining his life. He already told me he thinks adoption is the best choice. If we got married and he got caught cheating on me, even if I was okay with it, he could get in a lot of trouble. He said, "Why would I cheat on you?" He said he likes me. He wouldn't have sex with me if he didn't like me. He just didn't see the point in us being in a relationship since he was leaving anyway. It was just easier that way. The thing is, I know I'm not the only girl he's been with during that time. I'm not stupid enough to think I'm special to him or he loves me. And we both know it's sort of ridiculous to imagine us being married or acting like adults, but I guess that's what you have to do if you have a baby. I can't really imagine being a wife, but maybe it wouldn't be too bad and I'd get to move away from my parents. He said it's really weird to think about, but I have very few options and he doesn't know what else he's supposed to offer, but he's going to talk to his parents since I'm too shy to. I guess I'm assuming they were just saying it to be nice, but are probably happy my parents are making me do the adoption. He says his parents aren't like that. I'm really just an inconvenience to everyone, and if I keep my baby he might end up not liking me too. I don't want to screw up my baby's life. I would do everything I could to be a good mom. I would grow up and learn how to be a wife and mom and an adult. I can't imagine living after giving my baby to somebody else. Also, if you're looking to adopt a baby, please do not message me here. Many people already have and I just delete those messages. It's creepy. If I do put my son up for adoption, it will not be to somebody I met through Reddit. I'm sorry. It's just very creepy to be messaged by adults here who want to adopt my baby. There was a comment full of hard truths left on this update. I feel horrible for you. You're in a terrible position. But your current plan does not make sense, and is not healthy for the baby. You want to marry the father who really doesn't want to be a father, because you'll have access to military housing and benefits. Being a military spouse is incredibly difficult. You will have to go where he goes, which means you will not really have support from his parents, because they will not pack up and follow you every time he is relocated. So no real support from your family or his. It will be difficult for you to build your own career because your jobs will have to be accessible to where he is based out of. He will resent you for pushing for this marriage that you admit is loveless and would be out of convenience. So your plan right now means your baby will grow up with a dad who doesn't want him, a strained and/or distant relationship with grandparents, parents with an unhealthy relationship, and financial hardship. And you will be unable to leave when things inevitably implode in your marriage, because you will not be financially independent, and you will not have any support from your family. My heart breaks for you because you clearly love the little boy already, but it's a really bad idea for everyone involved. At this point it's one of those things where love means doing what's best for him, and what's best for him is being in a stable environment. Edited to add, because I keep seeing you say you aren't sure how it works in the military, I wanted to throw out there that I do, and that I'm not saying all this because I'm just guessing. My dad was in the Army. My long-term ex was in the Army. My best friend is married to a Marine. My other best friend is married to a man in the Army. And my cousin is in the Air Force. Being a military spouse is difficult no matter what branch you are talking about, and no matter how promising the benefits sound. Most people in healthy, loving long-term relationships struggle with the hurdles that come in military relationships. Two very young people who don't love each other with a baby and financial hardship? I don't see that working. My parents are forcing me to give my baby up for adoption. I'm getting married and moving in with strangers. I'm 24 weeks pregnant now. I just turned 17. My parents have been trying to force me to give my baby boy up for adoption. I've made several posts about it. I don't want to do it. We've met with the adoption agency and looked at families. I don't think I can survive if I do it. I can't imagine my baby being out there or forever being a nuisance to an adoptive family. They said if I keep the baby, I'll be doing it all on my own. They aren't going to help me in any way. The baby's father's family is willing to help me though. The baby's father isn't my boyfriend. I know that probably sounds bad. We were never officially in a relationship, just friends really. But his parents have been a lot nicer throughout this whole thing. I don't know them well, but I'm getting to know them better now. I'm going to have to, since they are willing to help me, us. They aren't really happy that I'm pregnant, but they believe it should have been my decision about what to do about the pregnancy and eventual baby, and that as parents it's their job to help and support that decision. He's joining the military. His dad is retired military, brother is military. It is what he's always wanted to do. He just started basic training. So the plan is that we're going to get married when his family and I go out there for his graduation. Unless he changes his mind between now and then, which he might. I know he might. He hasn't said that, but I'm just scared he will. There wasn't time to do it before he left. Anyway, his tech school is over a year long, so the baby and I could move out there with him if need be. Or I can stay with his family here until he goes to his permanent duty station. That would allow me to graduate high school instead of getting a general educational development. Or at least finish the next year of high school normally. I need notarized approval to take the general educational development. At 17 and my parents refuse, but they've agreed to sign paperwork to allow me to get married. I don't understand them. I don't understand how they'd rather allow me to get married and go live with another family instead of just allowing me and my baby to live at home until I finish school and turned 18. It makes no sense. I'm not even a parent yet and I wouldn't let my 17-year-old get married. If it was between my 17-year-old getting married and moving across the country or supporting her decision to keep her baby and assisting her with finding resources to enable her to parent, I know which option I'd choose as the parent and it wouldn't be marriage. It hurts so bad. They've essentially said if he's going to marry me and his family is going to help us, then I'm not their problem now, so they'll sign off on that. They yelled at me, called me names, and locked me in my room. I could go back to being the daughter they love if I would just go along with their plan. But these things will never be the same between us again. His parents were the ones who convinced them to approve of the marriage. They met with my parents. Actually, we all met together. They've been the only ones advocating for me at all. They want me to finish school. They're going to help me arrange childcare and I'm going to move in with them before the baby is born. I will take my newborn baby home to their house. I don't even know these people. It's strange and uncomfortable for me, but I'm at the point where I can't be picky about what help is offered. Luckily the baby will be covered by his dad's insurance no matter what, and I will be covered by insurance once we're married. I'm not planning to depend on military benefits to address all our needs. It's just one piece of the puzzle. After I graduate I plan to get certified for something that has good career prospects and pays well. I'm going to be smart about what field I select, and I will use any opportunity to find grants or scholarships to help pay. My parents want me to go straight to a traditional 4-year college. I'm in honors classes now. I get really good grades. I scored very high on the PSAT. I should go to college, but I'm not really interested in any of the career fields that make college worth it. Financially, in my eyes. Unless I got a huge scholarship, I'd be paying mostly with student loans. So I'm looking into other avenues where I can enter my chosen career field much sooner and start making good money quicker without incurring so much debt. I'm really scared about everything. I've never had to do any adult things. I've blown up my whole life by getting pregnant and not going along with my parents' plan. I don't even feel like I have parents now. I never thought my family would end up this way. I sort of just want to go along with their plan because in many ways it'd be a lot easier. I could go back to my life and still be accepted by my parents and have their love and support again, but my life will never be the same. I think I'd regret taking the easy way out. I don't think adoption would be easy for me at all, but as far as day-to-day life struggles it'd probably help easier. I think I'd grow up and hate myself for doing it, and I'd never be able to undo it. What I'm doing now is the only option that I don't think I'll spend my whole life regretting. At least it won't make me feel like a coward. I still feel sick to my stomach when I think about everything that's happening. That I'm going to live with virtual strangers. That I'm going to get married. That I will eventually move across the country and be a mom and a wife before I can even legally drink alcohol. Although moving across the country doesn't sound too bad right now. I just don't know what I'm doing. I think I'm probably taking on too much, but it still makes me happier than when I thought I'd have no choice but to sign adoption papers. Relevant comments. Maroon sweater, 123. Setting aside the fact that this nightmare situation should not exist and a shotgun contract marriage is probably not a great solution, OP won't just have access to healthcare and housing. Spouses have access to some education benefits too. Or they did in 2014. God, I'm old. Jeez. Honestly hoping this is a military recruiter troll or a pro-abortion troll because this poor fucking kid. Swim sweater. She'll have access to some education benefits right away, but there are people who prey on those and scam you out of them for utterly useless certificates. My heart breaks for her because she and her baby daddy are going to be miserable. I don't think she realizes how tough it's going to be financially on top of emotionally. I really hope his family helps her sign up for whatever aid they'll qualify for, like women, infants and children, and use the Army Emergency Relief Car Seat Program to get one for free. Creepy. Snow 8166. Unfortunately, there's no optimal solution for OP. Even if she decided to abort, it's too late for her now. I imagine it would be very difficult to go through pregnancy and birth. Then give your own flesh and blood away to strangers. I can't blame her for not choosing that route, but it also sucks that she will need to sacrifice so much, and be in an unwanted marriage and living arrangement, in order to keep her baby. OP has to choose between two shitty choices. I messaged her about a government program that houses pregnant teens and helps them find housing arrangements and educational job opportunities. But since she's been getting a deluge of messages, she probably skipped over mine. In my humble opinion, something like that would have been a great third choice. Cathouse chicken. I think the saddest thing about something like this is the type of people to talk her out of an abortion are the same type of people that wouldn't want to allocate funds for helping a young single mother. Our anti-abortion policies, coupled with lack of public funds to help new mothers who don't get abortions, really reiterate the purpose of anti-abortion policy, and that's to create a baby pipeline for adopters. My husband is in love with his student, he is a piece of trash, and I have no fucking idea what to do. My husband and I, both 35 years old, met in college. We fell in love and got married 8 years back. I gave birth to our daughter in 2020. My husband is a professor at this med school, he's a doctor himself. My friend Sarah also works in the same college, and she's in the same department as my husband. Few months back in December, Sarah took me out for lunch and told me that she suspected something's going on between my husband and this med student, 25 female. She claimed she'd seen both of them give yearning looks to each other. She said that she's known my husband for so long, and she'd never seen him talk to any other woman like this, that he'd been so aloof around women all these years, but it's just different with this one girl. At that moment, I had laughed at her face. I remember telling her that she's jumping to conclusions based on these supposed yearning looks. That's why I didn't tell you before, she had said. I was confused too. It's not like he goes out of his way to talk to her, but whenever they do talk, it's like watching a slow burn romance movie. She looks at him like he's Brad Pitt and he looks at her the way he used to look at you. I remember the exact words because they sting. Internally I was breaking down, externally I just smiled and told her that she's probably overthinking. That night, I casually mentioned this to my husband. I was laughing at the absurdity, and I expected him to join in and deny the wild possibility that he's in love with a student. But he didn't. Instead he looked at me, all teary-eyed, and said, "I'm sorry. I can't get her out of my mind. I've tried, trust me. I should have told you sooner. But I thought I could save our relationship. I really wanted to." I asked him if he'd cheated on me. He said no. He said he didn't even talk to her. Nor did they have any contact outside of college, and that he completely understood how morally depraved it is to try and pursue a relationship with a student. She wrote him a letter about a year back, confessing her love for him, and he had told her that even though he was into her, nothing would come out of it. Apparently that was when the yearning looks had started. I honestly don't remember how I reacted then. I think I just started packing and came to live with my parents along with my daughter. I've been living with my parents since then. Half of me wanted him to come and beg for forgiveness. But he never did. He comes by sometimes to spend time with our daughter, but that's it. He never talks about the elephant in the room, nor do I bring it up. I keep checking that girl's social media. She's insanely beautiful, almost doll-like, and intelligent. I can't help but think that someone like him should be with someone like her. He's always been very good looking and I'm more of a plain Jane. She's Meredith to Derek. I don't know what to do. What do I even tell people? I don't even know who I am without him. Some part of me still wants him to come back. Edit. I've decided to talk to him. I know I've been avoiding this for months, but after reading all the responses, I feel it's time I rip that band-aid out. I'm going over to our house. I'll update on what happens. Too long. Didn't read. Husband just admitted that he's in love with this young woman who is also his student. She loves him too. Relevant comments: Moss Valley. So he didn't actually cheat? He has a crush? If I understand that right, he hasn't betrayed you yet. Crushes sometimes happen that don't mean the relationship is over. Get therapy with him. OP answer. I mean, cheating for me isn't just physical. He's had crushes in the past and I've had crushes in the past, but we'd always been upfront and then laughed about it. This one feels like a betrayal because he was attracted to someone for more than a year. This someone gave him a freaking love letter, he told her that he's attracted to her, and not once did he mention it to me. That's a huge breach of trust for me and I don't think I can look past it. OP answer. Added more about her friend Sarah and what she observed. I know. He said he entirely stopped interacting with her after the letter incident. It does seem absurd, but even my friend Sarah corroborated this. She said he never went out of his way to talk to her before, and then almost entirely stopped talking. Given that Sarah and him are in the same department 24/7, and that she noticed something as small as them giving each other looks, I'm sure she would have noticed anything out of the ordinary. I've had access to his phone and his passwords throughout, and he wasn't texting or calling her either. That's why this feels weird laughing out loud. Update. For those who don't want to read the boring details. In short, I have decided to go ahead with the divorce. Long story. The day I made the post, I met up with Sarah for dinner. I thanked her for telling me about my husband and the student, and also for being such a good friend. I asked her about my husband. She said there's nothing unusual. He's been a bit withdrawn and aloof with everyone lately, but that's about it. Yesterday I went over to my house unannounced. He was there alone in his office. I told him I wanted to talk. He said he'll explain everything. So apparently this woman has had a crush on him for 2 years, her friends ship her with him. She would stare at him during her rotations, and would blush whenever he looked or talked to her. Back then, he didn't think much of it. Many girls have had crushes on him and he always ignored them. About 1.5 years back, they were in the same research group thing. I don't know how this works, but there were 5-6 people along with these two. Because of this, they had to spend some time together working, and it was then that he started noticing her. He went into detail about how he was impressed with her intelligence blah 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 and her beauty blah blah blah. The moment he realized that he had a crush on her, he dropped out of the research thing. This was a year ago. Few weeks later she gave him the letter confessing that she has feelings for him. The first thing he told her after reading it was, "You can get into trouble because of this." She didn't care, she wanted an answer. "Is it all in my head?" she had asked, to which he replied with, "It's not just in your head, but nothing can come out of it. I hope you understand." That was the last time they interacted. According to him, the yearning looks Sarah described were more of awkward eye contacts than anything else. He told me that even though he is still attracted to her, he has no intention of pursuing any sort of relationship with her regardless of whether we stay together or not. He said he's willing to change his job and go to therapy. I told him to give me some time to think about it. To sum up. 1. This has been going on for 3 years. Not once did he mention anything to me. 2. The student and him spent a considerable amount of time last year working on the research. 3. He told her he liked her back lol. 4. He's still very much attracted to her and that's why I've decided to go ahead with a divorce. I don't think I can trust this man again. And a relationship without trust isn't something I am interested in. I've told my parents about it. They're not exactly on board, but they're still supportive. I've also contacted my lawyer about the same. It's going to be a long process, I believe. That's it. I believe this is my last update. Too long. Didn't read. He's still attracted to her. I won't ever trust him again. We're getting a divorce. Relevant comments. Chance. Reason, 6617. It's a crush. He is not in love. OP answer. That doesn't matter. He crossed a line he shouldn't have by telling her he likes her. This is not an exit. Literally. I can't believe these comments. He's gushing about her beauty and intelligence. He told her the feeling was mutual? He could have easily denied it to her and then kept his distance, but he liked the attention. OP answer. I mean, to be fair to him, he wasn't exactly gushing about her. I kept asking and he kept answering. Deal breaker for me was him telling her the feeling is mutual. All but look Lamau these dumbass comments. You too hasty, it's a cruise, chill. Like Stafu, the man literally said, I can't get her out of my head. If he was committed to his wife, he would have changed job proactively. Not wait until now. He let it develop to a point he can't take his mind off of her, and y'all saying it's no big deal. You guys obviously never had a real relationship. OP answer. He said he didn't change his job earlier because, quote, I'm a doctor and there are people counting on me. I couldn't just walk out on them one day. He said he's willing to change his job if that's what it takes to make you stay. New update. For context, my ex-husband is a doctor and he was in love with his student for years. She was into him too and wrote him a love letter, etc. When I confronted him, he told me it was a crush and that he put a stop to it as soon as he could, and that nothing physical ever happened, but the damage was done. You can read the posts on my account if you're interested, but that's the gist. Nothing more there. So I decided to take our daughter and permanently move to my parents' house. We're in the middle of separating now. A lot of people have told me to forgive him, and I've myself debated if I'm taking the correct step or not. But the trust is gone, and I don't think I want to be in a relationship with someone like him. It's taking a lot of strength to do this. I have lost all self-esteem. Fact is that I was always insecure of how my ex was way above my league, about how I was lucky to have him, how people often said he could have done so much better. Over the years my insecurities had disappeared. Now it's all back. He's attracted to someone so beautiful, so incredibly intelligent. And obviously she's also into him. I keep looking at her social media all the time, obsessing over her. There was an Instagram story she uploaded where she was with my ex-husband and a few others, and it felt like someone stabbed me in the heart. He looked happy, and he'd never looked that happy in years. I got tired of being pathetic and even complained to the hospital management about the inappropriate relationship between her and my ex. All I got in response was that they can't take any steps without concrete proof. Now my sad ass wants to snitch about her to her parents. To get her in trouble. To make her suffer. I know this is unhealthy. I'm in therapy, but IDK, I don't think I'm healing. I hate that I have to be sad and heartbroken over that man and he doesn't seem to care. He's stopped coming to visit our daughter too. I wish he would have cared. I wish he would have fought for me. I wish he would have not tossed aside our decade-long relationship for her. I hate this. I hate everything. Relevant comments. Mayor Charles Coulon. If you wanted to go full petty, you could put them to her training program. Medical schools and teaching institutions frown on faculty-learner romantic relationships and consider it an abuse of power. Your husband likely had to formally evaluate her and their affair, even emotional, would tip the fairness of those evals compared to the other students. I have seen married doctors fired for this kind of behavior. Also tell her parents. She sure as shit didn't mind hurting you or your daughter. Don't roll over because of a misplaced sense of loyalty to your D-bag ex. OP answer. I did reach out to her training program. They basically told me that they can only take steps if I have any tangible proof, which I don't. I asked my friend Sarah, who works in the same department as him, to also complain, but she's not keen on the idea. IDKY. Final comment from OP. I feel like I've already wasted so many years on him. We met when we were 20. I thought I knew him so well, but now it's like I didn't know him at all. I don't understand what's changed. TBH, he's a very good-looking guy. All throughout our relationship there have been many girls who had crushes on him. He used to be so chill about all of it. Never made me feel insecure. Never lost his mind like this. IDK, what's happened honestly? Does the ex FaceTime or contact the daughter? It's a 1-hour flight. He does FaceTime with her daily, but he won't do it if I'm in the room. So he does it when my dad is looking after her. He's not reached out about alone time. He's only said he's waiting for the court orders regarding the custody. He doesn't want to see me at all. We had a big fight after I reported him and that girl to her college, and he said it's not correct for our daughter to see us fighting like that again, so he's not gonna visit. My husband is in love with his student. He is a piece of trash, and I have no fucking idea what to do. New update. Now to the next story. Story 2. My husband is fucking in love with another woman and wants to try polyamory. I feel like I'm the third person in my own story. Hi. I've been married to my hubby for 4 years and we've been together for 12 years. After a lot of financial struggle, we bought a house and we are now planning to get kids. Thing is, a few months ago my husband felt sick and had to stay home for a while. He decided to pick up an online game and started having weekly sessions with a group of players. Among them is a girl, 30 I think. And long story short, he fell in love with her. He broke down crying a month ago and admitted it. He told me it built up so gradually he didn't understand how he felt until it was too late. They started texting privately after meeting and eventually had one-on-one calls together. Then at some point he said, she told him she was in love with him and he realized it was mutual. He said he told her it was impossible but loved her too. They tried to be just friends but they couldn't resist, and continued to show affection for each other. He showed me the texts, but also ventured into sexting. She asked if she could meet him face to face but he refused. So he told me all of this, apologized over and over again and told me he couldn't control himself, and while he loved us both, it was me he would choose no matter what. I was still very upset and slept at a friend's that night to gather my thoughts. I decided to forgive him because he clearly felt guilt and wanted to work it out. I told him that while I was deeply hurt, I still appreciated him coming forward to me and being honest about what happened. We got into long conversations about how we were feeling in our relationship. I accepted he could love someone else but said I didn't like how he handled it. He agreed. And then yesterday he asked if I was comfortable opening up the marriage to polyamory. He said he still wanted to live with me and have kids but can't erase nor ignore the feelings he has for her. He says he wants to do it right and let us both see other people, with clear boundaries and communication, and still be present for one another. I'm gonna be honest, it made me very uncomfortable at first. We have several friends who are poly, I know more or less how it works. But I never really thought about getting into it myself. I am not against it, it just never crossed my mind before. I am trying to think it through but it's a lot to take in. Sorry my writing is probably messy but it's kind of hard to focus. I guess it's too early to decide and we have a lot more to discuss beforehand, but still. Could you guys give me your opinions on this? Thanks a lot. Top comments. Commenter 1, I'd be divorcing so fast. Dog of the bone. So he cheated and now wants to be able to keep cheating by calling it poly, lol. Come on. Do not have kids with this man for the love of God, and if you have any self-respect you'll be serving him divorce papers as soon as possible. Sorry your husband is a cheating ass. Swamp Cats, you got married under the assumption you would remain monogamous. He is trying to fundamentally change the nature of your relationship. If I were you, I would drop any attempts at conceiving and figure out your next steps. Personally, I would not stay with someone who desired an open relationship. You need to decide if it's something you're willing to entertain or not. Update 1. Hey guys, first off, sorry I didn't reply to all your comments. I am very thankful for them. They helped me realize hard, but fair truths about the whole situation. I waited for a bit to think about it all and had multiple long discussions with my husband. I wanted to confront him before making a final decision. To answer some of your questions, the other girl wanted to meet him, but they never did. Partly because my husband refused, but honestly, mostly because she lives too far from here. I still got checked for sexually transmitted diseases, though, and I'm clean. Yay. As for our polyamory friends, they apparently were the ones who suggested he go down the polyamory road. I stopped talking to them for now. I'll deal with the bigger problem first. I told him his actions hurt me deeply, and that while I appreciated him admitting his affair, it was still infidelity. I told him what you guys said, that turning it into polyamory was merely greenlighting the affair after the fact. That polyamory should be built on mutual trust and communication, which he already broke. That I didn't feel respected. It destroyed him. He said he already knew, deep down, but didn't want to admit it. Neither to me, nor to himself. We both screamed and cried a lot. He finally admitted he wanted to open the marriage for selfish reasons. He is very sorry. He cut off contact with the other girl, let me fully access his computer and phone, and now wants to go to counseling to repair our relationship and marriage. He has shown me a lot of affection and attention since then, although he admits to himself it's sometimes out of guilt and not just out of pure love. And now I want to make it work too, but am I? Or is it a sunk cost fallacy? I don't know. Our first session is in 2 months, the earliest we could get. And every day I change my mind. Literally yesterday I wanted to leave him, while today I think it's worth giving it a try. Because we've known each other for so long, we understand each other on a very deep level, share a lot of interests, and have already built so much together. He was there for me during hard parts of my life. He took responsibility for his actions, and is really trying. Plus, if I leave him, I'd have to start my life nearly from scratch. Find a new place to live, go back to dating for the first time in 12 years. I don't want to lose everything. It sounds very hard and scary. Am I not too old for this? But at the same time, that's a form of denial, isn't it? It doesn't matter if those years were good. It's not going to be the same. Even if he gains my trust back, even if I forgive him, I'll never forget. I think he is genuinely remorseful. But isn't it too late for that? I am too empathetic. Him being present now doesn't erase what was done. Do I want to stay not because I still believe in this relationship, but because I don't have the strength to ask for a divorce? Because it's the easy choice, some kind of codependency? I have no idea. I can picture both paths clearly, and it's tearing me apart. I am lost, maybe even more than I was when I wrote my previous post. I've lost sleep and appetite, and I'm not sure I enjoy anything in my life anymore. I booked an appointment with a psychologist, for me alone, to help with this whole thing. I am sorry. At this point, I am rambling. I know I am the only one who can decide what's okay and comfortable for me or not. It's ultimately my choice, and my choice only. The emotional hell I am going through just makes thinking about that choice very hard and paralyzing. I'll go to both therapies and try to see what to do from here. I'll try to update, but it's probably going to take a while. I am sorry. I want to thank you again for your support, and I am sending you guys a lot of love. Edit. A couple of infos I should have mentioned but didn't because putting all of that into writing without omitting something is much harder than I thought. He cut off contact with her because once he told him he was married and wanted us both, she just ran away and broke up with him. There are times since then where my husband starts feeling sad or angry because of what's basically withdrawal. And for that he's smart, at least sensible enough not to blame me. What kind of marriage did we have before this crisis? It will sound so naive. It's my first and only romantic relationship. We were very close and basically grew as adults together. We could talk about anything and understand each other. We shared the same values and interests. What changed, I think, is that we got into a routine and he got bored. During our argument he said he was addicted to the attention the girl was giving him and that he felt I didn't show him I was in love with him enough anymore. I told him that even if it was true, he should have told me instead of having an affair. On one hand I have my faults too and I could accept this as one of them. On the other I was taking care of him and the house while he was sick. I don't think he believes it. I don't think he means it. But it makes me wonder whether I was actually a good wife for him. Even though I am not responsible for his actions. Thanks again for your support, y'all. It's a lot to process, but it helps me. So much. Relevant comments OP on if she and her husband have kids and plans on getting counseling. OP. Kids are off the table. If we do go into counseling, and it goes exceptionally well, maybe we'll talk about it. But for now, the distrust is already there. He says I love you, but I never know whether it's to regain my trust, whether he means it or not. Even if he does he love me or is it a lie he tells himself? Dog of the bone. If you choose to stay, don't be surprised if in a year you find him talking to someone again. Cheaters are sneaky. They'll show remorse and swear they've changed. Meanwhile they're smirking inside because they've started a new affair and think they can get away with it this time. OP. Thank you. It's obvious and well known. Once a cheater, always a cheater. But reading it helps me fight denial. I really need to break up with him. If not for myself, just to show him that actions have consequences. Final update. Too long, didn't read, we are divorcing, hooray. Trigger warning, emotional affair, manipulation, self-harm threats, psychological abuse. Hey. I hope you are doing well, a huge amount of things have happened since then. I'll quickly summarize, feel free to check my profile if you want to know more. It was a very, very unpleasant ride. So, my soon-to-be ex-husband had an emotional affair online and tried to make me greenlight it by asking for an open marriage, where we'd be allowed to have side adventures. I refused and his affair partner dumped him. He begged me to try to reconcile with him, to which I agreed, while I was actually trying to prepare my exit. We both went to individual therapy, still am. We separated temporarily 3 times, but every time I came back it went terribly. He was desperate. He kept trying to cross my boundaries. Love bombing me. Playing the victim. Asking to touch me even though I established I didn't want to. Threatening to kill himself if we were to divorce. I could go on and on. This made me finally realize, along with my therapist's help, lot of self-reflection and my exchanges on Reddit, that I was in an abusive relationship. Which is an important part, actually the most important part, of this update. Please look up definitions and examples of abuse, because I had no idea that what my husband had been doing all these years, even before the affair, counted as such. In his case it was psychological abuse, manipulation, gaslighting, guilt-tripping, blame-shifting, emotional blackmail. Nothing aggressive or mean. Which turned me into a very submissive partner over the years, always catering to his needs while erasing mine. I rationalize everything. It happened subtly and gradually, and I was too naive to see it for what it was. His emotional affair and open marriage proposal were the natural continuity of that. Of course, the more I tried to get away from him, the more manipulative he got. Now that I was aware of it, I knew what he was doing. But fighting years of conditioning, even if you recognize it and succeed, is fucking exhausting and disarming. So, earlier today, I brought a friend home to assist me. We sat down, the three of us, and I told my husband we were over and I handed him the papers. It might sound dumb, but it's genuinely one of the hardest things I've ever done in my life. I was terrified. Yet he agreed. He repeatedly asked me if I was sure. He reminded me of the family we were planning to have and of our best memories together. Was it all for nothing? Apparently, yes. He was heartbroken, clearly mad and frustrated. But still, he agreed. He signed them and went back to his parents for now. We still have to go through the whole procedure, separate our assets, decide what to do with the house and all. And he still wants us to go to marriage counseling. But right now, I feel free. For the first time in months. The last hours have been a mix of tears, celebration, and godly, restful sleep. And I have to thank you guys again. Because my first Reddit post was the wake-up call I needed to eventually finally get here. Better late than never. Thank you so much. Lots of love to you all. Relevant comments. Fianist_05. He reminded me of the family we were planning to have and of our best memories together. Was it all for nothing? Apparently yes. He was heartbroken. That's a special kind of asshole. Was it all for nothing? After cheating on his partner. He sounds like an insufferable dickhead, honestly. Congrats on your freedom. OP. I know, right? The hypocrisy. The nerves of this man. The worst part is that he appears very charming to everyone who knows him, myself included. Hell, a lot of people from our circle, who are aware of what he did, still think he's a good person who just lost himself for a while. I guess it's hard to accept that the ones we love can be terrible people too. Any decision 470. You have been through a long, hard journey, and it will take a while yet, but you are investing in yourself and your health and happiness. Good for you. Continue self-care, and practice safety and security. Slow down and heal so that you will be strong and ready to seek and recognize true love. Wishing you a joyous future. You can do this. OP. Thank you. I'll do my best. I like to think the hardest part is behind me, but this story taught me to expect the worst. Whatever happens though, from now on, it's me first. I deserve love and happiness and I'll fight for it. My 20-year marriage ended when I discovered my husband was cheating with our son's 18-year-old girlfriend, causing immense family turmoil. I'm going to use pseudonyms for anyone I reference in this post. I, 41, am a stay-at-home mom. My husband, 48, whom we'll call Paul, works in finance. We have been married for nearly 20 years. We have 2 kids, whom we'll call Eric, our 18-year-old son, currently a senior in high school, and Mary, our 15-year-old daughter. They are both the lights of my life. My marriage with my husband has grown somewhat stale over the years for a myriad of reasons, such as his work schedule and how I've aged poorly since we first met. Our son Eric has a girlfriend, 18, whom he's been dating since they were freshmen in high school. We'll call her Amy. Eric absolutely adores Amy. She's his first love and she's someone I've always considered as family. This makes the whole situation emotionally excruciating for me. Last week I inadvertently saw my husband's phone screen and got a glimpse of a text thread between my husband and Amy, our son's girlfriend, and I read what looked like a message of her telling him that she misses sucking his cock. I froze in place, in complete disbelief. I spent most of the day convincing myself that I must have misread what I saw. However, I didn't misread it because, over the last several days, I discovered a file on his computer filled with tons of BDSM porn. He clearly has a porn addiction. He also has saved photos of Amy from her Instagram on his computer. Although they weren't inappropriate, she was fully clothed, it was still the proof I needed to confirm that I wasn't going crazy. I also looked at his phone during opportune moments and saw more of their interactions. I wish I had never looked. They were filled with mean, horrible things said at my expense, with him constantly comparing me to her. He would call me fat and old, among other things, with Amy LOLing. I've always had hunches or paranoid feelings that Paul has been cheating on me, but never in a million years could I have fathomed something like this. Last month, I found a thong in our bedroom that I know wasn't mine. I turned a blind eye to it, being naive and acting like it was maybe our daughter's, even though that made zero sense. Not only is he cheating on me, but he's betraying our son. I'm completely devastated. I don't even think words can adequately describe the dread, anger, shock I feel right now. I'm totally overwhelmed on how to handle this because obviously action needs to be taken, but I'm terrified of what kind of psychic blow this will be for my son. I have no idea how to even broach this completely fucked up topic with him. I wouldn't wish this predicament on my worst enemy. I can't even believe I married this scumbag in the first place. And then my mind started to race, realizing that I started noticing specifically unusual behavior from him around the same time Amy turned 18. Was he waiting for her to turn 18 before pursuing this affair? There's so many layers to all of this and I'm completely paralyzed with fear and dread about it all. None of it makes any fucking sense. How did this happen? Am I that much of a stupid idiot that I let all of this happen under my watch? Eric adores Amy, and the thought of revealing this sickening truth to him terrifies me. The impact on his young heart and mind could be devastating. My heart aches for Eric and Mary, who are completely innocent bystanders. I haven't confronted my husband about this because I'm frankly scared of the domino effect. I don't know who to turn to first about this. I share my story not for sympathy, but in search of understanding and perhaps advice from those who might have had to grapple with deep betrayal. Thank you for listening. Further info from OP to not have my initial post be long-winded because I didn't think I needed to get into the minutia of this. I didn't bother going into those details. How I inadvertently saw it was this: he was on his phone. He did not have iMessage open currently on the screen, but the application was still open. You know how on the iPhone when you swipe up it shows all of the applications that are open and you can close them. When he was closing out the applications, something he does compulsively, I noticed it. It's not like he was some kind of idiotic buffoon having a message open for all to see. I saw he forgot he had the application running when he swiped up from a completely different app. Also, I did say in my post that I went back to his phone to actually solidify my suspicion on a different day. So you are incorrect in asserting that I'm now magically changing my story. I am being consistent. Relevant comments. Comment 1. If she's freshly 18, isn't this illegal? There's no way they weren't doing anything illegal before she turned into an adult. Also, even if the age gap is over 3 decades, our husband is suspected ASF, police immediately. OP, she's been 18 for 5 months now. I haven't been able to gauge when their affair started. I'm trying my hardest to figure that out. He deletes his texts every couple of weeks it seems like, so I haven't been able to pinpoint when this whole thing started. OPADs in the comments. Thank you everyone for overwhelming support. I'm sorry if I haven't responded to your private messages. I'll get to it when I can. Dealing with a lot right now and taking a lot of steps that need to be taken. I'm trying to be smart and strategic with this truly surreal and terrible situation I'm in. I want to be clear that not telling my son about this was never something I was considering. I didn't mean to make it seem that way. I was just saying I'm intensely dreading it, but obviously it needs to be addressed. It's one part of the many steps of my overall plan. I'm currently playing dumb and collecting as much evidence as I can so I can be prepared for anything and everything. I'm going to protect myself and I'm going to make sure I don't put myself in any potential harm's way. I'll post a more thorough update soon when I can. But please know, you've all touched my heart so much and made me feel less alone. Update 1. I'm using pseudonyms for confidentiality. I shared a situation a few days ago on another subreddit involving my 41F husband, Paul, 48M our children, Eric, 18M and Mary, 15F. I discovered that Paul was having an affair with our son's 18-year-old girlfriend, Amy. My son has been dating her since they were freshmen in high school. My brother connected me to a very tough junkyard dog-type lawyer. I saved screenshots of all his conversations with Amy. I was only able to get the last 3 months from iCloud. The conversations were mostly flirty and dirty talk. It was hard to stomach, completely sleazy, and I saw several negative things said about me. His call history showed he talks with her for hours pretty consistently. He uses dating apps. I took screenshots of his profiles and all of the active chats he has with his matches. It's very clear he uses a filter to seek out girls who are 18, 22 or so. I copied all of his files from the computer. He goes on sex chat rooms and forums, and he spends a ton of money on OnlyFans. I rummaged through every possible hiding spot I could think of in the house. He had various toys, blindfolds, cuffs, lubricants, etc. He also had different outfits which looked kind of like a girl's Catholic school uniform and a French maid type outfit too. I picked up Eric and Mary from school, and we all drove to my brother's. They were able to sense something was awry when I picked them up. I delicately told them the entire situation, and I broke down crying. Mary had the most anger, even more than Eric. I met with Amy's mother and told her everything. She confiscated Amy's phone and gave me the entire chat log. It only dated back 3 months, like on my husband's cloud, almost as if they both deleted the messages at the same time. She told me Amy sobbed when confronted. Amy basically told her mother that she will never understand and that she and him are in love. I don't want to get into too many details with what else she was saying, but suffice to say, it's very easy to assume that my husband slowly and methodically became a sage-like figure in her life, making her feel she could rely on him, and he took advantage of the fact that she came from a broken home. Amy is also non-stop insistent that their friendship only became romantic physical recently, and before that, she said he was more of a friend and mentor. I confronted Paul over Zoom. The look on his face was scary. He became red and looked so sweaty. He had anger and panic in his eyes. His tone of voice was very defensive and frightening. He kept yelling the word context over and over again, and that none of that happened. He was unable to speak without constant stutters and intensity. Nothing really made any sense to me. I refused to tell him where I was, and he said I had no right to take his kids away from him, and then he abruptly left the Zoom. My lawyer is filing for temporary sole custody of Mary and a restraining order. Mary is still the most angry. She's totally furious with her dad and Amy. Justifiably so, of course. Mary is recollecting moments and times she watched her dad interact with her friends, and she's in knots about it. Eric is very clearly hurting, but he's so strong and very level-headed. He wants to see a therapist. The maturity my kids are showing makes me proud. They don't deserve this at all. We made the authorities aware of everything. I plan on being completely unforgiving and ruthless in this divorce. I'm reflecting on how I've been treated and how it's made me a shell of myself, and how I've had a very negative opinion of myself because of him over the last 20 years. I don't want to let this scumbag get away with it. I want to reinvent myself and move on stronger than ever. Relevant comments. Comment 1. How is your son holding up? What has developed between him and Amy? OP. He hasn't spoken to Amy yet since finding out the news, and I'm not sure if he ever will again. Comment 2. Have you confirmed if the thong you found was Amy's? The situation is fucked up. OP. I confirmed that it wasn't my daughter's. She said it wasn't hers. And I know it wasn't mine. So who else could it be? Comment 3. Wait. Are you saying that they fucked in the master bedroom? Comment 4. Don't cheaters always use their married bed? OP. Yes, I believe he did. OP adds in the comments. Both me and my son are going to get tested and checked out as well. There's no telling how many different women he's been sleeping around with. As for Amy, her mom has been in contact with me, and Amy has been threatening to run away with him because they are in love. Update 2. Thank you again for all the love and encouragement. It gives me comfort and means so much to me. I've received many comments and messages accusing me of faking this story, which oddly also provides comfort because all of this feels unreal even to me. It validates my own feelings that there are people out there who can't even fathom this being true. I wish it were fake. I've been focusing on and worrying about how others are feeling over this, somewhat ignoring my own feelings, which I'm trying to change. I range from anger to numbness like a light switch. We're all safe and still at my brother's house. We're very careful, and his house is secured. Paul has tried to call my cell phone several times a day. I am refusing to interact with him, and I will have my lawyer handle all correspondence. He scares me, frankly. My brother has a very secure house with an alarm system and deadbolt locks. We feel safe with him. Both my son and I got checked out and tested. It appears so far that we're both clean based on the immediate rapid tests, but in the coming days, we'll know for certain when the lab results come in. I'm not overly concerned. Eric is scheduled to see a therapist early next week, which is very good and needed. He's not himself right now. He seems a bit shell-shocked, and I'm concerned. He internalizes a lot, and it's hard to get a read on what's going on in his head. That being said, he's thoughtful and has been talking with me, asking me how I'm doing and everything. He's not interested in corresponding with his dad at all. He calls only my cell phone, and he hasn't tried to reach out to either Eric or Mary. I get the sense that Paul is extremely nervous. He's scared, and I think he deep down knows that if investigated thoroughly, he would be in big trouble. That's what my gut is telling me. I still think about the Zoom call with him, and the more I think about it, the more it looked like he was a man whose entire world was crashing down on him. The panic in his face was very apparent. I offered Mary for me to make an appointment with a therapist as well, but she doesn't want to see one yet. She said she's open to it eventually but wants time to herself. She's been asking her friends about her dad and if they experienced any creepiness from him. Her friends were open and honest with her, and apparently, they felt like he stared a lot and sensed his hovering presence whenever they were over. One of Mary's friends went so far as to say that she felt like he was checking her out a lot. Like looking at her rear and complimenting the color of her yoga pants. At the time, no issue was brought up about it, but in light of everything that has been happening, it seems strange now. He would sit himself in different areas or vantage points to get a good view of her, she claimed. He also asked questions about what kind of friend group or which clique they were in at school. He kept asking about if they were popular girls. I'm completely embarrassed that they had this experience at our house. As for updates on Amy, which is the main reason why I wanted to write this update, I completely agree that she is also a victim. A lot of people have been emphasizing that, and I agree. I've done everything I could in my own power to indirectly get her opportunities to get help. Like I said, I told her mother, and she's been updating me on everything. Amy, unfortunately, is still living in her deluded reality, and I can only pray that she'll eventually come to her senses. She doesn't want to see any doctors or therapists at all and has been constantly trying to reach Paul because, again, she believes that they are in love. From what I've been told, she hasn't been able to get hold of him, and he's been avoiding communication with her completely. Amy blames me for that and believes I took away his devices and am very controlling. Any truth that her mother tries to convey to her is met with conspiracy theories and hostility. Amy looks at me as a villain and still sees Paul through rose-colored glasses. Her mother showed her screenshots of his dating app profiles and matches, and she refuses to believe it, saying I photoshopped it. According to her mom, Amy keeps saying things like everyone is just mad because she found herself a real man, and that I'm jealous because she takes better care of him than I do. It's in line with some of the conversations I screenshot, where a lot of what Paul says is him complaining about things I don't do for him sexually. Right now, she's insistent that she and Paul will be together in the long run. Ugh, he's honestly a slimeball. I can only hope that Amy comes to her senses, but me directly intervening doesn't feel like it would be productive at the moment. Maybe eventually though. Relevant comments. Comment 1. I'm so sorry that this happened to you. Reading all the previous posts, I honestly get the vibe that your husband wasn't a very good one to begin with. Someday, when you're ready, you're going to find someone who thinks you're glorious as you age. Your son is also going to be okay. He's gotten a lesson on exactly how men shouldn't behave. A painful one, but in time, he's going to realize that Amy was groomed and abused. It sounds like she was vulnerable, and your ex took advantage of a child who was in a bad situation. Hopefully once Amy has had some time to process just how messed up this was, she'll tell the police the whole story. I fully believe something was happening before she turned 18 OP. I believe stuff happened before she was 18 too. Comment 2. Do you think they kept that relationship secret for most of Eric and Amy's relationship? What a disgusting father and pig if that is truth. OP, I'm not sure when things got actually physical or romantic, but I do think his grooming started as soon as she came into the picture when Eric started dating her freshman year. This mentor and a friend that Amy alluded to had to start right away, and the way she's acting now, being so indebted and believing every single thing he says, shows that his effect on her had to be over a long period of time. She only turned 18 like 5 months ago. Her behavior and infatuation for him seems so strong that it couldn't possibly be only 5 months of them being together. Comment 3. If they are consenting adults, then there is nothing to report. This is a personal problem that needs to be dealt with by attorneys and the people involved. People are way too jumpy to snap to the police to fix their problems anymore. OP is handling this the correct way. If any legal issues come into play, then her attorney will do the right thing. OP. The only thing we can really hang our hat on is the possibility of Amy having an epiphany of the reality of her situation, and she opens up candidly about when it began. But because she's 18 currently and has no interest in saying or doing anything that could potentially put Paul in legal trouble, nothing really can be done. Unless they find out about other girls that I have no idea about yet. My wife cheated through text after 5 years together. I quietly planned my exit while she was away and left her a cold goodbye note. First, I'm 36, and I thought finding a good honest woman was like discovering a unicorn. You hear about them but never see one. My personality is direct and no nonsense, unlike those nice guys who complain about being friend-zoned. I work in construction. My job is good and I make a good living. Even when I gave my all in previous relationships, I felt like it wasn't enough. I sent flowers without reason, remembered anniversaries, and listened to others. I tried to sympathize and encourage. I was always hurt at the end. I started to wonder if all the good things and hard work were worthless. Being kind and caring seemed like a burden. I was losing hope in the relationship. My belief was that qualities were no longer valued. Honestly, I didn't look. About 5 years ago, I met Jessica. Her age was 33, nothing special happened during the meet cute. A mutual acquaintance introduced us at a casual party. It was simple. Her smile seemed honest, Therefore I was drawn to it. Not fake or forced. I got her number and started dating after spending the evening talking to her. Early on, 3 months later, seeing each other was joyful. So, well, we clicked. I always tried my hardest. I remember the outfits we wore that day as well as yesterday. I initially thought the connection was casual, but I started to like it. This was my chance. There, I felt like I had discovered the one. Jessica was special. Although we shared many interests, including hiking and visiting new restaurants, I thought it was healthy to have our own. I like fixing old automobiles and going to car shows. It didn't bother me that she found it intriguing. She made many bowls and vases since she loved ceramics. I liked her art even if I didn't have the patience to do it. It offered conversation and learning opportunities. In the beginning, everything seemed right. Despite being young and still learning, we worked together. Felt natural, we felt like we were making something, we planned and spoke about the future. Our jobs were different, as detailed later in this post. Construction is my job. On-site work dominates my days. Even if it's challenging, I'm proud of my honest job. Jessica sold, nevertheless. Her performance was measured by software sales. After working in a 9-to-5 office, her company offered to let her work from home, so she did. I first loved it. Even living in the same home while she worked would provide her more freedom and allow us to spend more time together. I always supported her in finishing her job to get that promotion and was proud of her. Destinations were planned. Personally, I've always considered myself an excellent companion. I'm not bragging, but I try to focus, support, and defend my partner. Impulsiveness, emotional support, and bedroom competence are required. Jessica and I worked hard. She seemed trustworthy. I used to worry about my partners lying. Jessica was different. I'm not saying adultery is impossible, but I wasn't worried. I believed we had a special relationship built on respect and trust. Thus, I was deeply touched by what followed. It began softly. Jessica acted weird. She seemed odd, it's hard to explain. She was secretly taking calls in another room and hiding the screen as I passed. She loved him less and spent less time with him. She always complained about being fatigued, even on weekends when we had plans. I initially ignored it. I thought she was stressed at work. I could tell she was stressed out by her promotion efforts. I kept telling myself, don't jump to conclusions, it's probably nothing. I didn't want to think it was serious. My first thought was curiosity. I wondered why she was so aloof and what was wrong. I had lost sight of the big picture. However, the odd behavior continued. I saw nothing of Jessica for a week. Just enough of those everyday moments kept me going, making me wonder whether I exaggerated. However, suspicions grew. I didn't think she cheated immediately. I suspected she was having a personal problem, perhaps she was hiding a disease. We watched a movie one Saturday night as usual. She appeared preoccupied and on her phone continuously. She insisted they were work emails when I asked. On Saturday night, even though she had never done it. I grew worried then. I was getting more anxious. Finally, I told my pal James. James is decent yet cynical, especially about relationships. His traumatic divorce a few years ago warped his outlook on everything. When I confided in him, he laughed. His words, "Dude, if she's a woman, she can cheat on you. Will always stay with me. They all have it." He said you can never be sure even if you have everything, a great career and nice appearance. Even though it was harsh, that statement moved me. My perspective was entirely altered. All of Jessica's activities became suspicious. My curiosity and anxiousness led me to suspect she was cheating. James' words stuck with me. I decided I was done. I couldn't live with this doubt and feeling of something wrong. I decided to find out what was occurring. I knew about Reddit, and every internet suggestion advocated phoning. Thus, I decided to go that route if things didn't improve. I made a great dinner. I made lasagna, her favorite, while we were having fun. I put candles on the table to create a relaxing atmosphere. She should feel comfortable confiding in me. I brought it up after waiting for her to arrive home after eating. I told her I was worried about her weird behavior and wanted to know why. I asked, "Are you cheating on me?" She seemed surprised. Her shaking hands prevented her from looking at me. To be honest, watching her stutter and struggle for words stung. Finally, she denied. She was shocked I asked that question. That she loved me and we had been together 5 years. Her crying was almost uncontrollable. A complete concert. My trouble was that I didn't believe her. Perhaps James's words were ringing in my thoughts. Maybe it was my instinct. It didn't feel right. I expected her to be upset at my accusation. But she wasn't. She looked more depressed, like she was offended I ever contemplated it. I apologized for blaming her, but she took it too fast. It wasn't rational. I'm not proud of what I did, but it was necessary. I pretended to trust her. We went to bed after I apologized again and said I was being overly careful. But I couldn't sleep. I calculated this move. I knew I needed her to trust me again to find the truth. Her defenses had to drop. Waiting for the right time, I understood what to do. The night would be long. Everything was leading up to what I needed to accomplish. I wouldn't feel comfortable until I knew the truth. The suspicion was slowly eating me up when I thought, if she thinks I am this stupid, she has another thing coming. I waited until Jessica was asleep. My phone says 3:17 a.m. I lay there staring at the ceiling for hours. I was queasy and my heart was beating, but I had to do it. I removed her phone from the nightstand, cautiously got out of bed, and went to the bathroom. I scrolled through her texts after opening. Scrolling her gallery yielded nothing. Then I checked her texts. That's when I noticed. One contact is Harry's Plumbing. Why does Jessica keep messaging a plumber? That was obvious that was a fake name. I almost laughed at how childish and obvious that was. My world collapsed as I clicked on the conversation. James sent explicit messages. Pet names. Share how much they missed each other. Dirty talk. Nearly nude photographs were also posted. Jessica added, "You're making it hard to focus on work, you know?" As James smirked and said, "I can't stop thinking about your smile." Jessica posted a photo of herself wearing new underwear with the caption, "Wish you were here to take this off me." All was black and white. They had suggestive texts and emotional connection without saying they had slept together. Just an affair. It lasted at least 2 weeks, matching her unusual behavior. As I read the messages on the restroom floor, I felt I could have a panic attack. My heart raced. Too fast breathing. The phone was hard to grasp since my hands were shaking. Felt like shouting, "Ruin something." To awaken and handle her promptly. They weren't pretty, and I won't say more, but I pondered finding James. Horrified, indignant, and grieving. 5 years. 5 years of a falsehood in this relationship. I wondered how she did it. Did anything happen? Did she ever love me? It seemed like my world was flipped. It was good to hear about it before we were married and had kids. I was upset at her method though. Everything, the ridiculous emoticons, the childish code names. It felt like I was losing control and my sanity. I knew I had to leave. I had to breathe and determine what to do. Next hour, I documented everything. I took notes and screenshots to capture everything. Once I had everything documented, I needed a plan. Sitting on the restroom floor, I contemplated everything. Not knowing what to do. My head was full of ideas. I was mad. I considered alerting our parents, putting everything online, or handing out flyers at her workplace. Move out, hire a lawyer, or leave silently. I realized I had power and wanted her to know how hurt she had made me. My finances are solid. Union membership gives me security. However, Jessica struggled. Sales wasn't her thing. Her income was low. I knew I helped her live in our expensive city. She would struggle without my pay. Ideas came from this. I knew I could survive without her. Reddit is my current location. Totally wrecked. In anguish. Am upset. I'm also considering my future move. I don't know how to end it, but I must. First update. Many things have happened since my last post a few months ago. I apologize for the delay. I know many of you wanted an update. I needed time to think clearly and make the right choices. Making this a crisp division was my intention. After learning about the affair, the initial weeks were awful. Jessica found me cold and uncaring. We slept in separate rooms. Rarely did I speak to her in full phrases. I was too angry and hateful to look at her. I ate little. It was beyond me what she was doing. I learned that it's important to take your time getting married, and I want to share this with you. I'm glad Jessica and I didn't marry. I avoided a bullet there. It merely shows that you can never truly know someone until you've lived with them for a long time and seen their best and worst. This aspect was now familiar to me. Our lease was up in 3 months under my name. I thought that would be the best time to approach. With more time, I could arrange, get things in order, and maximize my actions. Finding an affordable apartment near my job took time. I also had to pack boxes and seek friends for help relocating. I planned, but there was plenty to do. A month after I inspected her phone, Jessica and James shared a bed. Really, it only made things easier when I found out. I should go, it said. It eliminated any doubt or desire to fix the situation. That was the final nail. I've heard that cheats lose interest when the forbidden part is eliminated. Jessica and James's relationship may not last. It's a lie-based fiction. That's their problem, not mine. I was gathering myself after finalizing the plan. In the last month of the lease, it was time to move. I was ready because I prepared for months. Jessica would work late, so I chose a day. She said she had a big client dinner, but I didn't care. It just gave me the chance. I had already arranged my friends, including James, who knew everything. They were eager to help. For weeks they told me to move on, that I deserved more and that they would always support me. Good men. Very lucky to have them. Their support made me feel better about my actions. We met at the flat early in the afternoon. Most of my possessions were in cartons with clear labels for easy identification. We worked efficiently. These people ran smoothly. The truck carried all my possessions, which made up around 80% of the apartment's contents. I tried to take as little as possible from her: cookware, electronics, furniture, clothing, tools. I wanted her to feel my months-long emptiness. I liked that the new flat was closer to work. It was tiny but clean, mine. New beginning? In 4 hours, we moved everything. Considering my wealth, it was fast. I remember touring the apartment before leaving. Jessica brought a few pieces of furniture into the relationship, but the walls and shelves were nearly bare. It looked downcast. Indeed, it felt good. Knowing I was doing this fueled a strange mix of wrath and grief. Freedom was also felt. I was free at last. I did one last thing before leaving. Simple letter on paper. Goodbye. Enjoy, James. I thought about writing a long, indignant letter to communicate my anger and annoyance, but I decided that less was more. This concise, direct message was better. I set the note on the kitchen counter so she would see it when she came in. It's trite, but it seemed right. I considered saying something caustic, but this was enough. I told my friends I could handle the rest, but they helped me unpack some essentials at the new place. I needed time to adjust. After thanking them again, they left. I was lucky to have them. Next came the hard part: ghosting. My phone exploded when Jessica got home and found the note. She panicked and sent calls, texts, and messages on all social media sites. In a few hours, she went from furious accusations to emotional begs for forgiveness. She even tried to contact me through mutual acquaintances, appealing for help, but I never responded. Every phone, message, and attempt to contact me was ignored. My vengeance was completely quiet. I wanted her to feel confused, apprehensive, and powerless like I did when I found about her affair. I haven't spoken to her in 3 weeks since moving out, and I'm enjoying imagining her worry. She must be terrified. Update 2. The landlord contacted me on my cell phone a few days after I left, evidently confused and unsure of what was going on. He must have heard Jessica's story, but he wanted to hear mine. I told him everything about the affair, James, and how I couldn't live with a cheater, so I left and told him I wouldn't renew the lease. The landlord was sympathetic after I had been a good tenant for years, paying my rent on time and never causing any problems. I think he appreciated my sincerity. I also told him the security deposit would be lost. I didn't want my money back or to aid Jessica. I asked the landlord to inspect the flat and determine if she was entitled to payment. I trusted him to make the right judgment. The landlord then told me, with a strange sense of satisfaction, that Jessica was unable to pay for the flat on her own. Her family lived too far away to help, and she had no roommate. She was in risk of eviction and desperately looking for a new home. I was relieved to know that her treachery caused it. I know some people think I'm being mean and that I should feel sorry for Jessica, but I didn't. I threw myself into her, created a good friend, was reliable, and helped her, and she tossed it all away for a cheap thrill. She made her choices and now faces the consequences. It's about the notion and the hurt and disgust she put on me, not the money, flat, or goods I stole. Having the best of all worlds, a hidden affair and a loving, committed partner, is impossible. The landlord did the walkthrough and contacted me to say everything was great and my security deposit would be refunded. I was pleased. He also informed me that he had delivered Jessica the eviction notice and praised my handling of matters. I thanked him again and said I was pleased to be moving on. I also blocked her and moved on as advised. Third update. A month after the last post, Jessica tried to call me from a blocked number, which went to voicemail. After looking at it, I knew it was her. I returned the phone, and Jessica started crying. She was crying, stating she had nowhere to go, and apologizing repeatedly. She sounded discouraged and worn out. She knew she had to admit the affair. She kept saying "I'm sorry, I'm so sorry," and offered weak apologies and explanations. She said, "It simply occurred." Not my intention. I was confused. It was pitiful. She even brought up our happy times to gain my love back. You still care about me? She questioned, cracking. She was desperate and would try anything to change my mind. She said she had nowhere to go and didn't know what to do. I listened to her sobs to help her comprehend the weight of her decisions. I laughed a bit, without humor, with incredulity and derision. I told Jessica it's funny. You lied to me and hid for weeks or months, and now you want my sympathy? It took me another second to process what I said. You decided? You destroyed ours. You are feeling the effects. My final blow was lethal. I said mechanically, you have James. Go live with him. I hung up after that, denying her the chance to reply, discuss or beg. If she spoke, I cut her off mid-sentence. There was no going back. After hanging up, I blocked her on Facebook, Instagram, and all my other social media accounts. I eliminated her internet presence as fully as I did her physical presence from my residence. Despite considering erasing old photos and notes, I kept them for now to remember my hardships and successes. While sitting back, I felt a strange tranquility. No joy or victory. Just closure. I felt relieved after months of carrying a load. I justified my actions to myself alone. I said, I have no idea where she'll go. And to be honest, I don't give a damn. She made her bed and can rest in it. I grew even more certain that she deserved all her problems because of her choices, not revenge. Without me to cushion the pain, she had to face the truth of her betrayal and lies, which had shattered our relationship. I was conscious of my suffering, the insomniac nights, the terror, and the feeling of worthlessness. No one should go through it. I'd also punish Jessica for her actions. If she becomes homeless, she deserves it. That was my last thought, showing how little I cared about her. My parents tried to give my inheritance to their golden daughter, but my grandparents had a surprising twist in store. My parents, especially my dad, have always favored my 26-year-old younger sister Amy over me. This predilection began in our early years and only grew worse as we matured. From my earliest recollections, Amy was the golden child. When I was 5 and she was 2, our parents threw her a lavish birthday party that included a bouncy castle, a petting zoo, and professional face painters. That same year, I celebrated my birthday with a small family dinner and a store-bought cake. This contributed to setting the tone for the ensuing years. As we grew older, the distinctions became more obvious. Amy consistently got the best clothes, the newest gadgets, and the most attention. When I was 10 years old, I remember setting aside months' worth of allowance for a new bike. Amy threw a fit when she saw it because she wanted one too. Instead of teaching her to save or wait, my parents went ahead and bought her a bike that was even better than mine. School was another setting where the bias was apparent. Amy's parents typically missed my school events, but they were at all of hers. In 4th grade, I played the lead in the school play. I was so excited that I practiced for weeks. On the night of the play, my parents were an hour late, so they missed my big scene. Amy complained of a stomachache, so they were comforting her. Later on, she was okay. They had just lost track of time while playing with her. Nothing I ever seemed to do seemed adequate in terms of academics. In middle school, I frequently earned consecutive A's, joined the math club, and even won first place in a regional science fair. My parents barely recognized these accomplishments, but when Amy received a B+ on one test in her weakest subject, they celebrated with a supper and bought her a new phone to encourage her to keep improving. High school in particular was challenging. I engaged in whatever activity I could with the goal of winning their approval. In addition to maintaining a 4.0 GPA, I was the debate team captain and editor of the school newspaper. Amy breezed through school, just maintaining a C average, and she spent a lot of time with her friends. I was selected as one of 2 junior-year applicants from our university to take part in a renowned Harvard summer program. I felt wonderful, and it was such an honor. When I broke the news to my dad over dinner, he complained and shifted the conversation to Amy's upcoming dance performance. "That's nice," my mother said, "at least," but she quickly went on. When Amy's concert fell on the day I was leaving Harvard, my parents wanted to see her sing, but they were unable to take me to the airport. I requested a lift from a friend's parents. The process of applying to colleges was another excruciating one. I spent months honing my essays, participating in extracurricular activities, and studying for the SAT. I was accepted to a number of prestigious universities and awarded a substantial scholarship to attend the university of my choice. My parents' response to this, when I brought it up to them over dinner, was hardly bearable. "That's good, but don't let it run to your head. College isn't everything," suggested my dad. My mother added, "Just keep us in mind when you're off becoming a big shot." However, when Amy barely made it through high school and decided against going to college, my parents were very accommodating. They respected her for knowing herself, and for not conforming to social norms. They even bought her a car as a graduation present, which is something they have never done for me. I suffered emotionally as a result of this ongoing partiality. I struggled with anxiety and hopelessness throughout my teens and early 20s. I realized that my parents' behavior was not my fault when I started therapy in college. It took me years to build my self-esteem and learn how to validate myself independently of my parents' approval. Despite the lack of support from my immediate family, I was nevertheless able to live a respectable life. I had a respectable position in finance by the time I graduated with honors from college, and by the time I was 27, I had even bought my own home. My parents aren't, but I'm proud of my achievements. The current drama, then, starts here. My grandfather passed away not too long ago on my dad's side. He was a prosperous businessman who began with nothing and left behind a large estate. According to his will, he divided his assets evenly between his children, parents, and his siblings, as well as his grandchildren, which include myself, Amy, and our cousins. I received a sizable share of the inheritance, about $500,000. It would have enabled me to make investments for the future, settle my school loans, and maybe start my own business in the future. I was pleased with this unexpected windfall and the opportunities it might bring. However, it was evident that my parents were upset when the will was read. They later pulled me aside and told me that they thought it was unfair because I was given an equal share. Amy, who works part-time at a coffee shop and lives in our parents' basement, said that she was in more need of the money because she was in pain. I tried to remain composed despite my shock. I explained that they had no influence over Grandpa's decision-making process. They urged me to behave honorably and give Amy my due share. When I declined, they were furious and started accusing me of being selfish and lacking gratitude. They talked about every instance where they had assisted me that my dad could remember. He prioritized paying for my medically necessary braces, purchasing me the absolute minimum of school supplies, and letting me live at home when I was in college, even though I worked part-time to help with the money. Conveniently, he ignored the fact that they still support Amy at the age of 25, the car they provided her, and the numerous shopping sprees. The situation quickly became more serious. My dad decided to take care of matters himself, acting as the executor of the will. He said he would interpret Grandpa's intentions and give Amy my entire share in addition to her own inheritance. He claimed that if Grandpa had been aware of our particular circumstance, he would have won it. I was shattered. In addition to being clearly against the law, this served as a horrible reminder of how little my parents valued me. I attempted to reason with them by pointing out that Grandpa had always treated all of his grandchildren equally and that he was aware of our situation. My mother then accused me of disparaging the departed by suggesting that Grandpa might have liked something different from what my dad was supporting. When I brought up some recollections of Grandpa encouraging me to pursue my academic and professional ambitions, my parents dismissed them as misrepresentations. They said Grandpa had quietly expressed concern about Amy's future and wanted to make sure she was taken care of. When I questioned them why he hadn't just written the will that way back then, they didn't have an answer. Although Amy felt uncomfortable with the situation, she refrained from criticizing our parents. Mom and Dad know best, she simply shrugged when I attempted to speak with her alone. It was clear that she would not be of much assistance. I sought advice from my paternal grandmother, Grandpa's widow, feeling deceived and hurt. She was furious when she heard what was going on. She told me that Grandpa had not intended this at all and that my parents had no power to change the will. Grandma supplied some information that makes things clear. My parents reportedly asked Grandpa to leave everything to Amy in his will a number of years ago. Grandpa had adamantly protested, stating that he believed all of his grandchildren should receive the same treatment. In his will, he had even stipulated that anyone contesting the fair distribution would forfeit their share. Armed with this information, I took my folks on. They were shocked when Grandma revealed that they had previously tried to influence the will. My dad tried to defend it by saying they were only considering Amy's future, but I could see the guilt on their faces. Grandmother took immediate action. She contacted her lawyer and other executors of her will. She also contacted my dad's siblings, who were just as outraged by what he was trying as she was. Together, they thwarted my dad's plot and ensured that the terms of the will would be followed. My parents are not thrilled with me, but they had to back off. They accused me of inciting the family against me and contended that I ought to have resolved this internally rather than enlisting outside help. My mother wept because I had lied to them and divided the family. When my dad threatened to completely cut me out of their will, I responded that I had never expected anything from them anyhow. They are now threatening to cut off all contact if I take the inheritance. My father even said that if I were to inherit their home, I would not be allowed to live there. My mother delivered a particularly scathing blow when she said that my taking the money shows that I never really loved them and was only eager to make money off of their death. The extended family is divided on the issue. Some of my cousins are supportive because they recognize the historical partiality and respect my self-advocacy. Some people think that since family unity comes before money, I should have given in to keep the peace. This has caused tension in both my parents' and my dad's relationships, even though my dad's siblings are unquestionably on my side. Amy is caught up in all of this. She told me in private that she is not prepared to confront our parents, even though she feels horrible and didn't ask for this. I don't really blame her because she has been taught her entire life to rely on them and look for their approval. A part of me still wishes she will assist me just once. This situation has evoked a great deal of resentment and pain from the past. I find myself thinking back on all the occasions when Amy was given preference over me, including the birthday parties I missed, the school events my parents skipped, and the unreported accomplishments. It appears that a lifetime of injustice is being brought to a head by this one incident. Despite the fact that the entire situation has generated a great deal of division within the family, I am standing my position and intend to inherit what Grandpa intended. Family gatherings have become awkward, and my parents hardly ever speak to me anymore. For the first time since I could tolerate the accusing looks and chilly shoulders, I skipped our monthly family dinner last week. Despite the chaos, a small part of me feels in control. For the first time in my life, I'm facing my parents' unjust treatment. I'm stating my worth and refusing to be dismissed. It's simultaneously awful and liberating. I believe I'm correct, but I'm exhausted by the family drama. I've started having anxiety episodes again, something I haven't had since college. I am considering going back to therapy in order to help manage all of this stress. Should I have taken my inheritance and refused to live up to my parents' expectations? To keep the peace, should I have just given Amy the cash? I'm tired of being the family scapegoat, but I'm also afraid of losing my family entirely. Any advice or point of view would be greatly appreciated. Update: much has transpired since my initial post half a year ago. I want to express my gratitude to everyone for their advice and support, which really helped me get through difficult times. Let me begin by discussing the legal side of things. I did consult my own lawyer, as many of you suggested. He confirmed that my dad's attempt was unlawful and that I was fully entitled to inherit. He assisted me in documenting everything and prepared me to respond lawfully if necessary. Luckily, that is not how things happened. My grandma and her lawyer, together with my dad's brothers, resolved their differences out of court. The will was executed just as planned, and I received my entire fortune. My dad's attempts at will manipulation resulted in his removal as an executor. This process, which took several weeks, was a little taxing. After threatening legal action, heated meetings, and irate phone calls, my parents were forced to back off since the law was clear. However, the family fallout has been notable and is still going on. My parents first reaffirmed their position. They accused me of neglecting my sister and being greedy. Additionally, they attempted to incite other family members against me by spreading claims that I had somehow forced Grandpa to give me money. Fortunately, the majority of the family was aware of their deceit. There was one particularly terrible incident at a family get-together approximately a month after the will was accepted. My aunt was entertaining and hadn't invited my parents, so they caused a commotion when they showed over without warning. As my dad began to yell that I had stolen from Amy and turned Grandma against her, my mother threw an old photo album right at my feet and said, "I ruined all these wonderful memories." It was awful and uncomfortable. It took a few family members to calm things down and convince my parents to go. My grandmother, bless her, was my strongest ally during this entire ordeal. She told stories of my grandfather, who was always proud of my accomplishments and who particularly wanted to ensure that all of his grandchildren had equal opportunities. She also claimed that Grandpa had kept a scrapbook of my achievements, including copies of my college acceptance letters, media clippings of my academic achievements, and even the program from the university play that my parents had been late for. This realization was both beautiful and heartbreaking. Additionally, Grandma offered to update the family's records. She planned a family get-together without my parents there and detailed the whole history of my parents' prejudice, including incidents I had either completely forgotten or had never heard of. It was heartbreaking to finally have someone acknowledge the injustice I had endured for years, but it also brought up old wounds. In all of this, my sister Amy finally found her voice. After considerable introspection and several lengthy conversations with our grandma, she personally came to me and apologized for not standing up for me earlier. She claimed that although she believed our parents' preference was wrong, she had been too afraid to question it. We talked extensively and passionately about our early years and how they affected us both. Being the favorite child wasn't as amazing as it seemed, Amy acknowledged. She felt a lot of pressure to meet our parents' expectations and never learned how to stand on her own 2 feet. She related stories of how she longed to do things independently, but our parents would step in and take care of everything for her, denying her the chance to grow and learn from her mistakes. This conversation was a turning point in our relationship. We started to repair the sibling bond that our parents' favoritism had severed. Through this family turmoil, the two of us have been getting together for coffee on a regular basis to talk and support one another. Everyone was shocked when she announced that she would use her inheritance to pay for education. She said she was inspired to take charge of her own life after witnessing me defend myself. She first enrolled in a local community college with the intention of transferring to a 4-year university after deciding what she wanted to study. Our parents gasped with surprise. I think they were aware that Amy had not benefited from their babying. My parents' reactions to all of this have been varied and evolving. At first, they viciously attacked us both. Since they claimed I turned Amy against them, they attempted to use guilt to get her to drop out of college in order to support the family. When that didn't work, they changed tactics. My mother started to realize how harmful their behaviors had been after having several lengthy conversations with my grandma and witnessing Amy's remarkable change. She has started therapy to deal with her issues and made some tentative attempts at reconciliation. She apologized, acknowledged that she had been unjust, and asked for an opportunity to make amends. It takes time, and although I'm cautiously optimistic, I'm also setting firm boundaries. Sadly, my dad has been less inclined to take responsibility for his faults. He feels like the victim in all of this and is still quite angry. Since Amy decided to attend college, he has been cold toward her and rarely communicates with me. He has made a few attempts to exert control over us, threatening to sell the house we grew up in if we don't change our ways or offering to forgive us if we do. It hurts to see him alienate himself from both of his children in this way, even if we are both standing strong. The extended family's dynamics have undergone a significant shift. I now reside nearer to my grandma and my dad's siblings, who have been really supportive. I feel less alone in this battle now that I've heard from my aunts and uncles about how they've dealt with my dad's difficult behavior throughout the years. I've also grown closer to some of my cousins who supported me. We can all catch up without being distracted by the drama of the older generations by starting a monthly cousin supper. I have been using my inheritance well for myself. I feel incredibly financially free now that I have paid off my student loans. I have put together a diverse investment portfolio in collaboration with a financial advisor. Additionally, I have some money saved up for the possibility of starting my own business in the future. I'm looking into starting a community center that offers affordable mental health services and courses on financial literacy. The most important use of the funds, however, has been for me to purchase therapy for myself and offer to do the same for Amy. We are both trying to move past the things that happened to us as children and are learning how to set healthy boundaries with our parents. Even though it's a long path, I already feel like I'm learning more and getting better at overcoming long-term bias and emotional neglect. My life has improved in some surprisingly positive ways as a result of this entire process. I've learned a lot about setting boundaries and protecting myself. Even though I know I made the correct decision, it hasn't always been simple, and there are still challenging days. I'm proud of myself for defying pressure and guilt. One of the most surprising outcomes has been a shift in my career path. Managing all of this family strife and going to treatment has made it easier for me to recognize my own enthusiasm for helping those suffering. Having to deal with all of this dysfunction in my family and going to therapy has made me realize how motivated I am to help people who have experienced similar family dynamics. I'm currently considering going back to school to work as a family therapist and specialize in adult children of emotionally immature parents. I've also been working at a local juvenile facility, where I've been helping kids from difficult family situations. It is incredibly fulfilling to be able to provide the kind of support and encouragement I wish I had received as a child. I'm even thinking of spending some of my fortune to start a scholarship fund for kids in similar situations. My communication with Amy has continued to improve. Every month, we celebrate Siblings Day by doing something fun for the two of us. Last month's hike and lunch was the most relaxed and intimate we've experienced since we were young kids. We are slowly re-establishing our relationship on our own terms, free from the influence of our parents. Things with my parents are still difficult. My mom has been working to mend our connection. She has been going to therapy on a regular basis and has even started to see some of the harm caused by her bias. During a few one-on-one lunches, we have discussed our past and future goals in an open and difficult manner. It's not perfect, but there has been progress. But my dad is still against change. He continues to claim that he did nothing wrong and that Amy and I should be grateful. He skipped a number of family events since he won't be in the same room as me. I'm attempting to let go of my need to force him to change his perspective or regulate his responses, even though it hurts. Grandma has become a rock for Amy and me. She has also been telling us more stories about our grandfather, who was proud of us for standing up for ourselves. She has been an excellent mediator in family disputes because she consistently advocates for fairness and understanding. Many lessons on the true meaning of family have been taught during the entire process. I've realized that sometimes the family you choose may be more supportive than the one you grew up in. I have become closer to my aunts, uncles, and cousins who supported me over this trip, in addition to creating a close-knit group of friends who have been very beneficial. I've also grown to realize how important it is to set boundaries and take care of myself. I'm getting better at saying no to situations that endanger my mental health, and I no longer feel guilty about prioritizing my own well-being. I had always put off exploring new interests and hobbies because I was so focused on trying to win my parents' approval. I would like to advise people in similar situations to not allow anyone to make them feel guilty about obtaining what is rightfully theirs. It's fair to protect yourself, even if it causes controversy. Despite the complexity of family dynamics, you deserve to be treated fairly. Never forget that it's never too late to start living the life you deserve. If required, seek therapy. Surround yourself with supportive people, and don't be afraid to set boundaries. Your value is determined by who you are, not by how your family treats you. Again, I want to thank all of you for your encouragement and suggestions. It meant more than you would have realized during a really difficult time. Even though the path has not been easy, I am looking forward to the future and feel a level of confidence that I have not had in years. I'm eager to see where this new phase of my life will take me, and I'm determined to break the pattern of partiality and improve the connections in my own future family. I flew halfway across the world to meet my online girlfriend after a year of daily chats, but she panicked and left me alone most of the trip. After a year of daily phone chats, I took a plane overseas to see my internet girlfriend. However, she suffered from panic episodes when we first met, forcing me to spend hours every day by myself in my hotel, until I was forced to leave. Since I honestly don't know what to think anymore, I, 29 male, need to get this off my chest. For backstory, I met this girl, 29 female, a few years ago in a Discord server where we both played a game thanks to some online pals. We immediately clicked since we had similar hobbies and senses of humor, and I was astonished by her professional ambition. She is quite passionate about her work, which is tech-related, I don't want to be too specific, and she is constantly discussing projects and other relevant topics. We increased the frequency of our conversations, and eventually we were chatting for hours every day. We occasionally had phone chats with other people, but once everyone else left, we would continue to talk until around 3 in the morning. To be honest, it didn't feel like the previous internet connections I had. One evening, when discussing films we enjoyed, we discovered that our tastes were nearly the same. We began using one of those sync services to watch content together. When she informed me she had feelings for me early last year, everything changed. She kind of blurted it out when we were on a video conversation, saying she had been feeling that way for some time but was afraid to speak because of the distance. We had been flirting a little, so I wasn't entirely shocked when I informed her that I was also intrigued. Our internet time together increased even further. Sometimes she would even hold her phone up so we could communicate digitally while she was cooking or doing anything else. Before deeming us official, I ought to have been more explicit about what I required, but I was in the heat of the moment. Even through a screen, there seemed to be a very unique vibe between us that is difficult to describe. To be honest, I hadn't connected with someone like that in a long time. Where I live, I've had a very blank dating life. It wasn't long before she began calling me her boyfriend in conversations with others close to her. She would tell me stories about how her mother would inquire about me, or how she would bring me up to her coworkers. Examples such as, "My boyfriend said the funniest thing today," or, "My boyfriend and I are going to see this movie this weekend." These statements were flattering, but I always believed that we needed to meet in person before formally committing to a relationship. However, it was definitely a mistake on my part that I never really corrected her. I suppose I assumed we would meet soon enough, and didn't want to offend her. We discussed getting together several times. She takes medication for a chronic health condition, and has rather severe anxiety difficulties. Although it makes traveling difficult, it doesn't truly affect her day-to-day existence. We decided that seeing her in Canada would be more sensible for me than having her visit the United States. Additionally, it's not exactly stress-free to cross the border with all the political outgrass going on right now. I won't get into politics here, but it's true that crossing borders is more difficult these days. I made the bold decision to plan a trip to see her around Christmas. Flights and a hotel cost far more than I should have, but I thought it would be worth it. Due to the short notice, the flights alone cost over $700, and the accommodation for 3 nights cost an additional $600. To be honest, I could hardly afford it. However, I had been saving for some time and felt that this was crucial. After all this time of communicating, I was rather eager to finally see her in person. In the days before the trip, we discussed it virtually daily. She also appeared excited, however she admitted to being anxious about her nervousness getting the better of her. When we first met, she informed me she had been discussing anxiety management techniques with her therapist. That gave me hope that she was making preparations to ensure the visit would be successful. She even compiled a list of the locations in her city that she wished to show me. I had every reason to believe she was as excited about this as I was, as we discussed visiting a museum she loves, and a few places she thought I might enjoy. I just got back from that trip this past weekend, and I'm still getting used to it. Actually, I've spent the majority of my frigging time here in my hotel room, where I'm composing this. I flew all this way to see the city, but I have hardly seen it yet. The trip got off to a rough start. After landing, I took a 40-minute Uber to my hotel, which cost about $60 because, of course, everything in this place is pricey. I was anxious as well. I've only visited Canada a few times. I've never been to this city, and I was going to meet someone I'd only ever seen on a screen. The entire Uber ride made me feel nauseous. She was replying to my constant texts with updates on my whereabouts, but they came out as hurried and tense. Since I was also anxious, I assumed she must be experiencing even more worry, so I made an effort to be understanding. I assumed she would be prepared to meet when I arrived at the hotel. She lives about 5 minutes away from my lodging. Even though that hotel was more expensive than others, that was one of the reasons I chose it. She had said that staying nearby would make things easier for her. I messaged her to let her know I was ready anytime she was, checked in, and showered a little. I waited after that. She texted me instead of coming over, stating she needed more time since her anxiety was so bad. I made an effort to be sympathetic. I was aware of the seriousness of her concern. However, it took her an additional 2 hours to summon the bravery to visit me. I was sitting in my hotel room, checking the window every now and again, wondering if this whole trip had been a mistake. I attempted to watch TV, but I was unable to concentrate. At one point, my flight had been so early that I nearly fell asleep. She was actually trembling and crying, like sobbing, when she eventually arrived. It felt weird at first when I went down to the lobby to meet her. I sensed her trembling as we hugged. The fact that everyone in the foyer was staring at us added to the unease. She nodded when I proposed that we head up to my room so she could relax in peace. She sobbed for about 10 minutes straight while sitting on the edge of the bed in my room. Other than sitting next to her and giving her the occasional pat back, I had no idea what to do. She nodded when I asked if she wanted any water, so I retrieved some from the bathroom sink. She apologized perhaps 20 times after appearing to cool down a little. She insisted that she had been all right until she really had to come meet me, and that she had no idea why she was feeling so nervous. After a while, she appeared to be well enough for us to speak. At first it was awkward, not at all like our casual online chats. But after a half hour or so, she proposed that we visit her. There, she claimed, I would be able to meet her brother, and she would feel more at ease. She and her brother reside in a modest home approximately 5 minutes' drive from my hotel. Her brother appeared to be a cool, amiable, gaming kind of guy. They also have a very adorable black cat who insisted on attempting to sit on my lap. As I had anticipated from our video talks, their apartment was tidy, yet lived in. Even though we spent some time hanging out at their apartment, she remained really nervous the entire time. Sometimes she would get silent, and I would catch her staring at nothing, as if she were deep in meditation. Her brother made an effort to assist by carrying on the discussion, and inquiring about my flight, job, and other matters. Although it was kind of him, I became aware that I was speaking to him more than to her. She stated she was too anxious to drive, but she did say she wanted to take me around and show me parts of the city. She stated she was feeling too overwhelmed, and that perhaps tomorrow would be a better time. But I did suggest that perhaps we should all go, with her brother driving. She simply phoned me by Uber to return to my hotel at the end. Total time spent together on the first day, no more than 3 or 4 hours. She spent the majority of that time there with her brother as well. Around 9 o'clock, I returned to my hotel room and just collapsed. I was worn out after the day's emotional roller coaster and the journey. In addition, I had been awake since around 4 a.m. for my journey. She replied, "Sleep well. Sorry today was rough. Tomorrow will be better, I promise." I tried to concentrate on that promise as I drifted off to sleep after sending her a good night text. I got up really early the following day. I don't know, jet lag or whatever. I had nothing to do at around 7 in the morning. She normally sleeps in because she works nights, but I was just waiting to hear from her while I sat in my hotel. Despite my hunger, I didn't want to go too far for fear of receiving a message from her. In the end, I ate a terrible and expensive breakfast at the hotel restaurant. I just waited and waited after that. I took a shower, watched TV, browsed social media, and made a quick call to my mother. She eventually messages me 4 hours later to let me know that she's awake but not quite ready to see me, because she's still feeling nervous. She said that she simply needed some time when I asked if there was anything I could do to help. I thought there might be less pressure if we met in a public place rather than her coming to the hotel. "Maybe," she responded, "but I'm not sure yet." Said she would notify me shortly. I tried not to show my frustration at this point, but I was becoming rather annoyed. In order to have something to do, I decided to pick up some items from the drugstore that was within walking distance. I bought some Tylenol because I was about to have a headache, some food, and a portable toothbrush because I had forgotten mine. I was mostly simply passing the time. I discovered a small lunch area close by after spending far more time than was required exploring the pharmacy. Perhaps bringing her something to eat would be a kind gesture, so I thought I could get lunch for the two of us. After getting sandwiches for the two of us, I returned to the hotel to leave my belongings before visiting her. I messaged her to let her know that I had gone to get lunch and to ask if I could come over right now. After 15 minutes or so, she responded, "Sure, I could come over." I took the food to her apartment after calling an Uber. We were about halfway through day 2 when I eventually arrived at her apartment, which was approximately 2 hours later, and she hadn't even eaten the food I had brought. She thanked me for thinking of her, but claimed she wasn't hungry. I made an effort to hide my dismay. At least it wasn't wasted because her brother took the second sandwich. We spent some time sitting in their living room chit-chatting. She appeared slightly less nervous than she had been the day before, but not entirely at ease. She tells me that she, her brother and I, are going to a get-together with a number of their friends, just as I was beginning to believe that perhaps we could actually do something together. I came all this way to spend time with her, so I was a little taken aback, but I reasoned that maybe having other people there might make her feel more at ease. She replied that we would only be there for a few hours when I questioned how long. She replied that it was at her friend's house, which is a bit outside of the city, when I inquired where it was. I was disappointed, even though I attempted to appear excited about it. I had not anticipated our first actual day together looking like this. The drive there took roughly an hour in the end. I sat in the rear and she sat in the passenger seat while her brother drove. For most of the ride they discussed people I didn't know and inside jokes that I wasn't involved in. She would sometimes attempt to explain things to me, but it was never the same. I primarily just took in the vista outside the window, which was rather pleasant. There were about 10 people at her friend's house when we arrived. In fact, all of her friends were incredibly kind and hospitable. They were all aware of me. She had apparently been discussing this visit for weeks. She introduced me to everyone as her boyfriend, and it felt perfectly acceptable. It was a good celebration. Good food, a few beverages, and people playing board and video games. Everyone was polite and constantly approached me to chat. After hearing so much about me, a number of individuals expressed their happiness at finally meeting me. According to one female, "She never shuts up about you." Which, considering how little time we'd really spent together since I came, was both flattering and perplexing. Although we didn't really converse much, we stayed there for the majority of the night. She was off playing games with someone else or dragging me into discussions with her pals all the time. It was strange. We were usually in different areas of the room, despite my repeated attempts to stand close to her or get her attention. At 10 o'clock at night, we finally began to return. Given that she typically stays up until 3 or 4 in the morning, I assumed we would still have plenty of time to spend together. Perhaps we could just sit and chat like we used to do online, or we could watch one of those movies we were always discussing. She then asks her brother in the car if she can drive me to my hotel before they leave for home. According to her brother, sure. I'm sitting there in disbelief. She just met her boyfriend in person, who went across the country to see her. But she's too exhausted to spend any real time with him. When she glanced back at me for confirmation, I said, sure, that's fine. Because I had no idea what else to say. Most of the drive back to my motel was quiet. She mentioned her anxiousness had been playing up more than usual lately, and once apologized for being so strange. It wasn't actually okay, but I told her it was. Could I say anything else? I couldn't really make her want to hang out with me. She said goodbye with a short hug and promised to text me in the morning when we arrived at my hotel. I felt completely whack when I went up to my room. After another few hours of hardly communicating on day 2, I began to believe that this entire vacation had been a huge mistake. Thus I find myself back in the hotel room, completely bewildered and alone. Even though my girlfriend is only a few minutes away, I'm alone in a strange country, and haven't really spent any time with her alone. I attempted to watch a movie on my laptop but was unable to concentrate. I ended up aimlessly browsing social media until around 1 in the morning. I was concerned that texting her about it might exacerbate her worry, so I refrained from doing so. However, I was also at a loss about what to do. I felt like I had met everyone in her life except for my real girlfriend by the time I was scheduled to have dinner with her family the following evening. I eventually texted her to let her know how I was feeling. I tried to be straightforward but gentle. I acknowledged that worry was difficult, but I was disappointed that we hadn't been able to spend more time together. I brought up the fact that I had come all this way to visit her, and that it bothered me that she seemed more at ease with me in public than with me alone. I made it clear that I was merely perplexed and a little depressed about the circumstance, not angry with her. When she finally reacted, it was a wall of text and took over 20 minutes. She apologized profusely, stating that she wanted to make the trip worthwhile for me, but was simply too exhausted, and that her anxiety was still through the sky. She made an effort to reassure me that she still had a strong interest in me, but she claimed that she is too anxious, and that nothing would happen if we were by ourselves. It seems that this is difficult for her because she hasn't been in a relationship for a few years. She clarified that when there are other people present, she feels more at ease since she is not under as much pressure to be fascinating or amusing. Claimed that she is constantly concerned that I am evaluating her, or contrasting her with her online persona. She added that she fears physical contact after a long period of time, and worries that I have unrealistic expectations for her. I informed her that there are several steps between an embrace and anything more serious, and that I wasn't anticipating anything intimate or physical. In fact, I haven't even given her a hug this trip. I simply wanted to talk to you and hang out with you like we do online for some real quality time. I told her that I wasn't traveling this far for sex. I finally got to meet the person I've been corresponding with for months. That appeared to relieve her, and she said that after meeting her mother, we would spend some time together. She mentioned that her mother was very excited to see me and that perhaps we could return to my hotel to watch a movie or something after supper. I accepted the plan since it seemed better than nothing. That night I couldn't sleep. I continued to reflect on the entire circumstance and question whether I had made a grave error in interacting with someone who suffered from such extreme anxiety. That seems harsh, and I don't blame her for having mental health problems. That's not her fault. But I began to question if I could handle the difficulties of a long-distance relationship. My last day here is today. Tomorrow morning I will depart early. This entire trip has seemed like a huge waste of both money and effort. Instead of spending most of my visit sitting by myself in a hotel room, I wanted to spend time with her. Since we don't have much time together, I genuinely assumed she would want to spend every moment with me. We've been discussing this vacation for a while, so I thought it would be rather different. After this, I'm not sure if this relationship can last. Am I going overboard? I understand that anxiety does exist, yet it seems pointless that I've come this far. Update. Several days have passed since my return, and because many people have been inquiring about what transpired, I thought I should provide an update. In the comments, several of you were really critical. Yes, I am aware that anxiety is a real illness. I am not a sex-crazed guy who was merely attempting to hook up. Furthermore, I don't believe she was taking advantage of me or anything similar. You folks come up with some crazy hypotheses. For those who are wondering why I didn't just go explore the city by myself, the answer is that I did some exploring, but it wasn't the main goal. I wasn't a tourist who traveled so far. To spend time with her, I went. In any case, I made the initial post on the last day of the trip after waking up quite early. After that, I anxiously awaited her message. Once more, I didn't hear from her for a few hours. When she did text, it was a bit after noon. I had been up since about 8 o'clock, so I spent an additional 4 hours sitting in my hotel room, checking my phone like a teen in love every few minutes. She said I could take an Uber to her apartment at any time, and reminded me that we had supper with her mother later that day. Many of you advised me to simply call off the dinner plans, but I chose to go ahead and see how things worked out. I mean, I might as well meet her mother since I'd already traveled this far. I quickly showered, changed into my clothes, and went to her house. After the previous days, I was a little nervous, but I tried to remain optimistic. It was a pleasant difference that her brother was out when I arrived. Although she still appeared a little anxious, she was unquestionably less anxious than before. In fact, we watched things together for a while. We sat side by side on her couch after she recommended the show she had been eager to see with me. We sat close and it felt more like the quality time I had been hoping for, because she looked to be having a better day in terms of anxiety. It was pleasant that she even leaned slightly against me. We didn't actually engage in any physical activity. After some time, her brother returned home, although it was unquestionably better than the days before. She told me more about her friend's remarks about us at the party, and we discussed some of them. It sounded more like our internet chats. We began preparing to go have dinner with her mother at around 5 o'clock. This caused me some anxiety. It's usually a huge deal to meet the parents, and I wasn't sure what to anticipate considering how the journey had gone so far. I could sense that she was agitated once more as she drove us to the restaurant. I made an effort to divert her attention by keeping the conversation light. It was a charming, tiny Italian restaurant. When we got there, her mother was already there. As soon as she noticed us, she got up and hugged her daughter before turning to grin warmly at me. They have the same eyes, so I could tell right away where my girlfriend acquired her appearance. Her mother's dinner went unexpectedly well. Her mother was approachable and inquired about my work and family without being overbearing. Her mother looked sincere in her excitement about me and her daughter being together, and we clicked immediately. My partner appeared more at ease throughout dinner than I had observed throughout the entire trip. She was grinning, contributing to the discussion, and even putting her hand on my arm to emphasize a point. When we left, her mother hugged me, which was wonderful, and said I could come over at any moment. Even though I wasn't sure whether there would be another time at that moment, it felt good. We returned to her apartment after dinner. Although her brother was present, it felt more private because he tended to stay in his room. It was much the same as before. Hanging out, talking, and watching things. It felt more one-on-one than before, yet it wasn't quite alone time. Was this trip's final day what I had anticipated? Not at all. However, it was unquestionably superior to the initial days. She offered to drive me back herself, which surprised me because I was half expecting her to call me an Uber again as the evening wore on. It seemed like a minor triumph. We discussed the trip on the way back. I made an effort to be understanding when she apologized once more for the way things had gone. She acknowledged that I wished we had more time, like today, and suggested that since the first meeting was over, perhaps next time would be simpler. She accompanied me to my room when we arrived at my hotel. She assisted me in making sure I hadn't left anything in the bathroom or drawers when I was packing for the early departure. Despite its simplicity, it had an intimate feel that most of the tour had not. We kissed goodbye as she was ready to go. Just a good kiss goodbye. Nothing fancy. No makeout. It was short but sweet, and it got me thinking about what the journey may have been like if we had arrived at that moment sooner. After she went, we exchanged a few texts. She stated she wished we'd spent more time together, and I was getting ready for bed because my flight was so early. She said that although she had purchased a frame for a photograph of us, she had come to the realization that we hadn't really taken any quality group photos. The handful we had from the weekend didn't really fit her needs because they were primarily group photos from the party. That really disappointed me, so I suggested that perhaps I should simply take an Uber back, so I could get a decent photo. After 10 minutes or so without hearing back, I assumed she had either fallen asleep or became distracted. Then she texted me out of the blue to tell me to come downstairs. She explained that she had driven all the way back to the hotel. Anxiety be damned, she said. Just to take a picture and kiss me goodbye. At first I didn't understand. She was indeed in the lobby as I rushed downstairs. In addition to taking selfies, we also asked the night cashier to take a few group photos. Then we kissed again, more deeply this time. She gave me a tight hug, and said in a whisper that she was happy I came, but that the weekend wasn't what we had expected. Of the entire visit, that particular moment at the conclusion felt the most genuine and connected. I got up really early the following morning in preparation for my journey. Shortly after returning home, she must have texted me to wish me a safe journey. The return trip went well, giving us plenty of time to reflect about what had transpired, and what it meant for us moving forward. Overall, I'm going to maintain my optimism, even though it wasn't the ideal weekend I had hoped for. I believe that the decision to shorten the vacation was probably a mistake. Given her anxiety problems, 3 days isn't really enough time to get to know someone. Perhaps the last several days could have resembled that last night more if we had had a week. Since I returned, we've texted daily, and it's been nice to get back to our casual discussions. I've tried to be encouraging without being pushy, and she's been more forthcoming about her anxiety and the things that make it worse. In their upcoming appointments, she stated that her therapist wants to focus exclusively on her relationship anxiety, which seems like a good start. When she has to choose whether or not to travel down here for an event that is taking place sometime this summer, we'll see how things work out. I believe that will be the true test. I'm going to have to reevaluate if this can work in the long run, if she can't bring herself to come see me. However, there may be hope for us if she manages to make the trip, and things turn out better than they did this time. To address a few points raised in the comments, she does take medication and see a therapist, albeit a very new one. She has struggled with anxiety for many years, and it won't go away on its own. I wouldn't often be interested in a long-distance relationship, but our personalities and hobbies complement each other in ways that I don't often find with others in my area. And to everyone who thinks I'm being foolish or naive, well, maybe I am. I think that people should be given second chances, particularly when it comes to mental health. She wasn't attempting to ruin the weekend, really. She was obviously dealing with a serious and challenging issue. Whether we can discover a path forward that benefits us both is the question. I appreciate all of the feedback and suggestions on the first post. The next trip is in approximately 2 to 4 months, so I'm not sure whether I'll update again, but then I'll know for sure whether this can work or not. Thanks for watching and diving into this wild family drama with me. If you love Reddit family drama, don't forget to subscribe and turn on notifications so you never miss the next one. My future sister-in-law caused my miscarriage, yet was still accepted. During my next pregnancy, she mocked me and ruined the joy. Let me tell you what happened, gentlemen. If not for my life, you wouldn't believe this story. Some days I feel like I'm in a Lifetime movie. Extremely dark and twisted. My ex-sister-in-law killed my first baby. Yes, you read correctly. Still, she was invited to our next pregnancy announcement. Yeah, right? Insane. Then it gets crazier because a wedding, kidnapping, and legal trouble are involved. I'm shocked to say this about my family, not how I saw my life. 5 years ago, Caleb and I went on a blind date. Isabella was hesitant about the date. You know those scary stories? I forgot my worries when I met Caleb. He made me feel like the only girl in the room with his charm and attention. He noticed how my eyes fluttered when I flirted and how my lips pouted when I liked something. I thought it was adorable and pure. I was smitten from the start and thought I would never fall. He joked that his family was insane on the date. I joked that we're all insane and didn't take it seriously. Oops. 2 years later, I was walking down the aisle to marry him. Interestingly, our first relationship issue arose on our wedding day. This was my first time meeting his brother's girlfriend, Serafina. The first time I saw her, I wore white and had professional makeup. This was after Caleb and I had uttered our vows, so I was still high on serotonin and had drunk some. I danced to Serafina to introduce myself. I wasn't going to comment about her outfit, which was near to white, because I'm non-confrontational. I moved to hug and greet her, but she pushed me away and looked disgusted. She told me I was embarrassed and didn't like attention. I kept dancing, and she told me I was glad Caleb had such low standards because if he were more like his brother Ethan, he would have slapped me for even considering him. Like what? I don't know why you'd brag about your partner hitting a woman, but I kept dancing and ignored her, which is why she did what she did. Maybe she had mental issues, but she returned a few minutes later with a glass of wine. It destroyed my wedding dress when she flung it. She then abruptly said she knew Caleb and I wanted kids and prayed I never got any. It was random. Why did she dislike me? I wanted to cry, but I didn't want to be seen or ruin my day. I gathered myself, went out back, called my friend Madeline, had her bring me a spare white dress, changed into it, and went back out into the floor to dance. Nancy's negativity wouldn't ruin my day. I didn't tell anyone what she did since I didn't want her to ruin my day. I now regret that choice. Caleb and I started trying for a baby soon after our wedding. We had always wanted one, and now that we were married, we were ready. A few months later, I was pregnant. Then calamity hit. After Serafina tripped me and I fell belly first against the stair railing, I miscarried. Ugh. Though I should have been upset, I thought it was an accident. Caleb and I hadn't told anyone since my pregnancy hadn't started showing. I now think she knew. She continued asking cryptic questions and making me drink beer. Both ways, it was heartbreaking. The worst part was that following our next doctor's appointment, they did tests and found it unlikely I'd get pregnant again. I saw Caleb cry for the first time that day. No one knew what happened, but the next time I saw Serafina, she was particularly happy and started saying things about loss and how terrible it is. Not seeing 2 and 2 is still puzzling me. She killed my baby and was so proud of herself that she joked and laughed about it to me while I had no idea. A few months later, the universe smiled down on us again, and I got pregnant again. Caleb and I cried, and he was on his knees kissing my belly. Before I knew it, he was calling in sick to work so he could take me out to eat. "My baby needs food," he said. "And this baby needs food too." After a few months, Caleb and I hadn't told anyone or seen anyone from either of our families, but we had something planned. With the help of my best friend Madeline, we put together a beautiful nursery for our baby daughter. After reaching the 12-week milestone, which felt like a big achievement, we decided to share our news with our families. We invited them over for an intimate dinner at our home. At dinner time, our home was filled with family warmth and chatter. Ethan and Serafina behaved like lovesick teenagers, constantly grabbing at each other, exchanging kisses and making sounds that were impossible to ignore, especially with everyone present. I felt uncomfortable, and I knew I wasn't alone. Despite this awkwardness, I was determined not to let it derail our SP. As everyone settled in for dinner, Caleb and I exchanged knowing glances, silently agreeing the time had come. We stood up, and Caleb cleared his throat to get everyone's attention. "We have something important to share with all of you," he said, excitedly. I showed everyone the ultrasound images I'd been collecting, declaring with a huge smile, "We're expecting?" After hearing what we had to say, the room went wild. Everyone jumped up and ran to embrace us, congratulate us and share in our joy. Caleb's parents, Vivian and Henry, were especially excited. This would be their first grandchild, and I could see their pride and joy in their eyes. They knew how hard we'd work. She asked, her voice choked with emotion as tears streamed down her face. I nodded, smiling through my own tears. "Yes, Mom. More than okay." My brother and his wife hugged Caleb and me, celebrating our parenthood. They were eager to help and provide first-time parenting advice. I admitted to being scared and overthinking every decision. My brother assured me that he felt the same before my niece was born, and his wife nodded. At that time, only family love and support mattered. Everything was coming into place as Caleb and I realized our dreams in the company of our loved ones. Serafina stood out in the evening because she remained motionless in her chair, glaring at us with unmistakable hostility. I couldn't help feeling unsettled by it. When Ethan came over to congratulate me, I quietly asked him why. The evening progressed to the living room for dessert and drinks. I abstained from alcohol, and Caleb did too. We got comfortable, and the conversation naturally drifted to babies and pregnancy. I shared details about the nursery we were designing for Charlotte, feeling proud. Serafina remained quiet, barely participating. She said our room was too bright for a baby to sleep in, suggesting we hadn't addressed the practicalities. Although I patiently mentioned that we would install blackout curtains to darken the room for baby sleep, she hardly regarded my statement. She then asked why we chose yellow over a neutral color scheme. Surprised, I informed her that yellow is just a color and has nothing to do with gender. She then examined our beautifully organized baby clothes in drawers. She mocked them, saying her son had never liked them and that we should have contacted other parents before buying cheap knockoffs. She was dismissive and condescending, which startled me. Before that, I'd been courteous, anticipating she'd be frank, but this crossed a line. I lost control. "What the hell are you talking about?" I said, frustrated. Caleb and I had worked hard to make our baby's life perfect, so her words stunned me. She clearly didn't want to give counsel. Instead, She appeared to be purposefully undermining the evening's joy. My mother, Vivian, and mother-in-law entered the nursery as Serafina was ready to respond, beaming at the room. Their enthusiastic praise of how wonderful everything looked temporarily eased the tension. I wouldn't ignore Serafina's issue. I again asked, "What exactly did you mean by that?" My mother and mother-in-law noticed the tension and knew something was amiss. Mom asked what was up. Serafina had criticized the room and termed our carefully picked baby clothes cheap, so I explained. Both women looked stunned that someone would be so overtly disparaging, especially during such a precious occasion. My mother-in-law laughed and asked Serafina, "Is this true?" She seemed surprised by the sudden confrontation and tried to downplay her earlier comments. She told me the textiles were too rough and suggested softer ones, but my mother and mother-in-law didn't trust her. They shook their heads and laughed quietly, saying the clothing felt nice. Serafina soon retracted, saying that as a mother, she knew better and that I should be open to criticism. My mother spoke hard yet calmly before I could react. "Well, we're mothers too," she said. And we'd never say that to her. "You should know how hard it is being a first-time mother." My mother-in-law also helped. "This isn't appropriate behavior," Serafina said. "There's a difference between offering advice and being needlessly critical." Her face flushed as she realized she was outnumbered and wrong. She was plainly offended but said little. She had a fit and left the nursery. I followed her out to prevent an escalation. Serafina went straight to Ethan, who was still talking with the family in the living room. Without explanation, she said she was leaving immediately. Ethan looked bewildered but didn't dispute her decision, sensing her anxiety. He apologized to everyone, congratulated Caleb and me on the pregnancy again, and left with Serafina. After our announcement dinner, Ethan phoned Caleb and me to apologize for Serafina's actions. After my mother-in-law chastised him for bringing Serafina to such a private family event, he discovered everything. I immediately forgiven Ethan because I realized it wasn't his fault. He felt worried and sought to explain Serafina's wrong behavior. Ethan said Serafina suffered pregnancy trauma. At 16, Serafina fell pregnant with her son. After marriage, they tried to have more children but ran into problems. Their mental health suffered after years of infertility, which led to their divorce. Ethan says Serafina was sensitive to other women's pregnancy, which may explain her unpleasant reaction to our celebration. I understood Serafina's challenges as a woman. I understood her grief and disappointment and knew they had caused emotional wounds. Though I sympathized with her circumstances, her comments during our dinner announcement were unpleasant and inappropriate. So I decided it would be best to maintain some distance from her at future family gatherings to protect the positive atmosphere I wanted to preserve around our growing family. Ethan and Serafina continued dating, and on the day I delivered Charlotte, Ethan called and asked Caleb if he could bring Serafina to visit our newborn. Although we had reservations, Caleb and I reluctantly agreed, hoping perhaps things would be different this time. Unfortunately, this proved to be a mistake. As soon as Serafina saw our baby, she immediately commented on how little hair our newborn had, suggesting this indicated her hair would remain extremely thin as she grew up. Her words felt like a direct attack, and I could see the irritation on Caleb's face as well. This comment was another unnecessary and insensitive remark during what should have been a purely joyful moment. Ethan, sensing the tension in the room, didn't allow Serafina to stay long. After offering brief congratulations, they quickly departed. This year, Ethan shocked everyone by announcing his engagement to Serafina. The news received mixed reactions, particularly from my mother-in-law. She openly expressed disappointment with Ethan's decision to marry Serafina, having never wanted her to become part of the family. Apparently, my mother-in-law and Serafina had been clashing for months. Knowing my mother-in-law is typically warm and kind-hearted, I suspected Serafina's behavior was likely causing their ongoing tension. When Caleb called Ethan to discuss the sudden engagement, believing everything was moving too quickly, Ethan confessed that Serafina was actually 4 months pregnant. Apparently, Ethan had only discovered this 2 months earlier and had kept it secret as they feared judgment before getting married. Ethan explained that he wanted to marry Serafina before their baby arrived, which seemed reasonable given their circumstances. However, during the wedding preparations, Serafina threw a tantrum while trying on wedding gowns because she couldn't fit into any of them. She had gained weight during her pregnancy, making it difficult to wear her dream dress. Ethan attempted to convince her to choose something more comfortable, but she refused to compromise. Ultimately, she demanded that Ethan change their wedding date. Originally planned to occur before the baby's arrival, it was now postponed until a month after the baby's due date so Serafina could lose some pregnancy weight. Despite the frustration the scheduled change might have caused everyone, I understood that this was Ethan and Serafina's special day, and they deserved to choose a date that made them comfortable. A month ago, Serafina delivered her daughter, and Caleb and I had even visited the hospital to congratulate the new parents. For their upcoming wedding, Caleb was selected as Ethan's best man. We weren't comfortable leaving Charlotte behind for the entire day, so we decided to bring our daughter with us. My mother-in-law and I discussed child care arrangements and agreed we could manage looking after Charlotte between us. I initially considered hiring a hotel babysitter, but with increasing concerns about child abductions, I felt safer having a trusted family member watch Charlotte during the reception. I planned to avoid drinking and would retire early to our room anyway, ensuring Charlotte received proper care throughout the event. However, about a week before the wedding, Serafina called me. During our conversation, she asked if I would be bringing Charlotte to the wedding. I confirmed our plans and began explaining our child care arrangements for the evening. To my surprise, Serafina interrupted me and stated she didn't want Charlotte at the wedding. Shocked, I asked why. Serafina explained that she only wanted her miracle baby to be the center of attention, claiming that Charlotte's presence would divert attention away from her child. I tried reasoning that everyone had already met Charlotte, and nobody could possibly steal attention from Serafina on her wedding day, but Serafina remained adamant and grew increasingly upset. She warned that if I couldn't respect her boundaries, I wouldn't be welcome at the wedding. The situation eventually escalated into a major argument involving Serafina, Ethan, Caleb, and my mother-in-law. Ethan contacted me, apologizing for Serafina's behavior and clarifying that I was still very much invited to the wedding. He urged me not to take Serafina's words too seriously and assured me that bringing Charlotte was absolutely fine. I felt furious with Serafina and considered skipping their wedding entirely, but I knew supporting Caleb and attending his brother's wedding was important. So I decided to set aside my feelings and attend, focusing on making the best of the situation for the sake of family harmony. This brings us to the incident that occurred during Ethan and Serafina's ceremony. Several relatives couldn't resist admiring Charlotte, commenting on how adorable she looked. Serafina occasionally shot me disapproving glances whenever our eyes met. She clearly still resented me bringing Charlotte to her wedding, even though her baby unquestionably remained the star attraction, and I made zero effort to seek attention. When the celebration moved to the reception area, my mother-in-law, Caleb, and I took turns watching Charlotte in our hotel room, exactly as planned. Although my mother-in-law became somewhat tipsy as the evening progressed, Caleb and I remained completely sober, focusing entirely on caring for Charlotte. Midway through the reception, I noticed my mother-in-law, who was supposed to be with Charlotte at that moment, frantically searching for me. Something about her demeanor made my heart race, and I rushed over to discover what was wrong. Caleb, sensing trouble, followed closely behind. My mother-in-law's voice trembled as she whispered that Charlotte was missing. My heart plummeted. Caleb demanded clarification, since he had just left our daughter in her care. That's when my mother-in-law admitted that Serafina had entered the room shortly after he left. They chatted briefly, and at one point my mother-in-law needed to use the bathroom. But when she returned, both Charlotte and Serafina had vanished. Caleb and I, confused and panicked, immediately found Ethan and asked him where Serafina was and why she would do something so alarming. Ethan seemed equally shocked by the situation. Amidst the celebrations and crowds, we alerted hotel staff to search for Charlotte and Serafina. The staff responded immediately, but neither could be found after an hour of searching. I called the police. A hotel employee informed us that Charlotte and Serafina had been found behind the hotel. We rushed outside, feeling dreadful. We found Serafina sitting in a chair, holding Charlotte and smoking with her other hand. Her baby was in a carrier beside her. I cried as I examined Charlotte. Caleb demanded to know why she had done this. My mother-in-law, now completely sober and frantic, screamed at Serafina, explaining she had absolutely no right to take our daughter without permission, and had deliberately disappeared while my mother-in-law was in the bathroom. Serafina simply smirked as she turned toward me, remarking that if I was so worried about my daughter, perhaps I should have listened to her request and not brought her to the wedding. I was stunned, realizing she had deliberately abducted my daughter. She wanted me to panic, searching desperately for my child, just to frighten me and teach me a lesson, hoping I would surrender to her demands in the future. Ethan tried calming everyone, suggesting this might be a misunderstanding. At this point, the police asked if I still wanted to press charges. Looking at Serafina's expression, which showed no remorse or apology for her actions, I decided to proceed with kidnapping charges to ensure she never threatened my family again. Serafina's eyes widened with disbelief as she protested, but police took her into custody immediately. Ethan begged me to reconsider, but my mother-in-law told him his wife's actions were unforgivable.